his fist up with blood on his face.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Burn the Corporate Fiction. Thank you for joining us this evening. So, last couple shows, obviously, I went into topics that I ordinarily do not cover and kind of forayed into the realm of drama slightly, as we all do from time to time. So tonight, switching gears, getting back into what I normally cover for several reasons. I mean, I still think that the reaction to my research on the part of certain people was suspicious, and I will always think it's suspicious because any person with a rational, critical thinking mind would find that type of emotionally triggered response suspicious. But with that being said, we can't afford division in this community. It's not a good idea. That's what they would want. And of course, you know, the infamous they. We're talking about the oligarchy. We're talking about the Jesuits, the control structure. So, I mean, each person can look at the research that was done on both parties. And I'm sure all of you have already come to your own conclusions anyway. And as long as nobody's overtly harming the community, then, you know, it is what it is. So we're going to get back on topic tonight. So I have with me, as I usually do, my dad, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, or Dave, as other people know him. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantabulous, man. Watching this wonderful show we've been given. Thought it was going to be a boring weekend, right? Ha.
Yeah, no. So that's the funny thing. Obviously, we have to cover it a little bit, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, you've seen the title of my show. I made the show before this whole thing happened, but now we're going to have to devote a little bit of time to former President Donald Trump was shot in the ear. And I'm sure all of you know this by now. It's on every mainstream news propaganda program out there right now. But before we do get into it, let's say hi to a few people that are already in the chat. So we've got JP. Good to see you, man. Brad Tasha. JP said a heterosexual ghost car. I don't know what that's all about. That's funny though. The True Few Shills, ZXL Master. Good to see you, man. Ethan. Good to see you. Dr. Bass or Bass. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but I'm glad you're here. DJ Spin. Tusis on the Rumble side. We got Leo Slayer on the Rumble side. Robotic Doughbull 3K. That's a pretty interesting name. Stacy Jones, Chicago Cubby Bear. Good to see you guys. Thank you guys for coming in. Mojo Shop, CJ Fom, Dylan Heron, Saddlebum. I can't remember if I said Saddlebum already, but I want to make sure that I do. So, and Julio Lua. We got quite a crowd here tonight, so it's good. It's good to see you guys all here. Scott NYC. Yeah, I think that just about covers everybody for now. So thank you guys for joining us this evening. So I guess, well, first things first, let's take a look at the video. You got that queued up there, Dad?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Let me get this here. You want the initial incident. Yes.
Yeah, the initial. Yeah. So in case anybody has not seen it yet, let's.
Wow.
Lazarus just showed up. Good to see you, man. Lost on Foster on the Rumble side. Good to see you. Lord Racer.
Fucking dog in the drinking. I swear to God.
It's all good. All right, so this is the event. Apparently at a rally in Pennsylvania.
The reaction seems slow.
The audio is a little different than the other video I seen too. Now, you guys in the chat put 1 for PSYOP or 2 for authentic attempt on his life. 1 for PSYOP, 2 for authentic attempt. Chaos Kate
Okay,
said
we are watching
1-1.
live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
Hold on, your head is bloody. So we got to move to.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like that's an overwhelming majority.
Doesn't it say bruised in the, or wounded in the head and wounded in the heel? Is that part of it too?
Are you talking about Revelation?
Yeah.
I don't remember anything about the heel. Maybe you're borrowing from Genesis there. I'm not quite sure.
Could
But
be.
that is the first thing I thought when I seen this was like, man, they're really trying to make him fit the bill for that, aren't they?
Well, because you hear him, he says, let me get my shoes before they take him off. So apparently for some reason his shoes came off.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
weird.
that was kind of interesting. What the fuck is that about? Why does his shoe come off?
I mean, dress shoes aren't very form-fitting, at least not in my experience. But yeah, that is pretty interesting. So what I didn't like about that specific clip from Fox is that the ticker, the banner, covers some pretty pertinent imagery, like the guy holding the sign that says "You're fired, Biden, you're fired," right before the shots ring out. Right. Well, that guy's reaction after those gunshots happen. It's not like somebody who's been in it's more like somebody who's so used to having bullets whizzing around them, like a hardened combat veteran.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I mean, a lot of those audience, a lot of that, those people behind him in the stands, that's how they respond. None of them were really trying to duck or move or get out of the way. Like there's a huge shooter, you know?
Well, there was a guy, I'm trying to find the interview. Hang on. They were talking to this guy who said that they were talking to, telling the fucking police and the Secret Service that there was a guy climbing up the fucking building with a rifle and shit. And they just like ignored him or something. Let me see. Eyewitness says he saw. So yeah, here it is. This is pretty crazy.
So
it's like, how do you get near there even with a rifle? You know, they'd have all the rooftops scoped out, right? You would think.
You see what Gregory Theodore here says? It's actually a lot of people have really good comments over there right now.
Yeah. There's an Illuminati card. Yeah, I saw that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's interesting. We got Brad Tasha says, Ryan, this guy who was interviewed there, said he told the cops about the sniper and they did nothing for 4 minutes. Yeah, I think that's what my dad was talking about.
I got that queued up. Pull up.
All right, screen. Let's check it out.
Someone who was here, you weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
And we all decided, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up. And probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way that the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs? I mean, this is not a big place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's the whole
I mean,
thing.
obviously, everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching.
Oh yeah, okay. Be careful about what you say. Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
I no, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it,
No,
but
sure.
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
Yeah, no shit.
Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security.
Camera won't go over and look at it.
My question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Funny they chose a small town like that too.
Yes, she was
Yeah.
right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And you should stay safe with your family and
Gotcha.
look after yourself. Thanks for your
Gotcha,
time.
man.
Huh.
What do you think?
Well, I think that guy might become suicidal and shoot himself twice in the back of the head if he keeps
That's
telling us.
possible, man.
You know what I mean? So he, there's a lot of interest. So they chose a small town, and if I was to speculate, I'd say probably because there's less of a chance that their operative would be seen by somebody in a small town. Most of the attention's being focused on the rally, not so much on what's going on around the rally. It's just their bad fortune that this ginger actually was able to. You can't trust the gingers. You know what I mean? You got to be careful with them guys.
That didn't even look real though. His hair. He looked when I first seen him, I thought about that. That helper, that scientist helper, on the Muppet Show.
Yes. Yeah. He did look like his hair did.
Yeah, man. I thought maybe it was one of them hats with the fake hair. At first.
Oh, see, I am, just so the audience knows, I am a ginger, so I can say that. That's our word. We can say that.
That's just the N word with the letters rearranged.
But no, yeah, so they chose this small town. And I seen somebody, Gregory Theodore actually said if Trump was in deep state, he wouldn't be on TV constantly. They would have taken care of him many moons ago.
Yeah.
And then
Financially.
Well, here's the thing. He's a banker guy. He calls himself the king of debt. So he knows how to operate in the security system that I teach my audience about here, because that is the truth. Nobody has money or all we do is trade debt. He knows how to make it look like he has a net loss that allows him to pay no taxes. You know what I mean? And which is easy to do when you realize that it's all debt, and especially when you're at his level of the game and nobody's going to come after you. Now, with that said, who this is, they're trying to put him in the frame of, in my opinion, would be Kennedy. They're trying to make him look like a fighting the system type of guy. He's Kennedy, right? Except for Kennedy's shooter didn't miss, and Kennedy attacked the bankers. You see what I'm saying? Kennedy attacked.
That's like what Beyond Elemental says in here. Snipers don't get that close with an open shot and miss. That's one of the things I said joking, because I saw this was fake to begin with, and I was like, they killed the shooter. Good. That motherfucker deserves to be shot for missing that fucking sweet shot. I looked at that. I looked at the aerial view of it. I looked at the whole fucking thing, and I'm sitting there going, that's a fucking sweet shot. And the fact that the Secret Service didn't already have that position scoped out.
Exactly. That's
Come
the big
on, man. That guy was in perfect, and then still fucking missed. Really?
Yes.
Come on, bro.
And that's what I was going to say is like a small town, small area like that, they should have had everything covered. There's no way, especially with the technology that we all know that they have and that they use to protect the CEO or former CEO of this company.
My little county right here, we're like the smallest fucking county in Virginia, rural as shit. They've got one of those, what do they, that thing that they can play like they're a cell tower? And then, like intercept your calls and shit like that. We got those. Our police department's got all kinds of fucking crazy shit like that for a little podunk area. And
You're not getting that. You're not getting that close unless you're allowed to get that close. That's just all there is to it. You're not.
Jason's here. Crypto crackheads in here. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, Crypto?
Yeah, Stingray. That's the thing. Yeah, Stingray. They got that fucking Stingray thing right here in Page County. They're encrypted channels on their cop bullshit, so you can't listen to their scanners and whatnot.
Oh boy, this looks like it's going to be interesting. I haven't seen this.
There's a couple eyewitnesses being spoken to.
That's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There's lots of blood, and he had brain matter there.
Oh,
and
no.
so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there.
Was that blood on this guy's shirt?
I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on the
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
Hunter, that's exactly
So yeah, he was trying to resuscitate the guy that was hit in the head.
So there was actually a shooting. Well,
apparently that's what they're saying.
Yeah, so there was actually a shooting. This isn't an entire,
Or was there? Who's this fucking guy? Is he really a doctor and shit, or is he just some actor?
I mean, of course we couldn't know that, but I mean, most crisis actors I've seen are not very good. And that was, I mean, if he was acting, that was an A1 performance right there, in my opinion. And of course I couldn't know, but he seemed genuine. When ordinarily crisis actor, they don't seem to try too hard when they hire crisis actors. Robbie Parker is a great example. David Wheeler is another great example. These guys, he's walking around, supposed to be an FBI agent, and he's carrying the gun by like the butt or the strap or something, just letting it dangle. It's pointing backwards and shit. It's like, where do you find these guys?
Here's where they got the guy dead up on the roof, I think.
That's close, man.
I think they hit him because the guy looks dead.
Now, the interesting thing is they're trying to say right off, and I don't know where this is coming from, but let me see if I can find that guy. The guy that they're trying to say this. Okay, so they're saying that this
Richie
guy
from Boston.
Yeah, it looks like Richie from Boston, kind of, don't it? They're saying that this is the guy, some kind of an Italian Antifa guy, right? And there's the guy on the roof, and I'm like, this should be coming way up higher than this. Is a thin guy, man. It's not that mesomorphic looking dude at all, I'm just saying.
No, that looks totally different. Body type is totally different. Yeah.
Now here's
but
something.
Again,
one of the first guys they interview after the alleged Trump assassination is wearing a brick suit. Bricks are symbolism for Freemasonry. I don't know. Then it's 33 seconds long. Just figure that, right? Okay.
It was hoping that it was a prank, and it does not appear from the reactions that it was. When I look back I saw the Secret Service up on the stage protecting the president and doing the best that they could, just springing into action like the selfless people that they are.
Did you see blood on his ear?
Above his ear. Above his ear. It did not look like it was bleeding from his ear. And everybody in the front row, we were just all started praying for him.
And you took cover. I mean, everybody up here too kind of got down. You didn't get down at all? When did you see move in pretty quickly? Did you see the police move in?
Yes. And I think it was
I don't know, man. I'm looking at the reaction of the people in the crowd, and I'm thinking, you know, it's just not. It doesn't look genuine to me. I don't know.
No. So the initial event, sorry, I was commenting on the Rumble side. The initial event, just something was off, like as soon as I seen it. What's that? Biden told donors today on a private call that it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. Yeah, and here's another angle they could be taken with this is I've said this many times on this channel, I'm sure my dad will agree with me, is that the one thing they want more than anything else is a civil war. And very simply, it's because then it would allow them to call in the United Nations peacekeeping forces to place us under, I'll say, overt martial law, because we are and have been under martial law since the Second American Civil War, which is in the 1860s.
Yeah. Greg says, was Vince McMahon there?
Yeah, you sent me this. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Like, of all the fucking things that have taken place in our country, is that even what's that one where they make like genetically modified like hybrid beasts, like Plum Island or something, like all the shit that happens in this country, and you can't believe that this happened. Okay. But nothing is known at this time about the shooter other than he's dead, probably, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear, which is contradictory to what the guy in the brick shirt said.
Now, Chiquita, get it the fuck out of my head, bro. What did I tell you, Ryan? I told Ryan earlier. I said, Alec Baldwin would have missed.
No, probably not. He says, I knew immediately that something was wrong. And then I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Right?
Where's that picture? Where's that fucking picture? Somebody said they caught it, the bullet going by. There's his Illuminati card. From the game, the Illuminati game, says that any time at any place our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day. Play this card on your own turn before drawing any plots. You may remove all zap. And it's just got all the rules for that. But that's kind of interesting.
Well, now the statement makes sense, right? So it's very likely that with the election fraud that he probably knew what was going on. He did obviously incite the January 6th unruly tour that happened, not insurrection or anything. It was just basically people touring around the Capitol, right? So the enough is enough. It's, you know, maybe that's the plan, because it is using the principle of rhythm against us. These elite, they know the occult principles, the hermetic principles that are essentially the interpretation of God's law that govern all of creation. And this is the principle of rhythm. They're like, okay, we're going to go ahead and swing them all the way over here into this insanity. And when they get tired of that, they're going to clamor for a hero. We're going to give them a hero. Here he comes. Enough is enough. Right.
Whenever
and then
people need a hero, we shall provide one.
All right. Good old Pike. Yeah. And and then they're going to swing in the other direction. So it's just interesting to me. I tell people this all the time, that the elite at the top that are creating this debt enslavement system, and realize when they take this debt enslavement, which is actually the topic of tonight, as is our usual topic, and we'll get into it shortly. If they're allowed to make this digital and take it out of any kind of physical medium whatsoever, that is going to make it permanent. So we absolutely have to resist this at all, because they're basically going to attach your slave tickets, the debt securities they generate from you, to a crypto, and then they're going to make it. Well, we've seen Bill Gates' patent, and I brought this up. Patent, I know it's got 666 in it, where it allows body activity to mine cryptocurrency. And I mean, the implications of that, I don't know if people can see what I'm talking about, but like, so basically they invest in prison bonds anyway. When somebody gets sent to prison, there's an investor who purchases that and profits from it. You know, just the court bonds in general, all these things. Now you can take that to a whole new level. And I could be like, so my dad's going to go to prison, and I can basically buy that bond from the court, and then all of the labor you're forced to do in prison that causes your body to mine cryptocurrency comes to me. You're my investment. I invested in you. I'm securities farming you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Can you? I mean, that's where they want to go with this. I'm convinced of it. Just the way that they have it set up now, the way that the courts are banks, and they farm us for securities. If you don't know what I'm saying, go watch my securities farming episode of the show. It's literally called securities farming. And and that's what they do. Now you can take
MAGA Kevlar helmets in the shape of Trump's golden toupee. You see that whole army of people with Kevlar Trump hair going down the road? Oh, MAGA.
Yeah. So what's this one here? Are they going to hit us with the copyright for all this shit?
You shouldn't.
Well, it gives a fuck. Go ahead.
We just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point, because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly, as far as I could tell. And at that point, a state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased. He died.
How close were you to him?
A couple yards. I mean, it wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, it's a complete stranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
I don't know. I believe him. Well, I think there's a good possibility he could be genuine. Like I said, their crisis actors are usually awful. And
we just learned.
Where was that ridiculous picture? There it is.
Yeah, that's funny.
Now, these people are saying that a remarkable photo captured by my former White House press corps colleague, Doug Mills. Zoom in right above President Trump's shoulders, and you'll see a bullet flying in the air. Little piece of his ear hooked to it. You can see it. Flying in the air to the right of the President Trump's head following the attempted assassination. There it is right there. Doesn't look like it's Photoshopped because, even though you've seen all these pictures in war zones where there's machine guns firing hundreds of fucking bullets and shit, but you never see any bullets in the air. But this time you do.
No, can you imagine the frame rate that camera must have?
Come on.
Right? It's pretty funny, man. They spare no, but here's the thing. They don't honestly have to try that hard because most people are so brainwashed. They believe whatever the television tells them. I mean, right now, my father-in-law upstairs, he's got fucking CNN on watching I mean, or not CNN, probably Fox or something, but he's watching the coverage. You know what I mean? It's like, it is what it is. What the hell are you showing us right now? What is
I don't
that?
know, man. This is supposedly these big condors. I don't believe it. I think they're people in bird suits. An Andean condor, largest flying bird in the Western Hemisphere. Real or fake? I think it's fake. It looks like a guy
That looks
wearing.
fake as hell.
Yeah, I think it was a guy in a chicken suit. That's what I think it was.
Absolutely.
And so here Elon Musk has chimed in and said, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery.
Well, I will say this. There's no doubt that that man is going to have the full support of most of the sheeple on his side. And also, like I told you before, and I don't make a secret of it, even though it's all a controlled dichotomy, I'd much rather have that in office right now as CEO of this foreign corporation that's territorially occupying us, as opposed to Biden and the libtards, because it buys us time. And this is going to be, we're going to swing the pendulum in the other direction. There's going to be a period of economic prosperity and sensible enactments for however long that lasts, that he's, you know what I mean? And then I'm sure they're going to try to swing us back in the other direction, which is why we have our shows. We are trying to wake everybody up, because this is only going to end when we stop participating. And so my channel, if you're new to the channel, is not like those I'll teach you how to be a secured party creditor, or I'll teach you how to take control of your trust. And I'll teach you, you know, while all these things are a possibility, or at least were a possibility, you're not going to beat a game that they invented for their own profit. They made this game. They make the rules to this game. They continue to make the rules to this game. So when somebody figures out one loophole, they just go and tighten up that loophole, and then fucking that's over with. A few people get away with it for a little while, it goes away. The only way to beat this game is to not participate in it. Lawful noncompliance. Lawful noncompliance. That's actually the subject of tonight's show. Once we get through talking about this for a minute, I've got some videos. I went and found people asserting their right to travel. I actually found a Supreme Court case from the 1950s that asserts the right to travel, which it's very unusual to find Supreme Court cases past like 1920 that help us in any way, because the Bar Association long since taken over our entire judicial system, which is the Thomas Jefferson, I don't remember verbatim, but he basically said the germ of dissolution is seated within this infernal document, talking about the Constitution as opposed to the Articles of Confederation, because it gives the judiciary such a wide latitude of power, right? Like, so basically you're going to leave it up to this small group of people to interpret what adheres to the Constitution, which the Constitution itself is such a vague document, so open to interpretation. But now you're going to restrict the interpretation of the Constitution to a small group of people, and that's actually going to become the law. So now the Constitution is no longer the law. It's Supreme Court rulings are the law on how we're supposed to interpret or understand the Constitution, which is horseshit. So then the only obvious next step is to bring your private guild of merchant attorneys that go all the way back to the 1200s in here that work for the Vatican and have them take control of the justice system. Well, I hate even using that term because that's just a balancing of debts. But yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. What is this here you got?
Oh, this is an aerial view of over on the left-hand side. You'll see a little X marking the spot where that guy took the shots from. And on the right, you see a representation of where the curved line represents the bleachers, and the little square area is where Trump was standing. And I'm like, you couldn't get a fucking sweeter shot than that.
Well, even outside of that, you couldn't get that close to a presidential candidate. And being as he is a former president already, they treat that even more differently than they would just a up and coming presidential candidate. You wouldn't get that close. Aside from missing the shot, you would never get there. How would they not have that? Yeah. How would they not have that covered? you know that the Secret Service, which is actually just a counterfeiting organization to make sure that you don't make your own slave tickets.
They're part of the Treasury Department, man.
Absolutely. Protecting the president was a secondary thing. They are wholly a creation of the bankers, right? And that's their job, is to stop counterfeiting. And then they protect the president and other important members as well, because it's all a business. That's why they're part of the Treasury Department. But I digress. They are very well trained, right? This is one of the most elite organizations or agencies in this pretend government that, you know, rules over us. And before Trump even got there to do the rally, they had scoped out they should have scoped out every vantage point that a sniper could have gotten him from, and they should have had some coverage there. Everywhere.
They'd have had a recon. They would have had a recon team in there a week prior, man.
Yeah,
come on. They would have had this whole place staked out. Here's where you're going to be. Here's where you're going to be. Watch this corner. Watch that corner, dude. This is a show, man.
100%, it's a show.
Which witness is she talking about?
Who's that?
Can you show everyone the witness burn the corporate fiction? What are you talking about, Renee? Which witness?
Which witness? Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, what witness are you talking about? We showed a couple of them.
Yeah, there was the redheaded dude. The
redheaded guy. Let me see where I got him at. There's the brick guy.
But Dylan Heron says, but the visored ginger guy saw the shooter. Right. So this highly trained Secret Service agents didn't see shit. Cops didn't see anything.
Yeah. They're pointing at him and saying, hey, there's a sniper with a rifle. Oh, what? What's that?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
No, over here. Like a clown at a fucking rodeo or something, you know?
Yeah, we're busy right now, man. Take that somewhere else. We're trying to protect the president. We don't want to hear your stories. Right.
You're causing a disturbance. We're going to arrest you for disorderly conduct.
Right. Disturbing the peace. Right.
Yeah,
which is such an English law. That's like, how dare you disturb the peace in the king's realm? Right. You have disturbed the crown's realm. You will pay a tax. Like,
you are charged with feloniously farting in front of the queen.
You shall not poach the king's deer. That's hunting license. And that is actually the. Go ahead.
It's true. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't shoot a deer in Sherwood Forest without the permission of the sheriff, man. Come on.
Right. And sheriff is an Arab word, by the way, which we start getting into even more.
Don't like it.
Right, Sharif. About how we've been lied to about what our history is. Actually, a couple of the videos I have to show you guys tonight of people lawfully non-complying are Moors. Okay, so there's, just to give you guys a little backstory, I've got a book about it too, and the guy presents a lot of compelling evidence, including, I've been able to prove the stuff you can look up that's in the book, but he also has a picture of King George from the British Science Museum that you have to write, and if you write them, you can get this picture. And the picture he presents, and I'm not saying it's true or it isn't because I haven't been able to verify it, but I can say that all the other stuff that I've been able to read and verify have been 100% spot on. That King George is actually a freaking Moor. He's like a little afro and everything. It's kind of crazy, right? Well, so a lot of that whole theory goes that a lot of what we've been presented as our government against Native Americans and taking native lands were actually, the natives were Moors that came here in the 1400s and had already been settled and established before, before we came over here. And if you look at like Spain and the conquest of Spain by the Moors, and then when they were exiled from Spain, and then when Christopher Columbus, which there you go, the column, the dove, the Columbus family, hugely powerful. Any variation of that is hugely powerful. Yeah. And you know, you could see how they might have come over here. But I mean, I've seen some pictures of natives where they look like they're black. They look like they're black people. So, I mean, I don't discount it. One of the most damning pieces of evidence, if you guys look at the Moorish Science Temple is what it's called. They're very supremacist in their views, so I'm not saying they'd necessarily be friendly to us or whatever, but I mean, whatever, it's just history. Anyway, if you look at the Moorish Science Temple now, the same logo that is of the Moorish Science Temple is the back of the United States seal. It's the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. It says Novo Ordo Seclorum, which is, it has a very Arabic African undertone to it. And a lot of things about the founding of this country, it does have that, you know what I mean? It has that undertone to it. So the book I'm talking about is called The 0% by Duval Day, D-U-V-A-L-D-E-Y, Duval Day. I think that's how you spell it. Very good book. It talks about a lot of the same stuff that we talk about, except for he postulates that the reason, so if you look under the, I believe it's Title 8 of the United States Code, when you look at nationality, there is a nationality listed that's called American national, which means that you are a citizen, or you're a national, not a citizen. You're a national, like a native of this geographic area, but you don't claim allegiance to any one state or to the United States. And he says that that political standing is for Moorish Americans. And you can look online on any kind of like case text or anything. There's a lot of cases of the Supreme Court striking down a Bey or an L. So Moorish people, they put Bey or L after their name. The guys do anyway. And they wear the little red cap, you know what I mean? All that stuff. But yeah, you can find a lot of stuff about them. Their arguments they make are really good. The reason they lose in the Supreme Court is because you can't, like I say all the time, you can't play their game and win. If you acquiesce to their jurisdiction, then you've given away all of your rights. You cannot be in their court and simultaneously claim common law, because their court are courts of equity. They're commercial courts, and they are only for corporations. You cannot be a living person and have a dispute in their court. And that's, so if you get to the point where you're having a dispute with the prosecutor, you're going to lose every single time. That's why I promote you avoid giving them jurisdiction. Do you know anything about that, the Moorish thing that I was just talking about?
I've heard a little bit about it. I was going to say that Bruce over at Mindshock did quite a breakdown the other day, about a week ago. I think I sent you a link to a video that he did on a lot of this shit, showing how the surrender at Yorktown wasn't even really a surrender, but merely an agreement. And the treaty, as you've shown before, he gets into that, signed by King George with all his accolades, including Prince of America and all that shit. You know, I mean, we've been sold a bill of goods, man. I don't know what to fucking believe anymore. You know, I really don't.
In that treaty that you brought up, it's interesting because we agree to pay in perpetuity, which means forever, portions of gold, silver, other precious metals, and any kind of wealth that we find on this land, because Prince George, who's king of Britain, but he's Prince Elector of the Holy Roman Empire, or was, he was considered to have settled this land, financially invested in this land. So as part of our treaty, basically we took this land by conquest. We were free by conquest, not through agreement. Like how when they came over here, there's a reason. And if you guys think that these contracts don't have spiritual implications when it comes to karma and, you know, the way that the universal law works, they do. That's why they came over here, and they were very careful to buy the land from the Native Americans. They bought most of the land that they have gotten from the Native Americans. They bought through contract, right? And there's a reason they did that instead of conquest. We took this land by conquest from England, right? Well, ultimately from the Vatican. And so they see it as fair game to take it back by conquest, though it's economic conquest. And this is evidenced in the fact that we agreed to pay the Crown of England money in perpetuity for their investment in the settlement of this land. So it shows that we never have actually, well, first of all, people can't own anything like land. That's not how it really works. You can claim the right to a spot for the length of your life, handed down to your kids, but you get what I'm saying. It's basically, he still owned, England still owned this, and by proxy, the Vatican still owned it. So basically the only title that was freed up was ours, as in we weren't subjects of the crown anymore. We weren't subjects of the Holy Roman Empire. We were actually free. And anybody who says otherwise, I can contest with them with evidence that that is true. We were actually free, like as free as you can get. You didn't have to participate in society or government or anything. You didn't have to participate in that. You could live off your land and never deal with anybody ever. Nobody's coming to hound you for taxes. Nobody's coming to hound you for anything. And that to me is freedom. You know what I mean? Even if you do have a form of government society. I was actually just listening to an audiobook at work the other night. The guy was talking about the fallacy of government, or any idea that somebody else just has authority over you without you agreeing to it. It's like a fairy tale, right? Like who could ever just have authority over you unless you agree to it? How does that make sense? What makes this group of people better than you? You know? And that's kind of the fundamental principle this country was founded upon. Yeah, you could become a state citizen. If you look in these old law books, which I'll get to shortly, people were actually listed as, you had citizens and you had inhabitants. So citizens were the ones participating in society and government, and they agreed to be bound by whatever statutory laws. That's why you have all these revised statutes through the 1800s, 1700s and stuff. But still they had to adhere and conform to the fundamental document of the land, the Constitution. And then you had just inhabitants that weren't going to. So a good way to put this is like if you wanted to be governor, or you wanted to be a sheriff, or you wanted to be some kind of hold some sort of political office, you had to be a citizen of the state. And there definitely was no such thing as a United States, period. So, like, or a United States citizen, rather, not, I mean, there wasn't yet. So there was a geographical United States, but the United States that they refer to in all the law documents, which I've proven ad nauseum on this channel, refers to a company registered in England that has since become a corporation with the Organic Act of 1871. And there was no such thing as a United States citizen prior to the 14th Amendment. I prove it ad nauseum. I mean, here, even before we get into it, just for a little refresher for everybody, I'll show you right now. I have this. So this is Black's Law, 4th edition. Right here, you have 14th Amendment, and they have since changed this definition. And the later, like I have a hard copy of the 11th edition that actually my dad got me, and it does not say this. It just says protects your, it's where the government protects your rights or whatever. It leaves out the fact that it says it creates, right here, it creates or at least recognizes for the first time a citizenship of the United States as distinct from that of the state. So it created the federal citizen. That's what the 14th Amendment did. And they had to create this federal citizen because people have to realize we kept this monster, this English company, this Leviathan, caged into 10 square miles. That's what these are, actually, the boundary stones. There's a reason we had boundary stones all the way, and they're still there, at least they should be, all the way around the District of Columbia, right? So this is what it looks like. These boundary stones mark the United States jurisdiction versus the state jurisdiction. And
I've seen some of those. I've seen some of those stones.
That's cool. I actually want to see
them.
Yeah. But yeah, so this thing, just like a cage, we kept this corporation, this company, tethered into this 10 square miles. So when they created a federal citizen, it allowed them to extend their jurisdiction outside of this cage and into the states. So they territorially occupy the states. Now, through the Buck Act, which we might get into tonight, I have before, through the Buck Act, they allow the states to partake in this piracy, because that gave them jurisdiction over United States citizens and allowed them to enforce revenue codes and taxes and stuff like that. So that's how the state gets their piece. So now, so to put it in perspective, back in, say, 1819, there was no such thing as a United States federal citizen. Okay. Now, today, there is no such thing as a state citizen because nobody has that standing, right? And that's kind of how it works. So it's even revealed in, let's see, let's do this motor. Yeah. So right here in Michigan, where I'm at, the motor vehicle code defines resident, which resident means a foreigner, by the way. So it means a foreigner that is domiciled somewhere for the purpose of doing business on behalf of his native country, or, you know. So resident means every person who resides in the state and establishes that he or she is legally present in the United States. You see how they say that? Like, you have to establish that you're legally present in the United States, because you are not physically present in the United States at all. The United States jurisdiction is in the District of Columbia. That's just a way of saying you acquiesce to federal jurisdiction. That's what allows them to enforce all of these motor vehicle codes on you. So that, but yeah, let me just, I should have had it already queued up, but I did not. So
you got a guy here crying actual tears because that shooter missed.
Who? Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because the shooter missed. Watch. This guy's losing his fucking shit, man.
All right.
How do you miss that? We don't miss those.
Oh, God.
Come on, man. Fuck. We don't miss those. One shot at greatness to be mentioned in the history books. And you missed the shot? Fuck.
What's wrong with this little communist? Look at the shit on his wall.
Oh, man, there's some fucked up people out there, bro.
Dude, that's the generation that's coming up. And see, that's the Jesuits' plan. That's why they took over the education institutions. Like, basically, as soon as they were formed, they spread out through Europe, taking control of education systems. And that's why, because they may not be able to get us to become communists, which is ultimately what they want. Basically, no property ownership. Everybody's a slave to the state. It's also why they promote atheism, like the globe lie. That's actually one of the biggest reasons. And I was listening to a book on tape the other night that brought up very good. If somebody believes in God or a creator of any kind, they will not believe in the state. And that is why atheism and communism go hand in hand. They're like peanut butter and jelly. And that's why the Jesuits in the Catholic Church created the heliocentric lie. And that's why they promote all sorts of degeneracy and atheism and you are your own God and all that stuff, is because that way, that's the only way that you could actually be in a communist society, because it gets you to do things that are so unconscionable and against any God-fearing person's moral compass, you know, to do. And yeah, so that's, but let me pull this up real quick. Just give me a second here.
Fucking Candace Owens showing on this stuff now. This is going to be a fucking show, brother. This is going to be a show.
It already is. What amazed me is how people didn't even hear about it till like over an hour after it happened. Like how it wasn't just blasted all over the media immediately. I don't, like when I told you about it, it was like an hour and a half after it happened. You hadn't heard of it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I don't follow along with any of that dumb shit, you know. It's like you know, I realize what it is. It's just a show. I didn't know they were going to ramp it up like this, you know. Nobody told me there was going to be fire breathers at the fucking event. Come on, man.
Okay, hold on. Right. I have this one pulled up. This is a pretty good one. This guy nails it. So let me give my preamble here of why this is the topic tonight, okay? The front line of lawful noncompliance, of getting rid of this corporate oligarchy, this territorial occupation of our republic by this foreign corporation, enforcing commercial law, farming us for securities. The front line of this is to stop driving with your slave tags. Stop putting commercial advertising on the back of your car. Stop presenting an officer with permission to fucking travel in the form of a license. But they can't do anything without those things. And when you're not actually committing a crime, common law requires a victim for there to be a crime. They operate under the assumption, even though cops don't know what common law is, the judges all operate under the assumption that we presume to be under common law, but we're unknowingly under commercial law. And they don't ever expect us to use any kind of common law arguments like I've shown you guys with that Ryan Michael Thor fellow. So if you don't give the cops an account number, so if you're not hurting anybody, you are not committing a crime. There's nothing he can say that will make it so you are committing a crime. And if he rips you out of your vehicle because you won't present your identification or your registration or any of that stuff, it shows them to be the tyrants that they are. And as long as you're careful, use the proper wording, you can sue them. And if you know the things that I know that I'm trying to teach you guys about how this is an illegitimate fraud based on coercion and collusion, right? And agents of the state have basically worked to raise you into believing that you have to accept this status under a trust indenture, that you have to be surety for the debt of a foreign corporation. Like you just assume, well, you just get your car registered, right? That's what you do. Well, to register means to give to the crown. Okay, that's the etymological origin of the word. It's regis, like regal, right? It means royalty, crown. And to register is to give your property to the state, the sovereignty, the crown. And a license is actually permission to do something unlawful, meaning that if you don't acquire this permission, it is otherwise unlawful to engage in this act. And I'm going to show you guys a Supreme Court case that absolutely, not only is it destroyed anyway, just in common sense and knowing what natural law is, but the Supreme Court case will most definitely reinforce that understanding. So without further ado, let's watch this guy. Does a good job. Okay. Let's make sure the audio is on.
Not a valid address, though.
I understand that, but this is where I resided.
All right, so you rather keep saying that than
yes, sir.
So he is wrong in using the word. Remember, jurisdiction means law words. Juris means law. Diction, like dictionary, means words. And you don't ever want to say you're a resident anywhere, because a resident means you're a foreigner, not native, right? You want to say you're an inhabitant. But other than that, he does a good job. And the cop's too stupid to know one way or the other anyway.
be cooperative with us. And you want to go to the station tonight and have us tow your car?
Sir, you can do whatever you want. You know, I'm residing. I understand what you're saying, but I reside in the United States of America Republic. I'm not giving any contract.
So you don't live in any house? Any house?
I live in a republic. Yeah, my house is my house is my house. I reside in the United States of America Republic.
All right. So when you apply for a job or apply for something,
I just put USA Republic.
You just put USA Republic.
Yes, sir.
No numerical anything.
No, sir.
USA Republic.
USA Republic, sir. Of the Union States.
Well, in Illinois, which is where you're at right now.
Yes, sir.
Which is part of the United States, you need to have valid registration on a vehicle to drive on a public roadway, which you're on right now.
Yes, sir.
And you also need a valid driver's license to operate a vehicle in Illinois.
I understand that, sir.
So I mean, we'll let you drive away, but you have to give us a valid address.
I understand that.
If not, we're taking you to the station and we'll tow the car.
I understand that, sir. Can I give you the address?
Yeah, but okay, United States Republic is not going to work in our system.
I don't have any other address to drive, sir.
No, you got parents' address, mom, dad.
No, sir.
So he's freaking out. The cop's pissed because he needs to get a hold of that account number in order to create an attachment so the court can generate securities. They need that account number. Your address with the Zone Improvement Program code on it, zip code, which is one of the post-Civil War territorial occupations of the corporation into the several states. He needs that because that's tied to your account number. He needs anything he can get to tie it to your account number, your underwriting Social Security investment account, so that the court can then use your trust as surety to generate their own commercial paper. That's why this is so important. If you do not give them an account number, they cannot generate securities. They can do nothing. They need the name. Okay, they need the name. That's what it is. The name, not your name, not your family given name, your clan name, but they need that corporate trust, the name of the corporate trust that was created. It's called a widely held fixed investment trust under the United States Code. That's what a United States citizen is. There's a non-mortgaged widely held fixed investment trust, which is not you, because if you're a United States citizen, you've been mortgaged by Congress. March 9th, 1933, page 83, second paragraph on the left-hand side says that the notes are worth 100 cents on the dollar because they represent a mortgage on all the homes and all the other property of all the people in the nation. I've shown that ad nauseum on this channel. You're a mortgaged investment trust if you claim 14th Amendment citizenship. There's a reason the 14th Amendment they sold to everybody is like, oh, we're going to protect the rights of newly freed slaves, and anybody else who becomes a 14th Amendment citizen, we'll make sure your state or nobody else can abridge your rights, and we're going to protect your rights. But then the fourth section of that amendment says the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. What the fuck does that have to do with protecting anybody's rights? Nothing. It has nothing to do. It shows the true intention of the 14th Amendment was to expand their net of collateral in order to obtain larger loans from the central banking system and ultimately enslave everybody through debt. And that's another misconception. People think this is about money. It's not. The people who have, first of all, none of us have money. It's all debt securities right now. Secondly, the people who run the show, this whole scheme, they have more money than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. They don't care about the money. It's about the power. That's all money is a medium for, or the debt securities, whatever you want to call it. That's all that is a medium for power. It is a way to monetize time and labor and place you into a state of indentured servitude. It's about power. If they can get a lien on your title and thereby a lien on the title of everything you ever purchased, then they can do dumb shit like this and enforce revenue codes that are designed that this is beneficial use of the property for the investors that have bought your property rights, essentially. And very simplistic way to put it, but that's...
Yeah, they live in the United States Republic.
Yes,
too?
sir.
All right, my man. That's your kid and wife?
Daddy,
Yes, sir.
Daddy, why is that cop such an asshole?
They don't have addresses?
Where do we live at?
Huh?
Where do we live at?
United States of America Republic.
Awesome.
Where do we live at?
United States of America Republic.
I can't wait to go to jail. Ain't no fucking truth. Actually, you understand that?
Look, I hate to say it, but this is a war, and you have to be prepared for that. You have to be prepared that they're going to try to extort you and put you in a cage. And ultimately, if you haven't committed a crime and you know how to stand on the knowledge that we're giving you, you'll get out of it. But you have to be willing to be a soldier. It's what it is. Like, this is the front line right here, the motor vehicle code, the traffic, the whole licensing and registration. This is the front line. As long as people continue to do this in mass, the people who run the show know that everybody's acquiescing to be a slave. And that's a simple fact. If we can get people to start standing on this, take your license plate off your car, put it in your trunk if you're worried about it, right? If you think you're going to cave at some point, don't present your license. Unless you've committed a crime, you do not need to identify. And under common law, the only thing that is a crime is harming someone else or their property. That's it. All violations of contract go through courts of equity. Article 3, Section 2 says that the judicial branch shall have jurisdiction in all cases of law and equity. Makes a distinction between law and equity because law is common law, meaning somebody has to be harmed for there to be a crime, either financially or physically, and equity is the enforcement of contracts. If you knowingly enter into a contract, it can be enforced. That's what court says. That's why we used to have debtors' prisons in the 1800s. Yeah, you got into a contract, you didn't uphold your end of the contract. That's what those courts exist for. They profit off of enforcing the contract. But now they've made that the totality of our law, right? So this is the front lines. He says, I can't wait to go to jail. You know what? We should all be willing to do that, right? And I know you might think that sounds crazy, but when you know what you're talking about, like, you can't be afraid and be free at the same time. You can't, right? Those who sacrifice security or liberty for security deserve neither and will lose both. That's a simple fact. So, oh, well, it'd be much easier just to give him my license. No, fuck that. What did you do? What crime did you commit? Right? You got anything to add to that, Dad?
No, man, got it right on. There's they've got it sewed up with this shit. And what gets me with these cops is they think that they've got authority over people when they don't.
Nope.
You know,
not unless you hurt somebody.
whatever they say is lawful because they represent the law. That's not the case at all. If they tell you to do something, there has to be a law that backs up that command.
And it has to actually be a law, not revenue code. Revenue codes only apply to corporate persons. The corporate persons that were created by the 14th Amendment, including corporations. So you're on the same standing as Walmart in the eyes of the government, but you don't have the same liability. Your freedom and your life can be taken. Can Walmart's freedom and life be taken? No, but they're a United States citizen. They are a United States citizen. These corporations are actually citizens. I can show you guys the case. It was, I'll show you in a little bit. It was like Santa Clara County, whatever, where a judge just made a little opinion and he said, we're not going to argue the question of whether or not corporations have the right of citizenship because we've all already agreed that they do, or some shit like that. And I'll show it in a little bit. I'll pull it up. But yeah, that's where they took that little opinion, the little paragraph in that judge's opinion, and now all these corporations are citizens, and you are a corporation because of it.
The goal is to gain jurisdiction over you. Never give a contractual waiver. Admitting to an address is a contractual waiver.
And this is also considered being disabled.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not
They're trying to establish
it. Even if the status on your passport says what it says.
Some police overstep.
For sure.
Some.
This is exactly what that is.
You guys should be patient. That's why you gotta be calm. You can't argue or nothing. Now, registration would have gave this called realm jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what realm jurisdiction is, it's when the state don't have personal jurisdiction. Realm jurisdiction means when they have jurisdiction over your property, meaning your vehicle. That's what realm jurisdiction is.
Yeah, and I'm surprised NREM is not in here tonight. I know you guys know he's a subscriber. He's usually on here. That's what his name means. It's basically the administration of a trust, or property within a trust is NREM. When you go to these courts, you're in REM, like a district court or whatever. Now, when you get to probate court dealing with like custody and all that stuff, it literally says like the name of the child, it says entitlement because its property is part of a trust. And so you get a title to the child is how it works. And they're actually called issues in law, but it's the probate courts in quasi-REM because they're the ones who bridge the living people into property, basically. That's how that works.
I got to teach you about that too.
So your vehicle is like separate from you.
Yeah.
Sense, right?
Yep. So RAM jurisdiction is when they got jurisdiction over your property, like registration or something like that within the state will give them RAM jurisdiction. RAM jurisdiction, my bad.
Look at the look in his eyes, Dad. He is just fed up with their shit. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I know what I'm talking about, and these ass clowns want to fucking. All right, we'll see what's up.
Ooh, he ain't coming in cold. Don't you know?
They're not coming in like heavy back here.
Let me come on this side. See?
All right.
Hey.
So, that's your wife, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Significant other. Does she have anything valid?
She don't have any contracts with the state. You got?
Okay. So, without your help, you're able to figure out who you are. You have no valid registration, okay? Exactly what you can drive this car. Second thing is you don't have a valid license. So I'm going to give you those 2 tickets. You're going to have a court date.
So both of those are contracts. Registration actually started as a vehicle theft prevention program. That's how they sold that to society. Oh, if you get your vehicle registered, then we can make sure, you know, if it gets stolen, we'll be able to find it because it's registered, right? And you're the one who registered it. And, yeah, that's how they sold it. It's basically like, we'll be able to identify your vehicle. So the theft prevention program, vehicle theft prevention program, is what registration actually is. But then, of course, through control of the education system, mainstream media and stuff like that, they've over time, I believe it was introduced in the 60s, which is when most of this stuff was introduced. Commercial Law, Administrative Procedures Act, all that. That's when we got our modern day district banks, courts, right? So it's a vehicle theft prevention program. It is voluntary. It says it in the original document of the vehicle theft prevention program that it is voluntary. It is not mandatory to register your vehicle. And again, like I said, register means to give to the crown. The license, again, is a contract. I've actually seen court cases where obviously the judges always know what's going on. So does the prosecutor. They have to, because their job is to generate securities and make sure they're not the ones left holding the bag. That you pay the debt, and that's what cops are, compliance enforcement officers. Compliance to the trust indenture. But I've seen court cases where they've lost because they're like, did you sign your driver's license? Well, yeah, I signed my driver. Okay, well, when you signed your driver's license, you agreed to abide by the motor vehicle code. And that's it. That's period. So here's how you get around that. When you sign your driver's license, you sign it UCC 1-308, which is reservation of rights. Okay. And then when it comes to the question of you having signed your driver's license, you simply put, which is responsible businessmen. All commerce being conducted within the United States, and I have this pulled up too. It's under the Trading with the Enemy Act from 1917, amended in 1933 to include everybody within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. Requires license from the president to engage in business, engage in commerce. And that's what your driver's license derives its authority from. Now, with that being said, the way you stay on the right side of that is if you're traveling with your family, you don't need a license. And you signed it UCC 1-308, right? But if you are like a delivery driver, or you drive for your business, or if you drive for business in any capacity, well, then now you are under that contract, under that commercial code. And in fact, it is this foreign corporation that has territorially occupied us will come after you if you're not. That's where you have no standing, if you're engaging in commerce and you don't have the license. So it's prudent, in my opinion, for everybody to have a license, but only use it or present it for commercial purposes. And that's how you frustrate them, because you're using it exactly as it was intended. Do not forget we're under martial law. Okay, like you guys can't. For the very first executive order ever issued was what, Dad? You there?
I am. Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on. There. What? Say it again.
The very first executive order ever issued was what?
Oh, it was one of Roosevelt, or it was wasn't it one of Roosevelt's?
Nope, Lincoln's General War.
Yeah.
The very first, where they all derived their martial law authority. General War.
Roosevelt did more than any other president.
He 100% was instrumental. He did way more damage. Well, no, it's tough to say he did more damage than Lincoln did, but he would have never been able to do what he did if it were not for Lincoln's General War Order #1.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. We're territorially occupied. So UCC 1-308, right? And then it's, if you're engaging in commerce, whatever, that is what it is. But 99% of the time, most of us are not engaging in commerce in our vehicles. And so you should never, ever, when that's the case, you don't have a plate, you don't have the fucking license, and you stand on it. That's how we do this. It's lawful noncompliance.
Okay. You are not allowed to drive off from here. You have to park your car until someone else that has a valid license can drive it.
I got somebody come over.
Someone's coming here.
Yeah, I got somebody coming.
As long as you got someone coming here to pick up your car, that's fine.
With a valid license.
Since none of you guys have valid licenses, none of you guys can drive. You have insurance?
I don't got none of that.
You got none of that. All right, so that's another ticket. So just sit here.
Okay.
Yeah, you cannot convert a right into a privilege. That's what licensing is converting a right into a privilege.
You see how the same thing go?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And usually after they give you the ticket, they're going to pull out. Ain't no tickets to give you. Accept the ticket, rip that shit up, throw it in the garbage.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, do she got valid? Fuck out of here. Listen, nobody in my family will ever have a contract with the state. Didn't sound like that shit was scripted. Didn't sound like that shit was scripted. Didn't sound like that shit was scripted when he's talking.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm like, what the fuck?
Because they have to go back there and converse about it.
Oh, they-
Like talk about it, like how everyone knows, you know.
Okay.
I thought they were gonna take you in.
So they gonna take me in. First I'm gonna get locked up. Then it's illegal. Now we gotta get you a ticket. Fuck out of here.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good, good. My officers talked to you okay?
Yes, sir.
Told you. Hey,
Yes,
how
sir.
are you? Just the little ones asleep?
So the one thing I'm confused about in this video is for the officer to write him a ticket of any kind, he has to have been able to establish his identity. That's the only thing about this. If they don't establish the identity, which ident and indent, like indentured servant, are very similar etymologically, and that's what identity is you're admitting to being indentured. That's the commercial term. So I don't see how this cop can actually write a ticket if he doesn't have access to the account numbers. That's what's interesting. I wonder if this explains it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll try and get you going as quick as we can.
Okay.
All right.
Y'all did
Fair? Sound good?
Yes, sir. Y'all did an amazing job tonight.
I wasn't here, so don't give me any credit. I just got it now. So, all right.
Okay. Have a good day, y'all.
Yep.
Rule number 1, never give jurisdiction. Rule number 2, never give jurisdiction. Rule number 3, never ever give a jurisdiction. Don't ever do it. Don't ever give an address, none of that.
Nothing.
He gonna say, do anybody else got valid identification? I'm like, hold on. I thought the passport is valid identification. So y'all want me to have a contract in the state? No.
There, that answers my question. He must have applied for the passport and got the passport and gave it to him. Here's a simple fact where I disagree with that. And I don't know what you think, Dad. Definitely weigh in on this. But if you haven't committed a crime, don't give them any identification. Why would you? That's your right? That's your Fourth Amendment. So unless you are suspected of committing a crime or have committed a crime, they don't have access to any of your personal information, your property, paperwork, personal effects, nothing. Right?
What is your name? Say, what is your name? I'll tell them. Say, I'm Honky Kong. Fuck you.
Right. Right. One hung low. Right?
There you go.
Yeah.
They're off to go.
It was nice though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he knew exactly what was in that passport, but it was just them trying to like push it.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
That's what they try to do. They try to scare the shit out of you and intimidate you. And you don't know how many of these instances, including instances I've personally experienced, where they'll sit there and they'll hound on you. Well, you got to give me ID or we're going to rip you out of the vehicle in front of your kids and all that shit. And you just stick to it. What crime have I committed? I'm not driving. Driving is a commercial term. Motor vehicle is a commercial term right in the United States Code, which is basically the constitution for the oligarchy. That's what the U.S. Code is. The same way that the Constitution determines the constitution of all the other states, which it shouldn't. But, I mean, to a certain degree, the United States Code is that new constitution for them. And all the states have to adopt and draft commercial law that reflects the United States Code. Okay, 10th Amendment be damned with these people. They don't care about the 10th Amendment. So in the United States Code, motor vehicle is defined as something that's used for commercial purposes. We'll actually look at that right after this video.
But he knew exactly what it said on the passport because he came to the car with such great mannerism.
Yeah.
You know, because if there was anything else, we'd have been on bull. Trying to drag your tail out the car on that type of time.
Let me be a dark-skinned brother with dreadlocks with a driver's license. What they would have threw me on the ground, beat my ass.
Probably.
Y'all need to learn this, brothers. He's just writing out the tickets. He got to write out 4 tickets.
For no license, no insurance,
Mm-hmm.
plates.
Yep.
So if you get a ticket, if you get tickets, if they're somehow able to establish identity, like this guy gave them their passport or whatever, that's still a win, because you're going to go to court and beat it, because you just do not give them jurisdiction. You just don't give them jurisdiction. I want to know the nature and cause of the charges against me, and I have a right to face my accuser. Where's the victim? Who's the victim of this? Me not paying the state, or me not conveying the right of my property to the state to be used as collateral for a debt of a foreign corporation. I don't see that as victimhood. I see that as failed piracy. Right? Or no? I don't know. But
no license, no registration, no insurance. I don't know. That's about it. About three. I think about three. It ain't gonna be no address, nothing on there. Ain't gonna be nothing on there. There's nothing to suspend. There's nothing to revoke. There's nothing to cancel. And just come on, man. It's cold, yo. Super cold out here. Been waiting 43 minutes. Yeah. Been waiting 43 minutes, man. Dang. This is long. It's the longest like do not detain thing ever, y'all.
So what's the difference between the United States of America Republic and lawful delivery? And why should you use?
Because it'll pretty much pull them back a lot. Rule free delivery, it's like they don't know.
So that's the thing is, so the United States Republic is proper because it is denoting, it's actually the continental United States would be the best way to say that, because when you say the continental United States, you're referring to the geographic area that contains the Union of States. So it's recognized as a collective republic. People don't realize, and I don't know if you've ever realized this or not, Dad, but the United States was the first model for the United Nations. Think about it, because each state is its own country.
Yeah.
It is 100%. And so they wanted to create a super nation, which is a conglomerate of nations, confederacy of nations together that are all united on one front, represented together on the world stage. And that's what this country was the dry run for. But obviously that lends credence to the theory that this whole thing was a big experiment perpetrated by the same puppet masters anyway, that they were like, okay, let's see how hard it is to get this collection of individual sovereign nation states together and then convert them into just one big homunculus of a nation and get them to forget their national sovereignty. Right? How hard is that? Well, in my opinion, it was pretty difficult for them, and I don't think they got a snowball's chance in hell of doing it with the United Nations. But after watching that Gen Z kid that my dad pulled up there talking about how do you miss that shot,
there's more. There's more of them. There's a bunch of them.
There's more. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it says, is it, Ethan said, is it true that if you write no contract at the top, the whole thing is null and void?
So, no, not necessarily. That's the whole thing, is they're belligerent and exercising their tyranny in the same way that you have to be belligerent in exercising your rights. So you can try to void the contract and send it back into them, but odds are they're not going to listen to you. The best course of action, which is a huge inconvenience. A lot of us have families. We all have jobs. We have lives. But this is a fucking war. That's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse if we don't start doing this. And this is the front line. And so the best course of action is to go to the courthouse. Ryan Michael Thor. The same thing that he did, exactly how he handled that is how you handle these situations. I mean, that's probably the best example of exercising your rights and preventing them from gaining jurisdiction that I've probably ever seen, and truth, online anyway. And like, he nailed it, and that's what you want to do. We can, let me see if I can find that real quick so we can show in case there's anybody new watching, because this is what if you go to court, that's what I'm saying. If you don't give them any kind of identification, you don't have a license plate on your vehicle or any of that shit, and they don't take you to jail, that's a win. And then you can go to court. That means they know they're wrong enough to not want to assault you or kidnap you or any of that shit, right? So that's a win. And then you go to court, and here, I'm going to find this. That's pretty funny. Then you want to go to court and exercise your rights in this fashion that I'm about to show you guys. So hold on. I should have had it queued up. I don't know why I didn't have this one queued up, interestingly enough. There's actually another one that's pretty good on here too, on my Facebook that I created for the show. Where the fuck is it? Should have been like one of the first ones that I posted. Interesting. So you guys, I did create a Facebook for the show if you guys are interested in a friend requesting to burn the corporate fiction. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one. And yeah, I post nothing but this type of stuff. Here it is. Okay, let me pull that up, pause it. Here we go. Let's watch. This is what you do if you get sent to court. If you have to go to court, and you'll notice there's some key stuff that he says here. He says, "I'm here by special appearance." That's that's a terminology that you use to carefully distinguish the difference between accepting jurisdiction by appearing when you're substance, like or summoned, like a ghost would. Apparitions appear, ghosts appear. Necromancers summon the dead. Okay, that's why they use these words, because you're a non-living corporate entity. He says, "I'm here by special appearance," as in I'm a living person coming down to hell to settle this dispute and make sure that there's no misunderstanding about you not having jurisdiction over me.
My name is Ryan Thor. I'm the living man. I am not the entity known as Ryan Michael Thor, just to clear that. I am here on special appearance under threat, duress, and coercion to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and also personal jurisdiction as well. I filed my paperwork for you on Friday, and the clerk illegally denied it. I went again this morning and filed my paperwork again for you. The clerk again illegally denied it, even though I gave her a notice telling her it's a felony for her not to accept my paperwork. And actually, it's in law, it's considered filed when I gave it to her. So therefore,
it is Title 70 of the revised statutes of the United States, which is almost impossible to find. If you get the revised statutes of the United States, which is the statutes they made post-Civil War, but before the United States Code, you can find it on archive.org, but it will stop before Title 70, because Title 70 delineates crimes and criminal procedures and actually says that it is a crime for a clerk not to accept your paperwork concerning a court case. That is actually a felony for them. That's a gross violation of their duty, their office. So he's 100% right about that.
well, Your Honor, I mean, I'm going to have to ask a few questions first, which first of all is I need to understand the nature and the cause of the charges against me, as well as I need to know, is this a civil jurisdiction or criminal jurisdiction? Criminal. Ryan Thor is the living man. Ryan Michael Thor is the defendant in error. It's the artificial person. So thank you, Your Honor. Let the record of the court show that the action against me is criminal.
Funny thing is, she knows that shit. She knows it. Like, I feel like they're so arrogant and narcissistic that they know this stuff, but they just blatantly pretend like you're so stupid you don't know that's what's going on, which unfortunately is the case for a lot of people. Not that they're stupid, just that they don't have access to the information. But there's a great difference between your name, your family name, and the name that's registered with the United States. They create an entirely different artificial corporation in order to conduct business with you. It's called the Widely Held Fixed Investment Trust. I've said that term a few times, and I want you guys to understand it. Think about what the term widely held fixed investment trust means. It means you're a conduit for investment, and there's many people that hold securities in your name that you're liable for. And that is exactly what this gambit is. So basically, this court has issued securities, which I always forget that maybe there's new people, they don't know what debt securities are. Debt securities are what we call currency. So the Federal Reserve note is evidence of a debt. It's not actually money. Supreme Court has ruled that a promise to pay does not constitute payment. Okay, so it is an IOU where the United States is the liable party to pay the IOU in the future. Now, what the United States Corporation does is they turn around and say, no, the United States citizen is going to be the liable party, right? Because we can't be liable. We're sovereign, right? And so they use the United States citizen as a conduit to issue. So the Federal Reserve note is a security. It's an IOU. Well, so any commercial paper that's not is the equivalent of currency. Any commercial paper that is an IOU that has surety, that has somebody to, let's just say it's a secured party, like a cosigner, basically, but not necessarily. It's collateral. Any debt security that has collateral behind it is accepted as currency. That's the best way to put it. So that's all Federal Reserve notes are. And as I've showed many times on this show, is the Federal Reserve note that we mistakenly call money is backed by the mortgage of your property rights. Okay, all your property, all your homes, and all the other property of all the people in the nation. March 9th, 1933. So that's what gives that value in these psychos' minds. All right. So when the court uses U.S. security in the same fashion that the United States used U.S. security, they issue their own commercial paper. And that's in the form of traffic tickets, bonds, coupons for court fine payments, all this stuff. They generate all this commercial paper and they sell it to private investors. And that's what this court is doing to Ryan Michael Thor. And he's trying to say, like, hey, first of all, you can't do that to me. I'm a living person. I never agreed to contract with you. What you are doing that with is this widely held fixed investment trust that you've created. And you're trying to use it as a conduit to generate securities and then get me, the living person, to pay for those. So your investors buy these from you, and then your investors ultimately want to capitalize off me and my labor and my property. So they buy them from you at a discounted rate and then expect me to pay them back. And basically the court is just the conduit and the cops are just the compliance enforcement officers. That's it.
Now I have another question, because the Constitution grants us two different criminal jurisdictions, okay? One criminal jurisdiction is under the common law and the other is under the criminal jurisdiction of admiralty or military tribunal venue from Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. Well, I need to know which.
So the two types of courts he's talking about, I know my regular subscribers have heard this ad nauseum, but you can never hear it enough. There are two types of courts prescribed by the Constitution. One is the Article 3, Section 2 common law court, where it requires a crime for there to be a victim or a valid, signed, conscionable contract that you agreed to be prosecuted in equity or to be taken to a court of equity. That's why it says the judicial branch shall have jurisdiction in all cases of law and equity, because those are two. Equity is the enforcement of contracts, which brings a new light to the whole term diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Stupid as fuck, because they're talking about enforcing your contracts. And then, so you have that, the common law court, and then you have the Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, congressional courts that they erect for specific purposes. And in this purpose, it's actually for the administration of bankruptcy, which is also under Article 1, Section 8. So this is a congressional military tribunal. And that's what he's asking her. He says, which kind of criminal court is this? Am I under a congressional tribunal or am I under common law? Because I need to know. The rules of procedure are completely different for the two. And when in fact, if she admits to either one, she's going to fuck herself. And that's why he asked that question. When you're asking, you're as king, like David Lester Straight, the scumbag CIA operative, says.
To these two jurisdictions that you intend to try me. It's very important because they're done different ways. The rules of civil procedure are very different in a criminal jurisdiction, obviously for common law and a military. Your Honor, I need to get these other questions answered. I need to know what the jurisdiction is, and I need to know also who the injured party is. The nature and cause of this. I need to know who the injured party is. I need to know who's bringing the claim. Thank you, Your Honor, but I don't think you'd be violating your oath of office by doing your duty under the Constitution. Okay? Your Honor, I just motioned for a dismissal because if this is a criminal jurisdiction, as you're claiming, I need to see a verified complaint and I need from the injured party, and I have to have an opportunity to face my accuser, as you mentioned at the beginning of this entire hearing. So who is the injured party? That's the question. Who's the injured party? Why am I here? I don't understand why I'm here.
He paid $440 and 32 cents.
Yes, that's what he's paid up to be.
All right, so what else here? So he just has count 1 and count 2, and he showed proof of count 3?
Correct.
All right, sir, I'm going to just exercise my discretion under dismiss count 1 and dismiss count 2, and just order the fees that you've already paid to cover court costs. Okay?
So
no charges are pending against you. They've been dismissed in interest of justice.
So I'm letting the record show that.
So she tried to keep his fees because they've already generated the securities and they've already sold the securities to private investors. And so now if she dismisses this case without keeping his fees, then the court has to, because the investor got to get paid no matter what. Right. So that just is what it is. And that's why it's really all about the money, which is not money. It's debt securities. I can't express that enough. It's not fucking money. It's debt securities. We don't have money. Money, lawful constitutional money, is gold and silver. Okay, period. Or a representative, a certificate that's immediately redeemable is a loose interpretation of that and was still questioned when it was first brought into practice. But money is immediately valuable. A promise to pay is not money, but that's what we use for currency. So you have to understand that everything that you consider that you think you buy, you don't actually buy. It's got a lien on it because the very instruments you use to quote unquote purchase it have a lien on it. And that lien is a lien on your property rights. So it's a big circular butt fuckery of us. Like you know what I mean? Yeah. Right? So what better way is there to put it? And, so you go and you bust your ass all day to work for tickets that only exist because your property rights have been mortgaged. And so you're basically financing your own slavery, if you will. And that's the system. That's why I say the traffic code, and that's another thing. You guys, everybody's got to get into their head the differentiation between law and code. Now, code can reflect law if it adheres to what law is, common law, natural law, or constitutional law. But code oftentimes reflects the interpretation of a contractual obligation, which is not law. That's not law unless you agree to be under. It's called the color of law. Okay, that's what the enforcement of contractual obligations are, the color of law. That's why you see the deprivation of rights under the color of law in the United States Code. That is what every single cop does every single time they issue a traffic ticket. If a cop is not acting in an official capacity and arresting somebody for harming a living person, or you know, there has to be a victim, or stealing or whatever, then they are depriving you of your rights under the color of law. And that's all there is to it. So we'll watch this little bit of extra stuff and then
the defendant Ryan Michael Thor with case CMZ 606-406. All charges are dismissed. Is that correct?
And whatever fees were paid are going towards court costs, okay?
Well, those fees are bail and they should be returned after dismissal.
Okay, you know what? I don't have a problem with returning your fees. I don't.
Thank you.
All right. Wait. All right. Have a good day, Mr. Thor.
Thank you, ma'am.
So yeah, she had no choice but to return him, because there's no, what if the charges are dismissed, what is he paying fines for? What would he be for? What? They were dismissed. What are you talking about? No, she wanted to cover those securities that she had already generated. So with that being said, let's take a look at a few definitions. And for this one, we can just share the window, which will make it easier. Ooh, it's a bottomless pit, endless hole.
We're falling.
Yeah. So the United States, by their own code, is a federal corporation. I've shown this ad nauseum. It's not just a federal corporation. It was originally a company. And a company, the difference between a company and a corporation is a company has the royal charter to wage war, colonize, and do all the things that a government does. All these companies listed on the company house have that potential ability, and the United States of America is listed on this house, or on this the company's house. So has one active beneficial owner, which is not you or me, obviously. Its full name is the Government of the United States of America, right? And its correspondence address, 339 Elms Lane. See, before, when the government, or when the United States company was originally created, they didn't have this company's house. So it was just issued by letters patent from the king or prince, however you want to look at them. So they did change this, which I find interesting. I don't know if this is a Mandela or something they can just alter, but this used to say 3rd of July, 1776, and now it says 2nd of July. I'm pretty sure you can go in my old videos from like 6-7 months ago.
It used to be the 3rd. What the fuck?
Right. It used to be the fucking 3rd. Yes, it did. And so, but 1776 shows you this company was formed and then declared its independence because it didn't exist. So you have to put that in perspective. This company literally went and obtained letters patent from the very same royalty that just 2 days later they declared their independence from. I mean, does it take Scooby-Doo to figure that one out?
It might.
Right.
It's going to be the old caretaker, though, every time.
Was the crown not complicit? Do you think that, oh, you want to form this new company? You're no longer colonies. You want to form an actual company, and you want me to grant you a letter patent to be that company. But I'm sure there's nothing, you're not planning on rebelling or anything, right? Yeah, no, bullshit. This was obviously planned. That's what this proves right here, in my opinion. What do you think, Dad?
Of course, the great experiment.
Right, the great experiment.
I mean, there was already unrest. Look, there was already unrest in the colonies amongst the people. Okay. There were people that were organizing together and grabbing tax collectors and tarring and feathering them and collecting back their taxes and shit like that. And what they did is they just took over the opposition, became the opposition. That's it. They shut it right down. Because if you look at it, it was organic, and then it was co-opted by who? The elites. Absolutely, 100%. The wealthy and the rich. Boom, right in there. Look at the signers. Look at all these people.
I actually share that. I share that same opinion. I do think it was organic initially, and I think that this was the most brilliant form of Jones Plantation style damage control. Right. I do think that's a very accurate assessment for sure. that there was growing unrest, and people are like, wait a minute, why are we going to listen to these people that are, thousands of miles away from us across an ocean? And so the Elites, as you so eloquently put it, this was their solution to it. And so here you have it. This is why this company was always caged in to this. That makes more sense now, right? Because it's English. It was supposed to provide a utility, right? It was supposed to be a representative, international trade and treaties. It was supposed to be a utility for the several sovereign nation states to use, right? Now check this out, guys. We've got United States business. The term United States business means a United States citizen. So what's another way to say that, Dad?
Slave.
Well, you could also say the term United States citizen means a United States business.
Well, yeah, you're actually a member of that corporation.
Right. Well, it's synonymous.
Franchise of it.
There's no legislation. There's no kind of codes to differentiate a citizen that is a business and a citizen that is a living person. There's not, because they're all businesses. Every single one of them are businesses. See what I'm saying? So
but aren't they kind of like more like franchises of the same corporation? Each one kind of like your Habib owning the 7-Eleven, and I'm Hakmu owning a 7-Eleven, but we're all still 7-Eleven.
That's exactly right, actually. Yeah. So it's actually even called in many Supreme Court cases when, say, like Oklahoma was a federal territory, the way that the court recognizes the people coming to court under their jurisdiction is it recognizes them as elective franchises, meaning you own a share in the company. You're an elective franchise. You represent the business, and you're able to, you've secured one vote regarding its administration or government, right? And that's what an elective franchise is. So yes, you're an elective franchise. That's why registering to vote is shooting yourself in the foot. If you say I'm not a 14th Amendment citizen, but you go register for a fucking voting share in this company, yeah, you shot yourself in the foot. You'd be like, well, you're registered to vote. What do you mean? You're an elective franchise of this business. So you definitely are under this, The biggest defense that we all have is the fact that they've done what they've done with this commercial law system through fraud and coercion. So fraud vitiates all contracts. So does coercion, which is a form of fraud. Vitiates all contracts. Done. Dead. But you have to be able to prove the fraud, which is what I'm trying to help you guys be able to do now. And this is right in the United States Code. Now, let's look at driving. We'll look at location of debtor. Yeah, we'll look at location of debtor real quick. Subsection H, location of the United States. This is in the Uniform Commercial Code, by the way. And this is location of debtor. So this means the main debtor of this whole bankruptcy is the United States Corporation. And where's the debtor located? The United States is located in the District of Columbia. That means if you're a United States citizen, what are you saying? You're saying I'm from the District of Columbia. That's my native nation state. I'm from the District of Columbia. So,
sorry, I just got back. I had to pee.
No, that happens. But yeah, if the United States is located in the District of Columbia, then, and this is location of the debtor, talking about the debtor, location of debtor, the debtor, right? The United States is located in the District of Columbia. So if you say you're a United States citizen, what are you saying? I'm located in the District of Columbia, or I'm a native to the District of Columbia. That is who I am doing business on behalf of, which makes the Organic Act, it takes the Organic Act and puts it in an entirely new light. You know what I mean? So let's look at motor vehicle. Here's motor vehicle. Okay, for anybody who's curious, this is Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 31, under definitions. Okay, and it's subsection 6. says the term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes. And see, this is how you know that it derives its authority from the Trading with the Enemy Act, because the Trading with the Enemy Act specifically governs and controls commerce between the United States and what it perceives to be enemies of the state. And so when Roosevelt expanded this to include everybody within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, which would be now all the states, not only did he declare you to be an enemy of the state, but he makes it so you have to have a license to engage in commerce, which when we think about it, makes sense. You have to have a business license. You have to have a driver's license. Both those things are directly related with commerce. And so it says, and used for commercial purposes. So for your automobile, for your contrivance, for your personal conveyance, which would be the best way to say it, to be a motor vehicle, by definition, it has to be used for commercial purposes, right? And so now what I find interesting about cornell.edu is they've even underlined it, which allows you to click on it, which I have. And it says, this is what used for commercial purposes means. The term used for commercial purposes means the carriage of persons or property for any fare, fee, rate, charge, or other consideration, which consideration means benefit or detriment experienced by a contract, means in order for a contract to be valid between me and my dad, I give him consideration, he gives me consideration, we both receive equal consideration, which makes the contract binding. Or directly or indirectly in connection with any business or other undertaking intended for profit. That's commercial purpose. So your conveyance, whatever you travel in, is not a motor vehicle unless it's being used for commercial purposes. Makes sense, right? It says it right there. It doesn't say and can be used for commercial purposes or used for commercial purposes. No, it says and used for commercial purposes, as we see right here, and used. So in order for it to be a motor vehicle, what is the code called? It's the motor vehicle code, right? So it is only governing commerce and commercial interactions, nothing else. So in order for your conveyance to be a motor vehicle, it has to be used for commercial purposes. Now, if you're delivering pizza for Jimmy John's, you don't have much of an argument. But if you're taking your family to the park, the cops can go suck a dick. And that's pretty much how that works out, right? So let's take a look at the Emergency Banking Act. The original Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917, Section 5, right? So Section 5B, I want to say. So this gets a little confusing for people, and I get it, because it's written in a different language. So yeah, it's Section 4, Section 5B right here. So Section 5A, Section 5B right here, that the president may investigate, regulate, or prohibit. Oops, hold on. Yeah, okay, it's shown. I didn't think it was shown. The president may investigate, regulate, or prohibit under such rules and regulations as he may prescribe by all means of licenses or otherwise any transactions in foreign exchange, which Federal Reserve notes are foreign exchange. Commercial paper from the banks that pretend to be court is foreign exchange. But when this was written, doesn't apply to us yet, as we'll read. By means of, all transactions and any transactions in foreign exchange, export, export or earning or earmarkings of gold or silver coin, bullion, or currency, transfers of credit in any form other than credits relating solely to transactions to be executed wholly within the United States. So that right there excluded the United States and its territories from this licensing provision for commerce. Okay, so, and that's the important part. And transfers of evidences of indebtedness or of ownership of property between the United States and any foreign country. So transfer of evidence of indebtedness would be me exchanging Federal Reserve notes to you for something in exchange, all I'm giving you is evidences of indebtedness. But when this was enacted, there weren't Federal Reserve notes. They were gold and silver certificates. We were still operating with quasi-lawful money where they could be redeemed immediately. Don't even get me started on the whole paper money thing. But yeah, so that's the important part. So whether enemy, ally, or whether enemy, ally of enemy, or otherwise, or between residents of one or more foreign countries, which all states are foreign countries to the United States company. That's why it was squared in to that 10 square mile block of the District of Columbia, because we are all foreign to the United States, and the United States is foreign to us. Michigan is foreign to Virginia, and Virginia is foreign to Georgia. It's just how it works. It's so this is how they set this up, but because people have been so brainwashed by Rockefeller education, they don't understand the distinction or what's actually being said. So when we jump over to the Emergency Banking Act of 1933, when they mortgaged your property rights and stole the gold of all the American people under the Gold Confiscation Act, we look at what this Emergency Banking Act specifically amended, and it says the actions, regulations, rules, licenses, orders, and proclamations heretofore or hereafter taken, promulgated, made, or issued by President of the United States or the Secretary of the Treasury since March 4th, 1933, pursuant to the authority conferred by Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917, which was this one, right? And notice how they don't call it Trading with the Enemy Act. They call it the Act of October 1917, right? That's how they do that. It says, as amended are hereby approved and confirmed. So the subdivision that I literally just read to you guys is specifically what they amended, and this is where they derive all their licensing authority. It says, during time of war or during any other period of national emergency declared by the president, which could be the banking crisis, for instance, or it could be 9/11, or it could be what just happened over the last 3 years, could be Nixon did it. They all do it regularly. The president may, through any agency that he may designate or otherwise, investigate, regulate, and prohibit under such rules and regulations as he may prescribe by means of licenses or otherwise, any transactions in foreign exchange, which is what all transactions are with Federal Reserve notes of indebtedness. The United States is foreign to the states. The Federal Reserve is foreign to both the United States and the states. And that is the culmination of all transactions right there, right? Transfers of credit between payments by banking institutions as defined by the president, and export, hoarding, melting, or earmarking of gold or silver, coin or bullion or currency by any person within the United States. So see, now it didn't exclude, like over here, the Trading with the Enemy Act, Section 5B. Let's see, 5B right here. It says, other than credits relating solely to transactions to be executed wholly within the United States. They altered that. And I know this is mind numbing for you guys, and I know it just sounds like bloobity blah, blah, but this is so important to really understand. So it excluded transactions within the United States in 1917, and then Roosevelt changed the wording, or whoever was actually behind Roosevelt, and says that it's by any person right here, by any person within the United States or subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And the president may require any person engaged in any transaction referred to in this subdivision to furnish under oath complete information relative to thereto, including the production of any books, account, contracts, letters, or other papers in connection therewith in the custody or control of such person, which is how they violate the Fifth Amendment as well through the income tax and the Form 1040. Like this right here, you're an enemy of the state. And this is where they derive their licensing authority. This is the source of power for the motor vehicle code, for hunting licenses, for fishing licenses, for all this stuff, right? This is the source of authority, is Trading with the Enemy Act, because you are an enemy of the state. You're foreign to the United States. You're foreign to the Federal Reserve, and they're foreign to each other. And now because it's a state of emergency, which here, let's pop over to this one. Black. Hold on. Senate report. Senate report 1973, November 19th. A majority of the people, and this is Senate report 93-549 PDF. You can get it on the congressional congress.gov. You can get it from archives.org. It's everywhere. It says a majority of the people of the United States have lived all their lives under emergency rule. For 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have, in varying degrees, been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. So what's 40 years from 1973? 1933. And the very instant, like where we're talking about they mortgaged your property rights and stole your gold and all this stuff, yes. We've actually been under a state of martial law since the Civil War, but it has really taken tyrannical leaps and bounds since 1933. They kind of tried to ease it in because I think they didn't want another civil war. And they started brainwashing successive generations to accept certain things as normal, like carpetbagger courts and United States citizenship, for instance. It says the problem of how a constitutional democracy reacts to a great crisis, however, far antedates the Great Depression. As a philosophical issue, its origins reach back to the Greek city-states and the Roman Republic. That's because this is all Roman law. It's being perpetrated by the church, and that's where it goes back to. It's the very law that they instituted in the first place. So, a little sidetracked. I'm probably making a lot of people's eyes glaze over with the shit I'm talking about. So let's try to take a break and let's watch. You ever seen the movie Trading Places, Dad?
Yeah, I love that movie. Come on, I'm from all the Eddie Murphy shit in the 80s was the bomb, man.
Yeah, he was awesome back then. Actually, Michelle, I got her she had never seen Beverly Hills Cop. Can you believe that?
No way. Come on.
And she loves the 80s. Yeah, we just watched that movie's awesome. All three of them are. They just made that new one, Axel F or whatever. I'm a little nervous to watch it because Eddie Murphy's not what he once was.
It's a nostalgia trip, basically. It's kind of a good story, but you know, they're never going to be able to recapture that shit. You know, the way it was played out back in the day, it was the best. I mean, what's the one where Nick Nolte was a cop and had to take him out of jail?
48 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking movie is the bomb, man. That is so funny. That is one of the best. And some of Eddie Murphy's shit, like we watched, what was it? We watched Raw about a week or so ago. And I'm sitting there watching that shit, and I'm like, there is no way in hell that he could ever do that routine today. No way.
I actually agree with you. He's just a different person altogether.
I mean, just the material that he did was no way would that fly today.
Because
not a bit.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
See, that's why Gen Xers are like some of the toughest fucking people. We don't get offended by shit. We grew up with shit like that, you know? We learned to laugh at that dumb shit, you know?
Being offended by that shit is very first world problems. They're very first world problems. Like, it's so dumb. And that's how I put that stuff in perspective. Like, every time I hear somebody bitching about being called the wrong pronoun or something, I'm like thinking about the people starving to death in Africa or fucking Indonesia.
I'm laughing at them. I'm like, oh, you should not have told me that stupid shit triggers you, because I'm going to use it now. I like watching people get triggered over stupid shit. It amuses me. It really does. It may be kind of sick, but I get amused by that. If there's something that stupid, and that's why I am founding member and president of an organization called POOP, which is an acronym for people offended by offended people. In fact, I'm so hardcore that my being offended offends me. You get it? You know, I mean, it's just fuck. So you can be a member of POOP if you'd like to. Just sign up at my email address.
We've been on for 2 hours, and I just now got a notification that I started streaming on Rumble. So,
well, there you go. They're getting shit out in a timely manner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not shadow banned at all. So the reason I brought up Trading Places was because Aaron Russo, who died of, I believe it was bladder cancer, but I mean, you know, they can make anything look like anything. I run the risk of sounding too conspiratorial, but when you watch this interview that I'm about to show you guys, and then you look at the shit he said about Nick Rockefeller and how they invited him into the club and said, what do you care about all these people? They're peasants. Like, you belong up here with us. And Aaron Russo, who actually is Jewish, believe it or not, surprised me too, I know, had such a good heart that he declined, and he told him, like, you guys are fucking psychos and you're sick and I'm not gonna. But here's when he first started to wake up to all this stuff. It's an interview with the former IRS commissioner Sheldon Cohen, and he brings up basically what I just said about I'm sure he didn't know that it was from the Trading with the Enemy Act, but where they say you need to furnish under oath all documents relating to your business and commercial activity through the Trading with the Enemy Act. That's what the 1040 is from the IRS. That's their implementation of that part of the enactment. So we're going to watch Aaron Russo corner this guy in a very humorous fashion. It's about 10 minutes long, so all right. Oops.
Some people that
That's true.
Needed to call my message machine.
Hi, this message is for Aaron Russo. This is Anthony Burke at the Internal Revenue Service. Let me suggest some people that you might want to think about talking to. One would be Don Alexander, who's a former commissioner who's here in town in Washington. Another would be Sheldon Cohen, who is both a former commissioner and former chief counsel. All those guys, I think, can answer your question about, where in the tax law it says that you have to pay taxes.
Wow, good news, I thought. So I called Sheldon Cohen because he used to be the IRS commissioner. He wrote the tax code, and he was also general counsel to the IRS. He is a true expert, and I couldn't find a better person to answer my questions. He graciously agreed to my interview. The reason I'm doing this documentary is because there are many people in America today who believe that there's no law that requires them to pay an income tax or file a 1040. And there are many people going to jail for it, fighting over it.
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
I think it should be clarified. I think government should be transparent to the people. Why doesn't the IRS commissioner sit down with them and just explain it in clear English? Why?
I don't think they really care. I think they're just playing word games.
You don't think they're sincere people?
No, I don't think they're sincere people.
What does voluntary compliance mean? And why does the IRS code say it's voluntary to comply, not mandatory?
Exactly.
That's a word euphemism we use. We use voluntary compliance when we talk about traffic signals.
That slimy Jew fucker.
At 2 o'clock, you stop at a red light.
Yeah.
Is there a cop there?
Sometimes I don't.
Well, I do. And most of us do. Most of us do.
Right.
But that's voluntary compliance.
That was a complete perversion of logic.
Yes, it was.
Traffic laws state that it is mandatory to stop at a red light. The IRS code says it's voluntary to comply. Mandatory and voluntary are the complete opposite of each other. Yet he wants us to believe that they mean the same thing.
Interestingly enough, it's come to my attention that in Black's Law Dictionary, mandate actually implies voluntary consent. Like it's very deceptive. So I could see them saying mandatory, but meaning it in the sense of voluntary, but you're not supposed to know that, and they're not going to enforce it like you know that, because they're deceptive wordsmiths that, and dude, that was the slimiest, sniveling fucking Jew fuck answer I've ever heard in my life, right?
Very disgusting.
So can the government criminally prosecute somebody of information put on their 1040?
Yes.
Right, so doesn't that violate the Fifth Amendment?
No.
But the Fifth Amendment says I don't have to do anything that incriminates myself.
Well, it doesn't incriminate you to put
What?
your income down.
But you said before I could be put in jail for it. The commissioner wants us to believe that although the IRS demands that you fill out the 1040 and you can go to jail for it, that they are not violating your Fifth Amendment rights of self-incrimination. That is absurd. Isn't it true that the word income is not defined anywhere in the Internal Revenue Code?
Yeah, it's a made up fucking word. What's the outcome then?
The law says that the government has a right to tax income from any source derived.
So, but the word income is not defined in the code. It just says income without a definition of what income is.
That's right.
Correct?
Yeah.
But there are many different kinds of taxes. Well, how can an American citizen know what income is if the code doesn't define it? If they're paying an income
Because
tax,
the courts have all defined it.
Do you remember what constitutional attorney Edward Vieira said?
The definition of income in the Constitution was given in the Eisner versus Montgomery case, and it turns on gains or profits that are made from some activity.
So the Supreme Court has ruled income is not wages, it's not labor.
And specifically the profits experienced by a corporation. So the whole income tax actually stems from the Corporate Tax Act of 1909. And remember how I just went on ad nauseum about how they turned you into a corporation by getting you to claim 14th Amendment citizenship. Then they had that case where they said that corporations are legal persons and have citizenship. And then it was just a small jump to get all people to be corporations. That's why they're taxing you as a fucking corporation, not as a living person. Yes, living people have the right to their own property. Corporations, on the other hand, are subject to the Corporate Tax Act of 1909. So that's how they do that.
It's gain from corporate activity. I believe that a man's labor is his private property.
That's your view, but it's not the law.
The Supreme Court's even said your labor is your private property. When I go to work for somebody, it's a trade. It's an even exchange. I do some work, you give me some money.
In 1916, we had the Bruchaber case and the Stanton case. And the Bruchaber case and the Stanton case said that the 16th Amendment gave the government no new taxing power.
I'm not going to argue the niceties of that with you.
And it came up again in a case called Peck versus Lowe, where the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment did not extend Congress's taxing power to any new or accepted subjects. In other words, if you weren't taxable before the 16th, you weren't taxable after the 16th.
Today, I interviewed a juror, who sat on a case, and they found the person not guilty for lack of filing. Okay? And I asked her why they found him not guilty. And she said, because the IRS couldn't show us the law that made him liable to file a 1040.
All they need to do, if there is a law, is to show us the law, which of course they never did,
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
because there is no law.
Title 26 requires you to file a return.
But doesn't Title 26 have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court decisions?
You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
I've literally had a lawyer use that argument against me. He says that's old law. There's no fucking such thing as old law. Law builds upon itself. You can't have this law in existence and then down the road have something in complete opposition to it. It's not that. No, it doesn't work that way at all. That's the dumbest shit anybody can say. And I don't know why these fuckers insist on, oh, you can't apply old stuff to this. Well, no, that's what it's there for us to apply it to this. And just because you're wrong doesn't mean that you can't say it doesn't apply. Right? Yeah, fucking idiots.
I can't believe what I just heard. Rewind.
You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
Remember he said earlier the Internal Revenue Code was authorized by the 16th Amendment?
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
Remember, the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment did not give the government any new taxing power. These decisions have never been overturned. Let's listen further. Can the lower courts overrule the Supreme Court?
No.
How are they putting people in jail today for not paying a tax on their labor when the Supreme Court said they don't have to? Doesn't the IRS code have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court? That's my big
Aaron,
question.
this is a waste of time.
Well,
Because whatever I say, you're not going to believe.
He's right. I don't
No
believe
shit.
him. And neither should you. He wants us to believe we should obey the IRS code, which is being enforced in violation of the many Supreme Court decisions. If the Supreme Court made a decision.
Thank you, Aaron. I think we're finished.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, you're doing that.
Well, I'm sorry that you constantly re-argue the point. You're liable because the law says that you're liable, and the courts say the law says you're liable, and that's why you're liable.
You see, he's talking about the lower courts, who are not in compliance with the Supreme Court, as they have to be. Doesn't the court have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court?
The Supreme Court has so held.
Where?
You caught me unprepared.
Here's the thing, too. Now, the Supreme Court isn't actually making rulings regarding law. It's regarding equity. It's Rule 2 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. They derive their authority the same understanding that they have, whatever they make up and interpret in their minds of law, allows the Supreme Court to make guidelines regarding equity, as opposed to interpretations of law regarding common law. Now, all the Supreme Court does is make guidelines regarding equity, which, again, if you guys have been listening, and I hope I drive this home to you, equity is not law. Equity is the enforcement of contracts. That means whatever the contract says is law in equity. And that's all. That's why the Constitution makes a very distinct difference between, or it shows a very distinct difference between law and equity. It says the judicial branch shall have jurisdiction in all cases of law and equity. If law and equity were the same thing, they wouldn't have to make the distinction. They're not. It's the enforcement of fucking contracts. That's all we're discussing here. That's why he's getting so frustrated, is because he didn't expect Aaron to be so. First of all, he didn't expect Aaron to be against him. He's like, oh, this is my fellow Jew, rich guy in Hollywood. This is going to be a fluff piece. And then when Aaron started hammering him, he's like, well, I'll be able to snow him over. No, Aaron knew what the hell he was talking about. And now this guy the Supreme Court has so held, and then nothing for a while because he doesn't know what the fuck to say. Yeah, you're extortionists. That's it.
Aaron,
I'll come back.
Well, I don't want to do that.
But let me ask you a hypothetical question.
No. You're making silly arguments here.
Why is the Supreme Court decision a silly argument?
Well, because it's inapplicable.
That made my heart stop.
Yeah.
He just said Supreme Court decisions do not apply to the IRS. It's
basically like the Vatican has retaken over the country through debt and all that common law stuff, that it's not applicable anymore. That's like what he's trying. He lives on such a high cloud above reality, and most wealthy people do. They live in this dream world of it's them and then peasants who make their life good. And that's pretty much, it's inapplicable. What do you mean? It's basically you're unwittingly admitting to the fact that the Vatican, or maybe he doesn't, well, he has to know that's the Vatican because he's IRS, but that the Vatican has recaptured the United States.
The behavior you would expect from a totalitarian country, maybe China or Russia or Cuba, not from America. They're just making up the law as they go along. Now I knew the tax honesty movement was right.
They're literally a bunch of mafia goombas. They're extortionists. It is literally a criminal organization. It's a criminal racket. And at the top, that's literally how these guys act. It's just a fucking criminal racket. They are professional extortionists under the color of law. Like, you don't question the system that lines our pockets. And that's where we're at with this. That's why the motor vehicle code is the front line of defense. Take your fucking plate off, put your license away, and tell the cop to go suck a fat one.
The IRS thrives on intimidation and fear, not by law. It's no different than a criminal protection racket using force to extract your money from you. Then the former IRS commissioner, now working at a prestigious Washington law firm, threatens me. Watch.
Aaron, you understand Yiddish. Cornish to helfen.
For those of you who don't understand Yiddish, that means nothing will help you.
Yeah.
Now it
Threatens
all
him in
became
Yiddish.
clear. I understood why the IRS wouldn't go on camera.
Which is their amalgamation Jew language, whatever. It's like a mix between like German and I don't even know. Something like that. I've heard several things. But Yiddish, yeah, threatens him, says nothing will help you. Right on camera. The fucking gall of this guy. The audacity. Like nobody's going to be able to translate that ever. Like this interview is not good. The IRS commissioner literally just threatened Aaron Russo for asking legitimate questions. What? What do you say? Cornish Yelfin? How does that even mean nothing will help you? I don't even know how to etymologically interpret that as very interesting.
And talk about where the law was. I understood why all the senators I called refused to be interviewed. There is no law. And now you know what our political leaders and the courts have known for decades and have tried to cover up. The United States Constitution strictly forbids a direct, unapportioned tax on the wages and salaries of American citizens. The United States Supreme Court has consistently ruled that the income tax is a tax on profits and gains, not on labor and wages. On behalf of the American people, I challenge the IRS to show me a statute that allows a direct, unapportioned tax on the wages and labor of the American.
Well, it actually makes sense when you think about profits and gains, not labor and wages, because a corporation cannot labor. Corporation cannot labor, can it? No. How does it labor? It's non-living. It can't infuse its life essence, and that's what labor. So when you get to the fundamental property rights, which are that to me is the foundation of natural law, natural rights, is your right to property, is when you labor towards something, because without your right to property, you have no freedom. That's literally slavery. If somebody else has the right to your property, you're a slave. Somebody else has the right to the fruits of your labor, you're a slave. And that's a mind-blowing understanding when you actually see it that way. If somebody else has the first right to the fruit of your labor, then you're a slave. You're only free when you have the first rights to the fruit of your labors, and then you choose what to do with them, then you're free. But when somebody can reach in and take money out before you even get it, it's not freedom. But when you labor towards something, and this is where the understanding, if you read like John Locke and William Blackstone stuff, this is where the understanding comes from. When you labor towards something, you infuse it with your own life essence, and that's why it becomes your property. So like take like a stick, for instance, right? You take like a big long stick and you whittle it. Yeah, there's an old-timey word, right? Whittle it into a staff. That staff is now your property because it has your creative essence. You took natural raw material, you labored towards it, and it now contains a piece of you, your design, your creative essence in it. And that's why your labor is your property. Corporations cannot labor. They don't have life essence to infuse other than what they steal from the human batteries that are powering it. That's why, honestly, I've said many times, get rid of the banks and the bar association if you want to fix the country. But if you want to fix the world, get rid of corporations. We don't need this concept of a shell that you can hide behind to escape personal liability. That's all a corporation is so that you can be fucking Pfizer and do the shit that you've done and nobody goes to jail or gets executed. That's all a corporation is. It's a way to escape personal liability for evil. What do you think about that, Dad?
Absolutely, man. They even got the little specter of death on their letterhead, man. Their little symbol.
You talking about Pfizer?
No, I'm talking about the IRS.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. As a Grim Reaper holding scales, weighing you against the feather of truth, which again goes back to Egyptian, Osirian, African mythos, which, yeah. So I agree with you on that.
People. And if I'm wrong, I will give my most humble apologies to the IRS. If the IRS is wrong and there is no law, then every person who's been jailed should be let out of jail immediately, and any assets seized should be returned to their rightful owners. If this is a nation of laws and a free country, then the IRS should show the law to the American people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so let's I see we have Ethan backstage. Let's bring him up. What's going on, man?
What's good, you guys? How are you?
What's up, brother?
Hey, what I have, my story's a bit off topic, so just like I'll just hang till the end, and if we have
Shit,
time,
I'm putting you backstage, bro. You're detract. No,
Cool.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
That's cool.
No, what's up though? What do you got to share with us?
No, it's like really off topic. I don't want to.
Bro, you're good. It's kind of free form right now. I'll bring it back to topic. I think I found that video about Aaron Russo talking about Nick Rockefeller. I want to show everybody in a little bit anyway. So I'll bring it back around. What do you got to share with us?
All right, so this week I jumped on Nachikita's stream, and because someone had brought up taxes and money and this whole, they were like vaguely touching on this topic, this conversation, and so I jumped on his stream and I got into like this crazy argument with this guy who runs his own live stream. And he was like talking trash and like saying I was wrong.
You mean he just has a channel, or?
Yeah, he's got his own channel, and he just happened to be on Notch's panel. Well,
Okay.
he and another guy were they had some opinions about some things, but the whole conversation was, it's like the whole conversation of taxes and taxation is just like, it's basically irrelevant because taxes are unconstitutional and the money we have is debt notes. And everyone was like arguing about it. And I wanted to end the whole thing because I was like, this conversation sucks because it's completely irrelevant. Well, this guy started talking trash to me, and then I went off. I like kind of lost my cool a little bit. I didn't lose my mind. I lost my cool. And we were just like firing back and forth. And I was like, dude, I'm not wrong about this. And I was just like dropping all these definitions on him. And everyone was like, oh my God, this chat was going crazy. So then the guy makes a hit piece. Was going to make a hit piece about me the next day and on his stream. And he was calling me a Fed boy. And they were saying that my umbrella was federal. So this is my Fedbrella, just so everyone in the chat knows now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Totally federal.
And so, very federal. So, from Lowe's. Lowe's Federal Home Improvement.
Around it. Yeah.
You know what? I just might. Okay, so the guy starts making the hit piece, and he starts the video, the review, and his chat is like supporting these, like they're like backing me up. And I'm just like lingering in the chat. I'm just lurking. I'm in the background. No one knew I was there. And then someone jumps on his stream, is like, hey, I just want to let you know, Flo, like Ethan's right about this. Check it out. And then the guy starts breaking all this stuff down. What's that?
It was Flow State?
Yeah, which the story gets good. And I'm not knocking Flow State at all, not even a little. So he goes, Ethan's right. And he starts breaking all this stuff down, connecting the birth cert to the SSN to the Federal Reserve. And the stream goes for 2.5 hours. I'm watching it go down, and Flow State's just listening. So for 2.5 hours, so for like an hour and a half on Notch's stream and then 2.5 hours on Flow State's stream, 2 days in a row, everyone's talking about this stuff. And then the stream was winding down to the end, and he goes, "Hey, if I don't get $40 by the end of the third hour, I'm gonna kill the stream." So I donated $30, and no one and Flow State didn't notice, but the whole chat's going ballistic. They're like, "Ethan, get in there!" They were like fired up, like everyone thought it was going to be a total showdown. So about 10 minutes goes by, and Flow State sees my name on there. He goes, "Holy shit, I didn't fucking notice. Ethan, get in here!" And the chat goes nuts, right? So they thought it was going to be a total WWF, like Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Undertaker WrestleMania. But then I got in there and I was like, "Hey, just wanted to apologize that, that I like was like super inappropriate the way I like bludgeoned my way in and like was talking trash and everything." And
you were right. I say you were right though.
I was, but I didn't want to be. I wanted to be very humble about it because, in one regard, Flow State was right. I didn't have any evidence. I wasn't on my computer. I was on my phone. I didn't have any of the code. I mean, I did have the codes, but like they weren't coming up. It was tough. It was a bad way to present the info. It seems bad. I'm getting a little feedback from whoever just jumped in. If you could mute up real quick.
I helped two guys who were in bankruptcy.
I got him. There you go.
Thank you.
I'll unmute you when he's finished.
Appreciate it. Okay, so so Flow State and I patched things up, and it ended up being like a 5-hour stream all about security, sovereignty, the money system of the world, the whole bit. Then Notch ended up having another stream. We started talking about it again the next day for another 4 or 5 hours, and Flow State jumped on that one and was like, "Hey, I just want to let everyone know Ethan's not a Fed boy." And it was kind of rad at the end. So it ended up being a good story, and I ended up subbing to Flow State because I actually kind of like his channel. He's got a good channel, but it was intense. We definitely locked horns, and it was gnarly. But it's funny because the whole conversation was about everything you're talking about tonight, and also your boy in the chat. I think his name is Golden Guardian or Golden Heart Guardian.
Yeah,
I don't have my chat up right now.
Yeah, it was.
He made a good point tonight. He said, "This is the only conversation that matters, this and Flat Earth." And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely."
That's literally what I say on this channel. It's So I don't know. Apparently, he didn't want to just wait a second, but that's fine. That's why I usually don't open up the stream anyway. Maybe he had something pertinent. He looked like he might be a little irritated. Not really sure if he wants to come back up. He's more than welcome, but that's why I don't.
Was that Golden Heart?
No, I don't think so. His name was, I don't even remember now. It was regular name, but he looked a little irritated from his camera. I don't know. But that is true. Is the two. So I said this when I did the Satanic Experiment, which got a lot of views, got like 1,700. It's awesome. Appreciate you guys. But these are the only two arguments or two subjects that matter. They're not even arguments. It's you have truth and then you have people who oppose truth. And Flat Earth opens the door, or the globe lie rather opens the door for them to be able to institute this commercial system. Because when you have faith in a creator and you know that you're not on some spinning whirly speck of dust in a vast expanse of nothing in a physically impossible vacuum and all that stuff, right? When you know there's a creator and you're created, you know that there's a set of laws that supersede anything that man could ever put down, right? And you know that. But the moment you're disconnected from that, maybe you think that temporal power is all that there is. If you think that, okay, maybe we evolved from monkeys and like, hey, this guy in a suit on my television is the highest authority around here and I should probably do what he says because he knows what he's talking about. That's what they count on. That's the only way this can happen. When commercial law, so the globe separates you from natural law. That is its intention. That's its design. That when we look at when the globe was really put forth, it was during the Protestant Reformation. And what happened during the Protestant Reformation was people had access to the law themselves. Now, whether or not, you're Christian I don't consider myself a Christian. I don't even think Jesus would be Christian. His name's not even Jesus, for example. It's Yeshua. So, but the Bible is the oldest history book and the most complete collection of laws if you know how to read it. And when you're separated from that, because the common law is derived directly from the Bible. It is. Common law is derived directly from the Bible. 100%. It is. It's identifying the natural law. The Bible itself is a trust indenture. And when you're separated from that, it's the trust indenture of God gave us custodial power over the earth. Basically, God placed the earth in our trust, right? This realm. And then this is how you don't have authority over any other man unless they agree to it. Do you know what I mean? And then that's where you get to the hierarchies and all that stuff of like kings and stuff. Like kings are subject to their people in the same way that people are subject to their kings. But of course, with human fallibility, it never works out that way. But the whole point is as soon as you can eliminate anybody or people from understanding that there's a divine source to law, then you can do whatever you want. And that's why communism promotes atheism. Like, did you know that in China, for instance, China has its own government approved copy of the Bible where they actually remove shit out of it. So if you're a Christian in China, you can only get the Communist Party authorized version of the Bible that is going to make sure that you remain docile and subservient to the state. That's a fact. Right. So the two things go hand in hand. And that's what I've said for a long time. That's why my dad primarily handles flat earth and I talk about the law and we converge on where they intersect. And that's kind of, and that isn't it. So
isn't the version of the Bible that we are privy to done exactly the same way? I mean, it's an approved copy that's still held. The copyright is still held by the crown.
Well, I mean, when we get into that, this is what I think is that ultimately that copy there has to be a copy that's authentic. It's like a universal law thing. That's why when you look at the King James 1611 or even the Geneva Bible, well, you can see what the King James 1611 took out of the Geneva Bible. Remember the princes of darkness of this world? Talking about the temporal powers are the princes of darkness, right? So your powers and principalities, but then you have the princes of darkness over this world, which are your temporal monarchies. And they don't make a secret of it. I mean, they bathe in the blood of, virgins, or they do all this. Look at King Charles' new painting. I mean, these guys openly know who they serve, right? But that's the thing that escapes most people's attention is that even though these people that run the world are on the opposition team, they still follow the Bible and they still operate within the realms of the Bible's authority. They do. There's no question.
It's funny. I think there's a line in the Bible, or maybe C.S. Lewis wrote this. The line goes, even the demons of hell know the name of Jesus. And I think there's value in that statement, whether it's in the Bible or someone else said it, because it does speak volumes to what that book is. Now, the interesting part about that book is that the king, allegedly, the King James version is copywritten, and the copyright is owned by the crown.
Yes.
So I think that's very interesting, especially when you mentioned the Chinese version.
That's why I maintain that. So when you get into the hands of communism, I'm not saying one's better than the other, but the crowns at least had their own version of Christianity. So you had either Protestant kings or queens, and then you had, the original kings, because people don't realize that when you talk about Catholic for over 1,000 years, Catholic was the only Christianity. So when you hear about a Christian king in say 1100, that was Catholic. There was no other Christianity. Do you know what I mean? And then when the Protestant Reformation happened, you had a split, a division within the temporal powers of this world, because up until then, all the developed temporal powers existed under the authority of the Pope. And then Protestantism added it basically created a division. So you served God or you served the Pope. is kind of how that went down. You know what I mean? But then, go ahead. What were we going to say?
No, nothing actually. I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's pretty profound realization. I had it like a few months ago when I was doing my research into the Jesuits, and I was like, man, there wasn't an alternative Christianity. When you're talking about Christian kings in the you know, the hundreds to the, you know, till the thousands of time AD, you're talking about Catholic, and they all bow to the Pope. And that's why even when we get to the Treaty of 1787, the Treaty of Paris, you see that King George is listed as Prince George is his first title, because he's only a prince internationally, but he's king of his plot of land that he manages for the Pope. And that's why he's a prince elector. He's the king of Great Britain, but he's the prince elector and arch treasurer of the Holy Roman Empire. You know what I mean? So that's who you're talking about. And all of this goes back to that. So I don't care how atheist people have found themselves to be, or how much they don't want to accept the power that this book has. I mean, the power that this book has is put simply this way. If you were caught with it before the Protestant Reformation and you were trying to read it, you would be burnt at the stake with it tied around your neck.
Wow.
We think about we think about the Book of Eli, that movie that they made with Denzel Washington. Did you ever see it?
No, I'm not a big movie guy.
It's good because it shows you the same thing that I'm describing right here, is that, you know, post-apocalyptic world. Eli is Denzel Washington. He's this blind guy. He's trying to take this book somewhere safe where it can be reproduced, right? And you don't find out what this book is till later on. And there's this evil guy that's looking for this book because he knows it will give him the power to control the world, right? And so when he finds out Eli has this book, he's doing everything in his power to subjugate Eli and get the book from him. And of course, this is a Hollywood drama, but it artfully depicts exactly what I'm saying. He wants that book because he knows if he has that book, he knows God's real. He knows that Bible holds the key, the code. He wants it to subjugate humanity. Eli wants it to be reproduced to free humanity. And that's what the whole movie is about. And then when he does finally get the book from Eli, he finds out it was written in Braille. And that's actually a very poetic irony. He can't fucking read it. Yeah, he can't read it. And then Eli had memorized the whole book. And so when he gets to where he was going, he's able to recite it word for word from memory. So he was the book. Yeah, it's a cool story, right? So I don't care if you guys, like I said, I don't consider myself Christian. I'm an esotericist or an occultist. I like to study the mechanics of God's law, if you will. But I know that book was powerful enough to shape and destroy many nations throughout history. So how proud and boastful would we have to say that we know better? I have to be to say that we know better than to, you know, at least give that book a. And don't get me wrong, because words are powerful and etymology is a serious study. Like, etymology is one of the most important studies. The words and the translations have been changed and changed again in the same way from the Geneva Bible to the 1611. They took out the princes of darkness of this world, where it talks about the temporal powers. That's who it describes. It doesn't say and the princes. It says I'll look it up here shortly, but it's basically labeling the temporal powers as principles of darkness. And then you get to King James, and that entire line is removed. And that's what they do, because this book ultimately is like a tesseract. It's like the code to reality. You know what I mean?
1,000,000%.
Yeah. And that's where all of our law is derived from. It is, whether you're talking about common law or commercial law. I mean, fuck, the over in in England, the chamber, the exchequer chamber, is the one that's in charge of dealing with equity, if I remember correctly, and the enforcement of contracts. And where the king's debtors are held below the exchequer, which the exchequer is a black and white pavement, by the way, like checkers, right? And below the exchequer chamber is called hell. And that's where the king's debtors are held. And that's in Black's Law Dictionary. If you look up hell in Black's Law Dictionary, it says the place below the exchequer where the king's debtors were held. Because that it's ultimately, it all goes back to the same origin. And that's
100%.
Yeah.
And I think that's an kind of segues into an interesting point that I also wanted to bring up. I don't want to jump on here and ever redirect anyone elsewhere.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a guy who used to be really into all this sovereignty stuff. His name was, I think, Patrick Devine. I think he's passed away now. And there's like not videos. There's like phone call recordings. I guess back in the day, they used to do some sort of Zoom phone calls, I guess. I don't know. And he used to preach like wildfire that the Bible is the original book for banking and commerce, and that the entire thing is actually one big commercial code book about banking and money and finance, and that has actually nothing to do with religion or anything anyways, which I've always said that the Bible is the OG book for everything, for nutrition, diet, lifestyle, psychology, and it would make sense that if it's also the OG book for banking and finance as well.
Yes.
And so I think the ties between all this stuff are on a level that's beyond. It's like the whole Pride Month thing. It's, if you spell out Pride Month, the word demon is in there, and then PRITH means within, and prith means within in Hindu. It's like this stuff is all working on deep levels that we couldn't even fathom. It's like
it's like
that
a
esoteric level.
It's like a code. It's like the Matrix when you see how Neo, when he becomes the one, he sees everything in code, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what words are. You don't even know what's being said to you or what you say to other people and what you actually reveal from your soul until you can see the world that way. And as kind of like a governor that's put on like a really fast car or something like that to keep it, we all have governors put on us to not let us understand that. Because if we did, we could shape reality with our words.
1,000,000%. And it's funny because, and I don't want to give away the game too much, but I'm actually in the process of writing a book right now for the line of work that I do. And the book is going to be a digital book, and I'm going to add links to it because there are people who can move objects with their minds. There are links that show that we're in our light bodies already. The human body and all living things emit light radiation, and everything is just the frequency of light and sound, and light is sound. It's like we're in a realm that's way more magical than we could than we ever really even realized. And the moment that we realize who we are and what we are and where we are is the moment people will start to see the world the way that Neo saw the Matrix once he realized he was the one. It's like,
well, listen, I'm not Neo, but I can bring it down to a very base interpretation. In my opinion, you tell me if you disagree. All of existence is frequency, and all frequency is the oscillation, the rhythmic oscillation between positive and negative polarities. And that is literally what we experience in every aspect of our lives every day. That is reality. That's it. It's just the oscillation between positive and negative polarities. That's it. There's good times and bad times.
Yeah, that's and it's prevalent in everything, and that's why the internet is blowing up right now with all this stuff. And like the hue man is like the manifestation of hues, colors, which is light, frequency, and vibration. It's like it's everything. The heart is I guess if you unravel the heart, it's actually just a muscle that's wrapped into the shape of a toroidal field. Like all of this stuff is connected. It's literally everywhere. It's fractal. It never ends.
I'll tell you, God is the culmination of complete white light and darkness combined. Because if God is everything within everyone at all times, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent, right? Which we would have to agree that God is, otherwise it wouldn't be God. Even though God's just a title, we're going to use God for the sake of convenience, right? So the all as the Kabbalion calls it, right? So if everything, the only thing that differentiates one thing from another is, first of all, its relationship to the other thing. Something only exists in relation to something else. Because if all motion were to stop and everything would become one, it would be all or nothing. It would simultaneously be all or nothing. It'd be nothing or it'd be all, because there's nothing to differentiate it. It's an inconceivable, that is the limit of human logic right there that I just put forth. It would be all or nothing. And now when you start to look at the Bible, where it says, let us create man in our image, and he created them, male and female, he created them, right? It shows, first of all, in my opinion, several stages of creation. But beyond that, it shows you the white light through the prism. The white light hit the prism, so the all, the God, the over-encompassing consciousness that everything's a part of, separated itself into the 7 colors, right? Separated itself 7 colors, which manifest as planets, which are not balls in the sky that you can travel to. They're conscious luminaries that have an electromagnetic frequency influence over society and where they are in relation to each other and where they are in relation to your geographical location on this plane. All that stuff all plays a role in what type of frequency is being broadcast. And so there you start to see the underpinnings of God's creation and simultaneously the very limit of our understanding of it.
Which makes the whole conversation about, everything is connected. So hopefully this isn't too much of a tangent for anyone. The whole conversation of like race, where people are like, oh, I'm a person of color. Oh, I'm a black person. I'm a white person. It's like, what you guys are saying is so goofy. Black is the absence of white, and white is the amalgamation of all colors. So what, are white people of color? What does white even mean? And like, no one's even white, nor are they black. Like, these terms are retarded. It's because the concept of race and racism was an invention by people who just wanted to divide and conquer. Once everyone realizes that we're all human beings are 99.9% identical DNA wise, like,
yeah, but they call me Honky Kong.
It's like, we're all the same. No one's different.
I don't have evidence of this, but throughout all my research, and I do research in very obscure areas, I found evidence of this, nothing substantial and nothing that I can even have saved to bring up right now, but I do believe it could be the case. And I'm not stating this as a fact. I'm stating this as a speculation, but I think the whole black and white terminology came originally from your debtor status. I don't think that it was just a nation of white people that had black people enslaved. I think that, well, we know for a fact there were black slave owners, and I think it all came down to status and nationality and lineage, and where you came from determined your status in society, and more importantly than anything else, your financial status. And I think that when you were a debtor, you're considered black because that's the color of death. And we all know that when you, well, at least if you watch my channel, you should know that when you're bankrupt and mortgaged, you're civiliter mortis, which is Latin for civilly dead. And you are. That's why the judge wears a black robe. And he's basically a Talmudic priest of Baal in the courtroom. And whether he knows it or not, and 99% of the time he does, they're also a little bit crazy, but that's a side point. But I think it had to do with your financial status. I do. I think that black people were slaves or indentured servants, and I think that white people were the ones that were in the good, and I think it had nothing to do with your skin color. And I think that they seen that as a convenient way to co-opt that terminology into a social engineering program that turned out to be highly successful. But then I could be crazy too. I don't know.
No, you're 1,000,000% correct, because, and what I should have said was exactly what I really should have said. The idea, the concept of race and racism was invented in the quote unquote times of slavery and like colonial America. And so, and because that was exactly when this whole rigmarole, this whole craziness was all created, what you're saying is literally perfect and lends itself directly to that. And, you know, for those of you, for anyone who doesn't know me, and I know I haven't shared this many times, but I do have a college degree in education from a private university in California. So I'm no dummy, even though sometimes what I say is pretty retarded.
What you saying all them words for, fag?
What's that?
I said, what you saying all them words for, fag?
Yeah. I know, right?
Please continue. Please continue.
But I do want to address a couple things in that I just like have in my mind. Number one is Luke 23:43 in the chat. Yeah, that was Flow State, and I definitely patched things up. He's the homie, and I subbed to his channel for $1 a month. So he and I are good now. He gave me a shout out on Notch's stream, and like it's water under the bridge. And he gave 5 hours of his show to this entire topic, which Ryan, if you want, Flow State has a great audience there. The audience is as lit as this one. The chat is just the same. It's like everyone like gets it, and everyone's like on the same page. So if you wanted to do an interview over there, I think it'd be pretty cool. I don't think he's a flat earther, and I don't think that this topic will become of anything, but the people there are cool, and I think they'd listen, and I think it could help grow your channel. And Luke, I do appreciate the compliment.
He's all right. Yeah, he's cool. Like, listen, I don't expect everybody. This is a big thing about being awake, and I tell my viewers this all the time, and I hope to God you take it to heart, especially if you're new to waking up. Because, listen, you're not going to wake everybody up. And you will beat your head against a brick wall if you try to wake up somebody who's not ready to be woken up. And I'm speaking from experience. And now where this really sucks is when it's somebody you care about and love, when it's your family member, a close friend, or somebody that just will not wake up. You have to, even though I know it's
right. I think you're roboting.
Yeah, your shit's roboting out really bad, man.
Truth.
Someone throw in the chat, tag Ryan, let him know he's roboting.
And come back to you and learn more. And
dude,
just
your shit was
remember
roboting.
what.
Right. Your shit was roboting so bad
Was it?
nobody heard anything you said.
Yeah, just
Really?
that whole
All right,
spiel
I'll
over.
repeat it.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, when you're waking up, especially if you're new to waking up, you have to learn. You have to understand that not everybody's going to wake up. Okay. And it's just a simple fact. It's not for everybody, maybe another lifetime. It's how it works. Right. And what really sucks about that is sometimes it's people that you love, like your close friends and family, and you can't, and there's nothing you can do. So what you have to do is understand that, like, if they're only going to wake up if they're meant to wake up. And when they're meant to wake up, they will come to you and they will ask you because they will remember the things that you've already said to them. And instead, you got to leave it alone with those type of people, even though it's on the tip of your tongue all the time, because it should be the most important thing to every single person alive. And we all understand that. But when it comes to like this type of situation, you just focus on what you appreciated about them before you knew all this shit and try to ignore their brainwashing, even though you might make a snide comment here and there. And that's the only way you're going to preserve your relationships. Go ahead.
I think I know why. Sorry, I kind of cut you off a little bit. The time to go off.
No, it's good.
I think I know why. And I think this analogy might hold true. It might not be a good one, but I think it might hit a little bit home for people. I feel like everyone in America is in a straitjacket and they think it's normal, but some of us figured out that that shit ain't normal, and we're desperately trying to wriggle our way out. And maybe we see some other people who are like getting free, but everyone else is like, nah, I'm good. Like, I'm comfortable, I'm cozy, blah, 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 whatever. And it's like, no, you don't understand. You got arms too, bro. Like, let's get out of these things. Let's get like free of this. So I think a lot of people are wriggling their way free, but when they can't,
very good analogy. Yeah.
I think when they can't get free, it's frustrating because, to be honest with you, so I got this PDF that I want to send you. It's a PDF. I don't even know if I should say this, actually. I'm gonna say it anyways. It's a PDF that I was sent. It was a distribution by a 3-letter agency, a very serious 3-letter agency that basically is a way for everyone to help identify sob sits. And it's like 20 pages. I mean, it's a long,
Wait,
and I kind of
are you
sifted through
fucking
it.
serious? Hold on. Are you fucking serious?
And it details all the identifiers of what sob sits do. And I have it, and I don't even know if I should have it, to be honest with you. So I don't even want to say. I really don't even want to distribute it, to be honest.
Send
But I
that to
got
me
this thing.
immediately.
Okay, it's gnarly, dude. It's got the seals and everything. It's like, so I have
Where'd
this.
it come
and it's
from?
like,
What's the source?
One of my, well, see, I can't trace it back too good because it's from a friend who got it from a friend who got it from people. But
is there a document number on it?
I will go look at it. It's very intimidating.
I'll pull that shit up online right now. Send it to me.
Okay, if I can find it, I will. But I guess the point is that these people are desperately trying to keep everybody in their straitjackets, and when people cannot get free, I think it's frustrating. It's like trying to untie a really gnarly knot. It's very infuriating, even after just a few seconds. And someone said today that the flat earth conversation causes people to have anxiety. And I was like, damn, I didn't even think about that. If that's the truth, then as soon as they hear anything about this, it's immediate trigger. So I think that's why people don't want to listen to this or entertain this information, is because it immediately induces anxiety. How and why? I don't know. But I think that's why they don't want to.
Well, because the enormity of the lie, that's the whole thing. It's so easy for the average person to comprehend. Like, you don't have to understand a whole new language like legalese, which, like, there's a lot of intelligent people that just aren't good with words, but they're still smart and, like, very intelligent in other ways, right? And that's what a lot of people are. The one thing we all share in common is pattern recognition. You know what I mean? But something like that would affect it, because why would they send out a notice to everybody, right? So it was like an interagency memorandum type thing.
That's exactly what it looks like. And from what I'm gathering, the police forces are receiving these types of documents too, to kind of alert them on things to be aware of and look for when they're seeing stuff get sent in. One thing in particular would be like things getting notarized that shouldn't be notarized. Zip codes in brackets, people using names that are lowercase with colon hyphen colon, and they're basically teaching everyone, hey, look for this stuff, because if they do this wrong, we're gonna get them for it. And this whole right to travel thing is up in that same vein, because if you want to have the right to travel, a lot of people say that you got to rescind your citizenship and then go get a passport.
That's why I say it's the front line, bro, because like the whole right to travel is the mortgage on your property rights. So the way that they tax your right to travel is by, first of all, forcing you to get permission, which is a direct tax on your ability to move freely in anything that's yours. And simultaneously, because of that, it's a tax on your property, because they claim your property. So in order to drive their car, because when you register, it's their car. So in order to drive their car on their roads, you got to have a license, right? When you switch your mindset to creditor, it's a totally different understanding. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody. When you switch your mindset to, hold on, these motherfuckers mortgaged my property rights without my permission, without my parents' permission. I was born into this shit. I am the source. They would never have any funding if it wasn't for me. So whatever little arrangement they have going on, right, it better not affect my livelihood. And in fact, I'm owed money for the mortgage of my property rights. And that's where you get into the dividends and interest and all that stuff that the states all claim through the Uniform Disposition of Unclaimed Property Act, which actually, when you read it, I have a copy of it. I got from the ULC, Uniform Law Commission. When you read it, you can see that it was drafted in response to a situation where states were very clearly fighting over who got access to the funds of the trust. Because it specifically, like, that's what it's about. It delineates who gets what rights to the trust. But the way it's worded is interesting. But they'll say, like, tricky, confusing legalese things, like if the creditor a certain area, then the debtor is entitled to blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, so you're clearly talking about like where you're claiming a living person's trust, but the debtor that you're going to extract it from is also in the same area, and that's what's interesting about it. So yeah,
I think once everyone realizes their relationship to the system and they realize what foreign means. Am I still live, or can you guys go through me?
No, you're good. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I think once everyone realizes their relationship in all this, and that, you know, the U.S. Corp is a foreign entity, therefore we're foreign to it, and everything is foreign relative to everything else, and what a nation is and what a state is. And
right.
I mean,
they bring it all into regulation under the Trading with the Enemy Act, amended in 1933 with the Emergency Banking Act. That's what I'm saying. Like, the whole licensing, everything is based on we're all enemies of the state. And as soon as people realize that, we don't have to do anything but stop participating on a massive scale. That's it. Like, if we wanted to peacefully resolve this, you just stop participating. It's the front line. It's the front line of this entire, they can't do anything without getting hold of your account numbers. And the way they get a hold of your account numbers, primarily, I'd say 8 times out of 10, is the motor vehicle code. That's where most arrests, where do you think they arrest people the most? In their houses or on the road?
Exactly.
Yeah, fuck yeah, it's on the road. And then you got the multi-billion-dollar prison industrial complex built upon that too, for victimless crimes. Like, I don't agree with drug use. So if a community doesn't like drugs, you band together, right? And you decide to keep certain things out of your community mutually. You know what I mean? So if that's how you feel.
Sorry. My bad. Finish.
No, you're good. If that's how you feel about it, then within your community, whatever radius of people are willing to agree with it, if you get 3 people whose houses are connected, then that area is a drug-free zone or whatever. It's all mutual consent. But the whole thing is like, when somebody's doing something like that, as heinous as it is, and it usually does lead to crime, which is one of the very few good things commercial law actually has brought down a little bit. But at the same time, it's unconstitutional. You can't convict somebody for doing something to themselves like that, for using something. Like, you just can't do it. Like, that's a victimless crime. You can't do it, you know? And that's the majority of what their entire industry is built on. And when in reality, those people need probably mental help, but you also can't force them to get mental help, right? So it does create a curious question of what do you do with them, but
yeah, and I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think that they're so desperate to get everyone to volunteer to jump into their system that they'll do anything by any means to get everyone roped in and contracted in. And this is why, like, for you, I'm glad that you don't participate in the whole here's what to do side of this whole conversation. You're presenting the info.
I say what to do. Stop fucking participating. That's what I say. That's what you do.
There's a lot of people out there who have forms and templates and processes and procedures and charge money, and there's that.
No, none of that. Because you're not going to win the game they invented for their own profit. They not only did they invent it, but they continue to make the rules, and nobody participating in it is able to make the rules at all. Not one single person is able to influence the rules of this game. Yet every time one of us figures out how to do some sneaky loophole shit in their system, they shut it down. I've seen where I probably think one of them people have been killed, of one thing I found from the Securities and Exchange Commission website. And that's what I'm saying. They're going to always shut it down. The only way to literally beat this is to stop participating. And you do it at the very ground level, which is the motor vehicle code.
I agree completely. And
that's what you do.
There's also someone in your chat too, Ryan. His handle is El Perro. He knows his stuff. He's dropping.
Oh, no. I've talked to him before.
He's dropping good info in there. I told him to jump on the panel tonight, but I don't know if he wants to. So I think that's why he's not in here. But he was saying really interesting things. So if you ever see him in there, he might be someone cool to talk to one night also as well.
No, I know who he is. I've seen him, long hair guy, right?
I have no idea. I just see him as El Perro. In the chat, El Perro.
You remember back in the days?
He used to be on Paul Enslaved all the time and shit.
Absolutely. Yeah. He does. He's pretty good. He knows his stuff. But he's also, what he's doing is doing it in a way where he's able to stay out of the system, but it doesn't benefit anybody else, which is fine. I totally get that. But like what I'm encouraging is like you stay out of the system because you can in a proper way and not get in trouble without having to play by their system. And eventually, I guarantee you, they're going to make some loophole. They're not ever going to form this national government. They're forming from the system, right? Because that's what the system, no matter what we do or what we try to exercise. Now I see First Amendment auditors, and no disrespect to them, because I'm glad they're out there on the front lines doing what they got to do. But there's still like the things they say, it's cringy to somebody like us, or me at least, because I'm like, dude, they don't even have the right to that. Like, why are you, fuck them? You know what I mean? Like, you don't understand. They don't have authority over you if you know who you are. You're not hurting anybody. You can literally do whatever you want as long as it's not somebody's property, right? And like an actual person, not a corporation. Right, unless it's the United States, which is like really highly regulated, where they get to claim land at and all that stuff. You're not going to have a corporation own it, and the single person, if they own it, right, you can't do whatever you want on their land, but you can do whatever you want on your land. It doesn't fucking hurt anybody, and you can do whatever you want in public areas, like within reason, obviously, because there are some things that have just always been against.
Wouldn't it benefit the USA Corp to give up the charade, let us all discharge our debts, and bring an enormous amount of international business to the country? They could tax the shit out of the imports.
No, because when you say something like that, you're still believing that the government has control of anything. No. The government doesn't. The government is a utility for the ultra wealthy oligarchs that want nothing less than the complete enslavement of you and your family. Yeah.
So the concept of anarchy and anarchist is becoming really popular, I think, on the internet too, and I think in people's minds, and I think that's where a lot of people are starting to move towards.
I disagree with anarchy. Anarchy implies no cooperation. Anarchy implies a savage rule of, serving oneself's needs. Here's volunteerism, right? Where we as a community, like if you and I are neighbors, my dad lives next door to us, a few other people live next door to us, say we make up like a city block with our properties, right? Which is big enough for us to live off of and all that stuff. And we make up like a city block. And we all agree, you know what? We're all buddies. We get together and we agree that on all of our properties, we don't want any of this shit going on. And it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, no, it doesn't violate anybody's rights. You know what I'm saying? Or anything like that. I say, like, I don't want some dude walking around flopping his dick in public, or, you know what I mean? Like just simple shit like that, where it's like, okay, if you were really free you'd be able to do that, but you're not free because you're on our property, and we're not corporations. We're living people, and we all own this property that you're on, and we don't want you walking around flopping your dick. You get what I'm saying? Just for an example, right? So, because that's like the within reason, but like freedom is like, you know, on your property, you do whatever you want. And if anybody comes on your property and they're unwarranted, which is why that word is in the Constitution, Fourth Amendment, right? Warranted. If they're unwarranted, you just fucking, you give them a warning. Hey, get off my property. I'm gonna shoot you. Right? People have to remember that Aaron Burr shot Alexander Hamilton to death. And that's actually still in the history books. And that's how life was. They contract say, you know what? You insulted me. And he's like, yeah, I did. And said, well, back it up. I challenge you to a duel. Retain his honor. They went and dueled. Contract between two guys. Hamilton lost. So that's freedom. I bring that up as a historical example. Go ahead.
So if we break down our governmental system and really decentralize to like the nth degree, the entire country, wouldn't we still then need a federal government? Because isn't this federal government responsible for like interstate commerce and the Navy?
Well, that's why we had representatives from each of our localized several sovereign nation states. We had representatives that comprised the Congress that made the decisions, that were representatives, and we all had an active part in our area because, first of all, we didn't have all the immigration, and immigration's fine, necessary, but you can't force the indigenous population to adopt the cultures of the new incoming immigration population, because that erodes the cultural continuity of a society, right? But aside from that, like if we were a community, like a city block of landowners, we could keep that from happening in our area. And that's the whole point. That's how you're free. Power is only in the smallest, most centralized blocks, primarily you in your own capacity, as long as you act responsibly and don't hurt people, which brings me to my next point. I was listening to this audiobook and he says, for what do we want a government, right? We want a government to secure our rights, as it says in the Declaration of Independence. Because people are unpredictable, and there could be conglomerates of people called foreign governments or towns or whatever that want to come take what we have, or because humans are unreliable, right? So we want a government to make sure that doesn't happen, because that's literally the only reason government exists. But think about the logic behind it. Why would we elect and hire? So we're worried about the unpredictability of other people, right? Of mankind. Yet we're going to take a portion of that same unpredictable pile of people, and we're going to give them supreme authority over us in order to make sure that unreliable people don't hurt us. How the fuck does that make sense?
And they use situations like today with Trump as their justifications for what they're doing.
Right, but the very people that government is created to protect against become the government. That's the point. Right?
Yeah.
They had soy team 6 fucking failed today.
So Team 6 did fail today. Did anyone notice the guy in all black, the like super decked out movie character in the front of the Trump podium? He was like a total pencil neck, and he was like, I was like, dude, there's no way that's the guy they chose.
There's a woman right behind Trump who doesn't even take cover. The first thing she does is take out her phone and start filming.
No,
that was honestly, Dashley Abbott.
There's several people, and I like how the Fox banner kind of covered that up. But if you watch other coverage of the footage, like you see that pretty much nobody directly behind Trump tried to go for any cover. There was like a few people up front that kind of ducked down a little bit, but like the rest of them were chill as fuck. I didn't even understand. It's so funny because my mother-in-law said that, right? Like they were sitting there watching the news and she's like, I came out and I was like, you know, the only thing I find weird about that, or like one of the biggest things I find weird, is that none of the people behind Trump really reacted to the fact that there was a gunman shooting at the stage, which is weird. Because I mean, even me, if I'm there, I'm gonna, yeah, hell yeah, somebody's just shooting at the stage, I'm gonna get my family out of the way, and then I'm gonna get out of the way. You know what I mean? Yeah. But they're all just chilling. Even the one guy holding a sign, he was holding a sign that said, "You're fired," right? Like Biden, you're fired or something. And then the shots ring out, and that guy slowly sets his sign down and just casually sits down, like while Trump is falling on the ground, going for cover and shit. I didn't get it. But go ahead.
I think if anyone in the chat has seen on Instagram, they found the Antifa guy. Post in the chat what his name was. His first name was Mark, and his second name was like, it was something real. It was almost like something alluding to the idea of like shooting someone or a gunshot or some sort of situation. The name was really suspicious. The guy was suspicious looking. If anyone sees him online. Basically, yeah, like his name was like basically Mark Crooks or something like that. He was like a criminal. His last name is basically criminal. It's like such a movie. And then the only thing I could think though would be that if it was real, those people, people in other states, or I don't know, people everywhere, maybe Trump supporters, maybe they're around guns more often. So when they hear gunfire, they're not too like freaked out about it. They're just assuming people are acting normal and not like psychopaths. So I think that's fair to say. Plus, what are you going to really do? I mean, shots are fired and you don't know where they're coming from. There's multiple shooters, multiple areas. And then like, what are you really going to do? You just, you can't get out of there in any hurry. Everyone around you is really old.
Let's bring this
Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
Listen, let's bring up this fact though. Here, we're all logical. Are you guys there? Okay. We're all logical, critical thinkers, right? I'd like to think so, right? We recognize patterns. That's the one thing we all have in common. Despite our different aptitudes in different areas, we all recognize patterns. So let's look at a pattern. Let's look at every other presidential assassination that they wanted to carry out. That was like financially, like say somebody was threatening the banks or wasn't going to have the 14th Amendment ratified or whatever, right? When they really wanted to kill a motherfucker. Think about that. So we'll start with Kennedy, right? They had his own Secret Service agents in on it. You can just watch it. Like usually Secret Service agents rode on the back of his car and they got down. Like right as he was making that turn, they hopped off like, yep, we out, like, yeah. And then they fucking shot Kennedy. And then not only that, but they invested all that money in the propaganda campaign afterwards about one bullet shooting two people, right? In impossible ways. Yeah. No.
Tell guy clip collection says Mark Assassination Bird.
Yeah, I saw. That's why I was laughing a second ago.
This is the guy. I got the guy queued up, man. He said this is something from like his. They'll find a manifesto. You know that, right? There's always a fucking manifesto.
You guys, I'm telling you, they already found the guy. He's a confirmed Antifa. He's decked out like a total dork, and they found him within like 3 minutes. It was like seriously like Osama's pilots. Like they found him instantly, and they already had a guy.
You think that Antifa is not an intelligence operation?
Of course it is.
For sure. I don't think it's this guy though, Sav, if this is the guy you're pulling up. It was like he had like dark hair.
Have you seen the guy dead? I can't show it on here. I've got pictures of the guy shot dead on the roof. Close up.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's this
okay.
guy.
Okay, then yeah, I checked out that whole thing a couple hours ago.
My name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. And guess what? You got the wrong guy. My name is Thomas.
The fuck is
Hold
that?
on. Wait a minute. That's not real. That's not a real.
No, I think he's joking. That's a joke, right, Sal?
I don't know. See, this here is supposed to be him.
No, that's not him. His last name is
There
not
he is.
Crooks.
Hey, he's supposedly wearing that same shirt too in the picture where he's
This guy's name might as well have been like Mark's like gotcha.
Damn, that's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, the name was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable to me.
There he is right there. Footage showing the moment that the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, had opened fire on Trump rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania.
How did somebody get footage of that?
I don't know. It's starting to come out now. See, this is what's so fucking stupid.
Wait, be careful, guys.
On TMZ. That's literally
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
It sounds so fucking fake.
Yes. Now, where's that?
Somebody needs to get
That's
control
exactly
of the
why
woman.
we need fucking Trump here.
Oh, fucking Secret Service don't fuck around, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, look, they're undercover.
He must be deceased at that point. They got that blurred. And probably for good reason.
Interesting.
So you can't see. That's the main reason. So you can't see it going on. That's what happened.
When the whole thing went down, to be honest, you guys, I didn't really dissect anything, but just on the surface level, the way that actually Trump reacted to what was going on, I kind of think it was real, to be honest with you. And that no one's going to like that. But
no, it's fair. There is a possibility. We have to concede that there is a possibility that it was real.
Like Biden doesn't want Trump in, the Federal Reserve doesn't want Trump in, liberals don't want Trump in.
I don't know, man. Here's the thing.
That's the appearance.
The trouble I have with the
this
Fed.
whole thing is a fucking show. This is what you got to understand. This is all a big show. This is to get your consent behind this crap. They're going to get you rolled into the big soap opera. You understand? And that gets you invested into it. That's what this whole fucking thing is about. And all the people that are fucking you in the ass are the very people that don't want this guy that wants to supposedly unfuck your ass to get into office. So you're going to react. They've turned people into reactionaries. People aren't actionable. They're reactionary. You see? And now they're even going to get the Bible thumpers in on this one. Oh, look, the wound in the hand. He's the Antichrist. Oh, shit.
Yeah, they're definitely going to do that. But here's the thing. Here's my take. I'll add another layer of complexity onto that. Is that, obviously this is tough to ever try to act like it's not a psychological operation. I mean, I just got to be honest. Like, it wasn't very well done. They did better than a lot of them, like, say, Sandy Hook. They did much better than Sandy Hook on this one, but still just no fucking way a lot of the stuff that they expect us to believe happened actually went down as a result of mistakes or anything like that. I mean, like I said, look at assassinations that they've actually wanted to carry out. Now, you brought up the Fed, and that brings me to that point, actually. So Kennedy, the Vatican, the papacy, everybody, bankers, intelligence agencies, which are the bankers and the papacy and the Jesuits. It's all the same. They're just different layers. They needed him gone because Kennedy passed executive order 11.11.0, right? 11.110, and it suspended the Federal Reserve, ended it, and then took a store of silver, I forget from which country, and actually backed new U.S. Treasury notes, Treasury certificates. I doubt they were certificates, probably still notes, but one small step at a time. And yeah, that was such a big thing. Like when he shut down the Federal Reserve. I mean, just the gravity of that action. There was no way that he was going to survive, right? That's how detrimental he was to the plans. So, yeah, not only did they kill him and then record killing him, but they also got the majority of the public to believe for decades that it was one shooter with a bolt-action rifle from the opposite direction, right?
So here's my theory on this.
Well, hold on, I'm still not even finished. So what I think is more likely is that I know there's opposing parties in the New World Order. Like, at least I have a strong suspicion that there's two people work for the same, or two organizations work for the same master, but they have different ideas of the outcome. And so they're kind of competing. No matter who wins, they all win, but which one's better, right? And I think that, so, I mean, actually, there's been books written, like the Chinese are the ideal future population. So everybody knows they want to depopulate the entire world. It was on the Georgia Guidestones till they blew them up, right? And then demolished the rest of them and didn't let any investigation happen and all that stuff. And we're supposed to believe that was one of us that did that or whatever. But they state that they want to reduce the world's population significantly, you know, by like 90% or more. So 500 million. Now, their ideal, like, slave race was the Chinese because they're intelligent, but they're docile and subservient, and they're basically easy to program into that. So you got those group of people like the Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum and all. And this is just my theory. This is just what I think. They all want that type of, they want communist world government, basically, where the state is the supreme authority and it's God, essentially. And then you have like the Trump people that want corporations to be the supreme entity, and that's fascism, actually. So that's why Henry Ford got awarded a medal from Nazi Germany for their automotive production, planes and stuff. So that's what I think is going on. And I think that maybe a silent agreement may have been struck where they're like, okay, yeah, obviously this approach isn't working with people are lashing out too much. We're going to try to go with the other approach. It'll probably be more palatable. And I think that's what's going on. I think that I would much rather Trump be in office than Biden, obviously. And when he's in office, aside from introducing the jab, which, you know, he's proud of that. Aside from that, what he did for the economy was spectacular.
But
even though
that is a good point,
actually did for the economy. This is the illusion.
No, it's not an illusion. I was going to explain
Sure it is. The only thing that this guy actually has to do with the economy is being the commander in chief.
His trade
thing
policy.
Is, anything that has to do with the monetary situation goes through the House of Representatives to start with.
Listen, he knows how to manipulate the monetary situation. Listen, yes, he does. What he did was he regulated trade with foreign nations. That's primarily how he reduced the prices of everything that we had. He doesn't lie when he says he's a good businessman. He lies when he says he's, you know, going to return us to a republic and all the other shit that MAGA-tards and Q-tards believe. You know, like, no, he's definitely not going to do that. He's a banker. But when they do have him in, he runs it like a business. And that's why it reduced prices, is because the fulcrum of our inflation and deflation on products is our trade policy, international trade policy. That has to be.
Well,
It's
that's 6 trillion, you know, that he signed in stimulus. That was a
once the
real
pandemic,
big
once the pandemic happened, yeah, it was absolutely full on puppetry. I'm not saying he wasn't even a puppet before. I'm just saying for whatever reason they want to empower the United States and reduce power from China and those. And then there's the other faction that backed China, and it just kind of seems that way at the top. But like ultimately at the very top, they don't care which one wins because they both serve the purpose of the same fucking puppet masters. And that's why I say it only buys time. It's instead of becoming a fucking communist, super depressed country next year, we maybe have 3 years before Trump starts implementing whoever comes after him. It just buys us a little bit of time. That's what I think.
For what though? Buy us time
for us to wake up. For them,
I mean, it is
to wake up.
Well, I'm just, here's what I'm looking at. Yeah, there's a lot of people waking up, but is anybody
you yourself? You said the turning point of flat Earth is this year. You said it, and I could tell you're getting a little bit, dude. We're not going to wake up like as many.
No. What I'm saying is this: it's one thing to know, but then there's the other part is who's ready to do something.
Well, that's what we promote. I live what I call it. You know what I mean? That's my attitude 100% of the time.
I mean, none of us have really any kind of control over the monetary situation at all.
But we do. We control. So all the money does is monetize your labor and energy, time, essentially. So we have control over where we spend our money. And like, that's why I say that the motor vehicle code is the grassroots, the front line of this whole thing, because if people stop fucking, somebody in the chat earlier said that Brandon Joe Williams, that he's got that one stupid fuck. That's literally what it's called. He's pretty good though. He talks about UCC a lot and goes through the code. I guess he's promoting something that on election day we all take off our license plates, and I actually think that's brilliant if that's true. Because everybody should already not have license plates. That's the whole thing. As long as we keep conforming to that type of, it's a slave tag. It's commercial advertising. Like you're going to give your vehicle to the state or renew your lease to it from them.
So are you aware of the bird flu convention that they're going to have in DC in October of this year?
No, but I know the best thing about that is if people do what I'm saying we do, then when they do that dumb shit, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just disregard them.
Well, you remember what we were talking about with patterns, right?
Okay, shoot.
Okay. All right. So what happened to this last time? Trump was a shoo-in. He was a shoo-in, right? And what happened? Did anybody, if you think that Trump was legitimately lost that election, okay? If you legitimately think that Joe Biden won that election, put a 1 in the
80 million votes.
Yeah. And if you think there was any cheating going on, then we're going to look at some things that happened and some things that are getting ready to happen, like with this bird flu. It's not a convention. It's a fuck. What do they call it? Because somebody called it. I saw on video somebody called it and they couldn't tell him a fucking thing about it. He's like, even though bird flu is never transmitted between people and birds and shit, why are you having this? What's the problem? They finally hung up on him. But this is coming up. Yeah, bird flu summit. Yeah, in October. You can actually Google this thing. And it's got an 800 number and everything. Yeah, bird flu.
Did you get your tickets?
I don't know. I did. Let's see.
I heard the tickets are delivered by way of carrier pigeons. Is that true? Is that another conspiracy?
Let's see where this takes us over here. So, We're at the birdflusummit.com. Let me bring this up here for y'all. Here it is. So I'll share this screen. This is going to be October the 2nd, 3rd. Then they're going to have a workshop on the 4th. This is the International Bird Flu Summit. They're going to have Sira Madad from DHS. And I don't know if she's got a lot of letters. Chief Bio Preparedness Officer.
She
and
looks,
here's
she
Dr.
looks intense.
White.
Look at that chick. She looks intense as fuck. All those letters she got after her name did something to her.
It did. And here's a number if anybody wants to call and get some information on that. I'm going to put it down. I'll copy it here and I'll put it in the chat. They also have an email. So if anybody wants to know more about the Bird Flu Summit and why are they having a Bird Flu Summit,
it's kind of like Event 201.
Yeah, I think it is something along those lines. Let me see if we can get this info at Syllabus X.
Dude, do you know how, listen, do you know how literally funny it will be if they try that shit again, even within the next 20 years? How many people, like pretty much everybody, like most people I know that have gotten the thing are very insecure about it.
Let's call them.
And for good reason. So if they literally try, like everybody knows they were lied to. I remember the day that they stopped the other shit. Do you remember the day? I remember the day. What about you, Ethan? You remember?
I cannot say that I remember the day they stopped.
It was the day Russia invaded Ukraine.
We got a new thing now. Everybody change your shit on Facebook.
It was the same day Russia invaded Ukraine. That's when it
If you know your
stopped.
party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For delegate registration and sponsorship opportunities, please dial 1. For speakers relation, please dial 2. For billing inquiries, please dial 3. For all other inquiries, please dial 4.
Might be late.
We are sorry, there is no one available to take your call. Please record your message after the tone. Press star to discard the recording, or press any digit to end the recording.
Yes, I'm calling in regards to your bird flu summit in October and had a few questions. So if you could call me back at 540-246-8338, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny as hell.
That's awesome.
That was
hey, I wanted
I'll call him Monday. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? I'll call him back on Monday and say, you know, what's up? You know, I'm really worried about this bird flu. And
today is actually.
Yeah, now it's Sunday. Okay, so I'm really worried about this bird flu, and here you are just jacking off. You're not even there to answer my questions. I mean, what the fuck, right?
Yeah, this global pandemic that's going to wipe out, billions of people. They can't even answer the phone. Come on now, guys, girls.
No, yeah. What the hell is that even about? I mean, a very excellent video. I might look it up or something like either Ethan or my dad look it up. It's Germ Theory on BitChute or Rumble. I'm pretty sure BitChute definitely has it. Just look that up before you even start to consider some sort of cross-species situation, right? Which they're already looking. Oh, by the way, with the video Satanic Experiment, I won my appeal. How about that?
Let's go.
Yeah, I did. So
that's incredible.
No, it literally is almost unbelievable.
Oh, they're getting really stupid with that final experiment. They're really getting stupid with that shit now.
No, they are. Hopefully they're just abandoning it. But
have you ever seen that trick gum It looked like Wrigley spearmint gum, but it was fake. And if you went and grabbed a stick out of it, this little spring thing would snap your finger, you know. And you could get these out of the comic books and shit when I was a kid. And always these kids would, you know, get that and they'd come right up to you. Hey, want a piece of gum? And you're thinking to yourself, why the fuck is this guy offering me a piece of gum? You know, right off the bat, that's my thing, you know. And I'm like, no, that's cool. I'm figuring there's something hooked to it. And then they're like, no, go ahead. It's free. I'm giving it to you free. And I'm like, yeah, that's what's bothering me about it. You know?
No, that's exactly right. Silent weapons for quiet wars says the free lunch principle. It's what they use. That's what welfare is. We'll give you free shit. Just sign up. Sign up to be free.
A free trip to Antarctica? Yeah, I would turn down a free trip to the fucking movie house if that son of a bitch was giving it to me. I'll tell you that right now.
Sav, I got a good story for you. When I was in high school, I had this pen that was like a little electrical zapper pen. So when you try to click it to like write something with it, it would zap you. And I had a teacher who kind of looked like you, who was about your age. And I walked into the class. I was like, "Hey, Mr. Phillips, can I have you sign something for me real quick?" He was the wrestling coach. He was really intense. And I walked up to him with a piece of paper that had nothing on it. And I had him, and I was like, "Can you sign this for me real quick?" So he pulls it out. I gave him the pen and the paper, and he clicks it, and he zaps it, and he looks at me, he goes, "What the hell is this?" And he threw it out. So when you're telling your story about the spearmint thing, it reminded me of that. Those things were awesome. I got his ass real good.
Yeah,
he looked just like you too.
I can't believe this shit's a real thing. But I can. Here's the funny thing, though, and I said this, like, as unfortunate as the last 4 years have been, in many ways, if we look on the positive side, it did really wake a lot of people up. Like, honestly, it did. I remember my cousin, Justin, like, I used to debate with him all the time, but I'd be like, look, dude, news follows one central script. I showed him the video. That was the only time in all of our conversations where he ever went, huh, it's interesting, where I showed him all the news anchors saying the same exact shit at the same exact time in the same exact way. It's like this all just feeds out from a central propaganda source. He goes, huh, well, when the shit happened that, you know, just happened last 4 years, I remember I was talking to him on the phone. He says, bro, I have to tell you, you were right, man. This really is happening. These people are really, and it's like, yes, man, they are. I've been trying to sincerely tell every person I come across, like, you need to wake the fuck up. Right? That's a difficult part about it. Yeah.
So like, when I was a kid, my brother used to rip on me for 9/11, and now 9/11, flat Earth, all this stuff. I mean, people are like hitting me up, asking me questions about stuff, asking me even some of the crazy stuff like Nasara Jasar, and I'm like, don't waste your time with rabbit holes like that. But you know, people are still, they're aware, they're alert, they're looking for it, they're on edge, they're on defense.
Listen, the financial system will only change, the Nasara Jasara stuff. The financial system will only change when people quit participating in this securities farming endeavor that the pirates are engaging in. This is what it is. It's the sea of commerce, right? The treasure is debt securities, evidences of debt, and they're mining debt out of us, getting us to agree to more and more shit on top of more and more shit. And they're sucking the fucking life force right out of us.
By the way, one of your streams, the one after your securities farming, but before your satanic Antarctica one, that one got pulled down off YouTube.
No, it's back. I won my appeal. That's what I said.
No, I think there was another one before that, wasn't there?
No, Satanic Experiment. I won that appeal. I immediately appealed it. You don't ever. Why wouldn't you appeal something when they do something like that? You're taking it down for what? I'm just presenting shit that's already on the internet, and you're going to take it down. Why would you take down something somebody can look up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's fair, right?
Yeah, 100%. I thought it was, maybe it was the World War III, the War of Information. I think that was the one I was thinking of. It got pulled down for a little while because even when I was watching it on delay. It got pulled down in the middle of it. And I couldn't listen to it anymore. But I might be wrong. It might have just been this one. Because that one was about Jaron. That was not the one.
Yeah.
Either way.
I mean, if that happened, that's pretty cool. I'm glad that I pissed them off like that. That's kind of the idea, you know?
Yeah.
Like
definitely.
we're literally using the enemy's platform to try to wake people up, and we're trying to find creative ways to do it. Rumble's awesome. If you're watching me on Rumble, best place to watch me. Someday that will be the only place that I will be able to stream. Once they keep tightening up all the loopholes in YouTube, you know, it's eventually, but we literally have to be creative in how to talk to you guys. When we're talking about like what he's showing right now, like I'm pretty sure images are accepted from. That's insane. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. So I wanted to also float this out for your breakdown. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about the idea that today didn't go as planned, that this Mark guy or Matthew or whoever, he was supposed to actually like not miss his target? And the reason I say that is because there was a 4-minute delay. Even the news people sounded surprised that he was still alive.
Bro, I can't get this through your head enough. If back in the 1960s, they could not only pull off an assassination in public, but then also launch a propaganda campaign to bury it for decades. If they wanted him dead, he'd be fucking dead.
This was a big show, bro. This was a big show. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even. I'm even wondering if there was anybody even really killed. I mean, I'm watching this chick right behind Trump, right? He goes down to the ground, grabs his ear, goes down to the ground. Secret Service guys jump. She just kind of sits down in her chair there and starts filming the whole thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Who the fuck does that when there's bullets whizzing around? Nobody. Especially when you're sitting there right front row with Trump. Come on, man. This shit is it's very sus. How did the guy even get up there? You know? They're supposed to stake out all those rooftops. Now, what's the narrative going to be on that? Because people are saying, Secret Service failure. They're in on it. They're part of the deep state. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Everybody's out to get Trump, the persecuted one. We got to rally behind him because he's like Jesus. He's Jesus Trump. He's gonna, come on, this guy. He's a showman. He's a showman.
Okay,
y'all.
but is there a body on a roof somewhere right now?
I do think he's the lesser of two evils, which no matter what you're choosing evil, and I concede that point, I think we just need time. Because as we have
pull the fucking Band-Aid off quick as fucking possible.
No,
this
dude,
pussy putting around, dude, we've been holding on since fucking Reagan.
Yeah, but people have not been waking up like they have been the last decade or so. Ever in the history.
That fucking shit will wake them up.
No, it doesn't work that way. You just got to give it a little bit more time. Just a little bit more time. That's it.
Listen, I'm telling you what,
exponential every year.
Trump
said
is bad news. Everybody's being steered toward him on purpose. He was instrumental in Joe Biden being put in there. That's why he warned everybody about exactly what would happen if Joe Biden got in the presidency.
I agree with you.
It's a show, bro.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is what that choice does is offers us more time, which is, if that's what's going to happen, that's probably the best case scenario until we can keep waking people up. It's what we got to do. There's no end to this until we stop participating. But if they encourage the fucking sheep into a civil war or do some other dumb shit, then we're fucked, because they're going to bring in,
Where would the lines even be? In a quote unquote civil war, where would the lines be?
That's exactly right.
Who's
It'd be all out chaos, essentially.
That's why it'll never happen.
That's why I think they wanted the Civil War, though. I think they want the chaos. I don't think they want an election.
I think they thought it would happen. I agree with my dad, though. It wouldn't happen. They definitely want it to happen, and that's my point. Is like, we just have to stop participating in their dumb shit. They have these like megalomaniac delusions.
The amount of people you saw not wearing masks, not complying in the last 4 years, that's the amount of people that will actually stand up and not fucking participate. Okay,
that's right.
Outside of that, all the rest of these people, look, I see diaper faces already out there walking around acting foolish. You know, already.
Well, the good thing is they're not fighters, so that's the truth.
Soy Team 6.
Yeah, it is Soy Team 6. That's exactly right.
Then you got Meal Team 5 over on the other side. So, you know, it's a bunch of fat dudes with ARs. I'll listen to some Waylon Jennings chew my skull and shoot your liberal ass.
Dude, I do have one interesting video I want to play. If you guys are interested in checking it out, it's somebody.
I do. Right.
Play that.
What's the topic going to be on this?
Oh, it's going to be like law, exercising your rights. I just have to pull it up before I share it.
While you're pulling it up, I want to piggyback off a point you made earlier about Brandon Joe Williams and the license plate things. So Brandon did an interview with a guy. His name is like Steve Van or something like that. He's like Steven the Anarchist, and that was the guy who's trying to pump this. Take your license plates off on, I think it's like in November, like the 5th of November or the 5th of December, something like that. And so but that's another guy. But Brandon Joe Williams did an interview with him, and I think that's how that whole thing got brought up in the chat. But Brandon,
I like Brandon. I do. I like him to a certain degree. I would love to have a conversation with him, but he's definitely, I like his sense of humor, first of all, and the name of his brand, One Stupid Fuck, is pretty funny. I dig it. He's bright, but he spends too much time on focusing on the system they made that they can change at any time. Like he's trying to learn and master it, and that's important. I agree. But at the same time, not participating is more effective.
Oh my fucking God.
That's the only
thing. So his whole premise actually is in that same vein. He has his video course when you sign up and you start to learn about stuff. He calls it the contract killer course because this whole idea is everything he preaches is like
I was subscribed.
Show that picture, Ryan. This shit already. I told you what I fucking tell you. Show that what I got down there.
I see it.
What the fuck, y'all? I told you were going to start seeing that shit right off the bat. There's one of those factions I told you about right before the show, Ryan. There it is. Oh, look at there. He's anointed by God.
Well, I mean, he's the Messiah in Israel, so.
Moshiach. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh my God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Trump.
Well, of course. Who else? But like I said, It does buy us time. That's the only thing that's going to wake us up. But Brandon Joe Williams, yes, I do. I enjoy his approach. He wants to take advantage of the system. That's the honey trap of this whole thing. They want you to try to, oh, we've created this public charitable trust for you. It's based on your credit. Because it's based on your credit, therefore it's yours. But here's the great trick. If you actually use it, then you actually are liable for it. And that's the whole thing, is they're using it. You're just trying to live your fucking life. You're not using this thing they've made for you to try to do business with you. But why do people keep wanting to use that? You shouldn't want to use. I get it. Like, yeah, okay, there's $1 million put in your trust or whatever, right? Here's the thing. It's never been your money. It's not yours. It's based on your credit. And while they use you to use it, you're in the right. But if you try to directly use it, you fuck yourself. Do you get what I'm saying? We don't participate in their system.
Yeah.
Right?
It seems like bullshit to me. It does make me aggravated, because if everything is true and they used us as collateral for the debt, giving us the capacity to infinitely discharge all our debts, then that's a contract, and they're not holding up their end of the deal, and they should.
But discharging your debts is not discharging your personal debts. It has to be directly related to being a United States citizen. So say like revenue generating laws, whether it be motor vehicle code or just revenue code in general, which the motor vehicle code is a part of the revenue code. Which is all uniform commercial code, which is actually taken from Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, uniform laws regarding bankruptcy. That's what UCC is. It's uniform commercial code, and then each state adopted a version of that enactment, and then they did the Administrative Procedures Act, where they privatized the entire municipal court system. And then the private investors came in like ravenous wolves. And the cops are their lapdogs, pretty much.
So then can we not use our citizenship as a commercial
You're supposed to,
tool to navigate?
But here's the thing, you're supposed to, but until enough of us know that, to be able to actually use that, they're going to literally act like Gestapo Nazis and just fucking do whatever they want to you. Unless you gain enough notoriety to be able to do it, say, online or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying?
Which is maybe what Brandon and a lot of these other people are doing. Because if you become high profile and then they take you out or something, that's a bad look. That kind of lends itself to like the fact that it basically is true and that we can do that.
Exactly.
Interesting.
But
Very
like I said, I like the content he puts out. I don't think he's intentionally trying to lead anybody in a bad direction. I think he just actually wants to take advantage of the trust, which is a giant trick in the first place. So, you know, that's why I tell people, like, I get it. I went down all those rabbit holes. I've been looking into law for over a decade. And so every rabbit hole you can think of, if you're even within the first couple of years of learning about this, I've been down it. And the only ultimate end I ever come to is just not participating. And knowing how to explain why you do not have to. You're not a corporate elective franchise. You're not. You don't have to be, right? So basically, when they mortgaged the property rights of United States citizens in March 9th, 1933, well, that's when they admitted to it. Congressional record. they mortgaged the property rights of the citizenry they had at the time. So now what was left to do was expand their net of collateral. And there you enter the New Deal, which was the most communist fucking set of legislation in the history of this country. And created welfare and the housing agency and like all sorts of stuff. But all these things were legally a euphemism for like a corporate parasitic structure to extract from you securities once you agreed to it. And it's all welfare programs, it's all assistance, it's all, and it's that's what gave them the basic legal framework to now be like the parasites that just farm us for security. That's when they first did it. It was Roosevelt. He did all that.
You know, that's interesting, actually. It kind of something just clicked. You know, they are doing this. It's like they 100% are doing the funny money, infinity money glitch. Like, they are just inventing the money. They just absolutely refuse to allow us in. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
That really hit.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you.
Fuckers, dude.
Right.
What a bunch of fuckers.
But here's the thing. All we have to do is stop participating because we are the only source of credit. Do you realize all the other resources in this republic have been mortgaged off? The only thing that is a continuous and renewing resource is us. We are the only credit left in this country. It's us.
Mm-hmm.
And we have control of that collectively. See, we the people, this is where the whole sovereign citizen thing is a oxymoron. The people have sovereignty as a collective, but only if we remain united. That's the whole concept behind the evil of fascism. The bundle of sticks attached to the axe, right? Keep divided and subdued by threat of force. That's what the fascist. So we are only as sovereign as a collective. We have to all come together and agree, like, you know, dude, we just want to live our lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And stop participating. I'm not going to convey the right. If you want to live your life, I respect your property, your land. If I'm at your house, I respect your rules. If you're at my house, I expect the same. We live in a community. You live off your land. I live off my land. That's the situation we're supposed to be in. That's what this country was supposed to be. Jefferson was considered an agrarian. And everything Jefferson ever said about government or corporations has not only remained true, but is actually damning evidence against the existence of such entities, right? So Jefferson was agrarian. An agrarian means being self-sufficient. You live off your own land. And that was the idea this country was founded upon, is everybody would have their own land and they would live off it. You'd farm it and, you know, you'd have neighbors, communities, everybody comes together with a common understanding, and it's everybody has the same values because you work hard to live well, and that's life, right? And you're just free and peaceful and everything. On your land, that's your kingdom. On somebody else's land, you're in their kingdom, and you're a diplomat, but you can't cross the line. You know, that's how it works. And they tricked people out of that understanding with the ease and benefit of society. You know what I mean? What do you guys think of that?
I'm kind of finding it now tough, now that we're thinking about, now we're really getting into it. I'm thinking that it would be unbelievably difficult, if not impossible, for us to have the current system that we have and be united as one. Everyone is so dependent on each other, dependent on the funny money. We have no gold. People can't even farm. Like, that would require an agrarian nation. The whole country would have to be one big farm. like farm, like an actual farm. Am I
We
wrong?
could reform into that. The whole realization, though, lies in the fact that we are the source of value for the funny money. It's not anything here. China owns Yellowstone Park, you know, type shit. Like it's not. There is no other value in this country, renewing value, but us. We are what gives our currency value. They have made it.
The resources. That's why they grab up all that shit and make these
It's
national parks.
It's all gone. That's all gone. I'm saying the only thing
that value, it's an untapped reserve of
What do you
minerals, all kinds of shit. There's no mining going on in that national park in Death
You
Valley.
think nobody owns that?
No, it's collateral. That's the whole thing. It's confiscated.
That's what I just said.
The queen, yeah, I would say it probably goes to the crown.
That's what I just said. I said that all the resources are all tapped out. They're all loaned out. We're the only source of renewing value in this country. And when people realize that and unite together, you know what I mean? On an understanding, like we don't have to pay for permission to live our lives. That's what it boils down to. You're not hurting anybody. All the other shit, licensing of all kinds, registration of all kinds, right? All these codes, they all are a tax on living your life. For what? That's what that's what the beast survives on, man. You're paying the beast to be alive.
Yeah, that's the idea of paying money to live and being taxed and being in debt the moment that you're born is insane.
It's fucking yes. And it doesn't have to be that way. It only applies to corporate enfranchisements, the fucking the elective franchises of 14th Amendment citizenry. Why would you contract to be a 14th Amendment citizen? See, a conscionable contract, which under common law, a contract is required to be conscionable, means it makes sense. You can understand how the party agreed to it. It's basic common. Some things are just, they violate that specific doctrine, right, of being conscionable. That just violates it. You're like, why? So you're a state citizen or an inhabitant. You have all your inherent natural rights to your property, and you are free to do what you want on your land, and you're not subject to any kind of restriction or privilege or code unless you hurt somebody, right? And that's the law of the land. Why would you trade that for becoming a United States elective enfranchisement and receiving what you're said is a protection of your rights, but then through bankruptcy code, because they mortgage you, it actually violates every single one of your rights without exception, and places you in the position of indentured servant. And when you can prove that, that's what I teach on this channel, why the fuck would you ever submit to that? Like, that's, do you get what I'm saying?
100%. I think that's where the whole freedom and financial movement it derives from, is in that amendment where it's like they created the 14th Amendment citizenship for you to use, so you're the trustee beneficiary of that account.
No,
so
see, that's where you fucked up, is you think they created something for your benefit. We're talking about bar members. We're talking about the fucking Vatican, the papacy, who wants to enslave you because you are the property of it, because your soul belongs to it, right? Because they stamped your feet on a birth certificate, right? So that's why they do that. That's why they're called hospitals. They're run by the Knights Hospitaller, right? Which is directly affiliated with the control structure, Templar, all that stuff. So when you look at who runs the law is esquires. The esquires are all, that's a title of nobility. They all are members of the bar. The bar is controlled by the International Bar Association. The International Bar Association is controlled by the four Inns of Court, which are the Inner Temple, the Middle Temple, Lincoln's Inn, and Gray's Inn. And those four Inns of Court are in the old Templar building. Now, Esquire, which all attorneys are Esquire, right? That's a shield bearer, an attendant to a knight. It's a title of nobility, above a gentleman, below a knight, right? It's basically the knight's bitch. Well, when you look up Templar, Templar is a student of the law. The four Inns of Court are in the old Templar building. Now, the four Inns of Court came into being after the clergy was forbidden by papal bull to practice common law. So they handed that authority over to what ended up becoming the four Inns of Court, which created the Esquires. And it was in the Templar building. You see what I'm saying? So
have you ever thought about writing a book or making a PDF of all this?
Actually, no.
The way you explain all this is so linear. It's so easy to understand. It's like, the only two, well, there's a few people that I can really understand, but you and Brandon Joe Williams actually are like really the only two I can really understand with a lot of this stuff, unless I really sit and I'm thinking and focused. Yeah, you guys are really good at explaining stuff. And I do think that you and him would have a good conversation. I think you guys should jump on sometime and do an episode. It would be really insane. Your styles are way different, but I think it would be a rad freaking show, to be honest.
Yeah, like I said, that would be cool. I would definitely be down for that. The way I look at law is I take it down to its foundation. What is the origin of law in this nation? What is the contract that governs? What created the government? There was no federal government before a federal constitution, even though the Constitution is a document of enslavement without question. Even Thomas Jefferson warned against it because the Articles of Confederation were impenetrable. That's why they got rid of them and did the Constitution. He knew that. They waited till he was gone to even draft the Constitution. And when they did draft the Constitution at the Constitutional Convention, they did it that there was armed sentries at the door to make sure people didn't eavesdrop on what was being discussed. And nobody was even privy to what was being discussed until decades later when they released Madison's diaries, and they also edited them. So that's the whole thing about that. It was like the Patriot Act, kind of. When they got rid of the Articles of Confederation, we had presidents before George Washington. People don't realize that. There were presidents of the Congress before George Washington. There was like 8 of them under the Articles of Confederation. For some reason, they and I know what that reason was. It was to centralize power, create a strong, there was no strong federal government. The federal government, the Congressional Assembly under the Articles of Confederation, was a perfect deadlock of converging interests. And there was no way for some kind of financial fucking Jewry or usury to get in there and conglomerate it and turn it into a financial slavery enterprise, as has happened under this United States created by the Constitution. So I get why it's a document of enslavement, but still, even the Constitution is the document that gave birth to the federal government that we all recognize today. And it does not derive its authority from anywhere else. In fact, all the unconstitutional things that it does falls within what I call the black hole of the Constitution. And the black hole of the Constitution is the 14th Amendment. When you're a 14th Amendment citizen, no other part of the Constitution applies to you but the 14th. You might as well be in the fucking military. That's why I tell people they've been under martial law since the Civil War. You might as well be under I just read a Senate report document from 1973, where it says that all the fucking rights and privileges of the Constitution have been suspended for 40 years at that time, which means 1933. But really, it was during the Civil War. But 1933 under Roosevelt, they really launched with it, and they enslaved everybody. That's why I say you might as well be in the military, because no other part of that founding document actually applies to you. There are, to this country, we're a nation of dead people. We're a nation of dead people. There are no living people. Our lawful seats of government have ceased to exist, and this plastic corporate imitation has superimposed itself on top of our society without the realization, amazingly, of 95% of the population, and that's generous.
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel. It's called the Creditor Academy. They run through all of Patrick Devine's info and try to organize it and help people out. I think it's a secure party creditor channel. It kind of seems like a scam, and I'm not really big into it. But there was a class where he broke down the word constitution, and the word constitution and the etymology of the word derives its roots back in essentially the what's it called when you like kind of redo your debts, or like you rebring it all together and reorganize it, restructure. And so perhaps the Constitution was written as a sort of restructuring of the debts, because weren't we in debt to like to the French after the Revolutionary War?
We were in debt too. So that story is actually interesting, but the monetary policy was sound.
Hey,
and
listen, hold up. I got a jet, man. These dogs need to go out, and I got to get to bed. I'm fucking beat.
All right. Good night, Dad. Thanks for coming on, man.
All right, man. We'll talk to y'all later.
See
you later, Ethan.
Peace.
So the monetary policy was sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. The monetary policy was sound. And so we did start off in debt to England, to France. That's the big thing. And like I said, the Treaty of Paris, 1787, we were to pay in perpetuity to England, to the crown, a certain amount of profits derived from the land, to put it simply. And that shows that it was basically an acquiescence to conquest, but like a peaceable financial arrangement internationally. That's how the two worlds exist at the same time. Behind what people perceive, the whole world is run by businessmen. It's not run by politicians or people, definitely not people. So you think like, oh, it's run by nations. Nations are run by people. None of that's true. It's all just run by businessmen. And so and it has been since the early 1900s, like right around the time that the First World War happened, after the Federal Reserve took control of the country. The whole world's run by businessmen. So all the conflicts of the last 100 years or so have been the product of clashing financial interests between the leviathans of corporate, the world corporate structure, and people that dared to oppose them. Like when we look at it, it's all third world skirmishes. It's primarily the CIA taking out small. So what they were doing is monopolizing their business. And now we're kind of at like the culmination where when you look up on Yahoo Finance, BlackRock owns everything. All BlackRock is a front for a criminal racketeering organization. It's all it is. It's all just, they figured out how to make it. It's legal racketeering for them. You know what I'm saying? Like they figured out how to make it legal for them and illegal for everybody else.
and they do it under the guise of protection, monetary gain, and yeah, I think that's it. But in reality, we don't need any of that, because at the end of the day, we don't need to trade eggs
We
for
don't
dollars
need-
for whatever. We
We
could
could just trade
barter
with
get
each
what we
other.
need.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's an
The whole
infinite
thing.
amount of everything everywhere.
It's the illusion, man, of the need for government. Government's nothing but a fucking parasite. So the way
You
the
know, it's
founders,
funny.
so like I said, we started out in debt to Britain and France, but the monetary policy was sound. And if we only use gold and silver with no usury attached to the issuance of our currency, meaning Congress controlled the issuance of currency, which was the first mistake, and that was done by the Constitution. And the currency can only be gold and silver. So it says Article 1, Section 10 says that no thing but gold or silver shall be used as legal tender in the payment of debts, right? So the way that they circumvented that is because the United States is a company, a private company. It's not subject to the restriction upon the state. So the United States found a way to loophole itself into not even being bound by the Constitution, because it didn't consider itself one of the states. That's how they did that. But if the original monetary system had prevailed, then we would have not only gotten out of it's the same reason Abraham Lincoln was killed. So Abraham Lincoln was killed because even though he corporatized the United States and destroyed state sovereignty, he also refused to establish a central bank because he knew that it would give a small group of wealthy people complete control over our whole country. And so the very people, the Pope, the papacy, the Catholics that are behind it, they conspired to kill him because they control the banks. The Rothschilds under the Jewish Encyclopedia are guardians of the Vatican treasury, or the papal treasury, guardians of the papal treasury. I've shown that numerous times. I could show it right now if you don't believe me, but so they conspired to have Abraham Lincoln killed, and it was actually proven. And we stopped any kind of diplomatic relations with the papacy all the way from Lincoln's assassination until Ronald Reagan, right after Ronald Reagan got shot, which is weird, right? So he got shot. And then all of a sudden he reopens diplomatic relations with the Pope. I mean,
yeah, that's gnarly. That was in your last episode, right?
I think I've presented that several times. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty wild when I think you dropped it in your last episode, and I was like tripping on that. And it's like when people start to realize that the reason the United States doesn't have to follow the laws of the United States is because the United States of America Corporation is a foreign corporation owned by someone in another country.
Yeah,
I think that's when people are really going to start to figure this all out and wake up.
You would hope.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right, because people hear this and they're like, nah. They're like Drake. They're like Drizzy. They're like, nah, I'm good. But have you ever? So you and Brandon talk a lot about the 14th Amendment, but one thing that he talks about a lot that you don't, that might be interesting. I don't even know if this is true or not because I really haven't read it myself yet. The 9th Amendment. Does the 9th Amendment give us the right to like endow rights upon ourselves?
That sounds far-fetched.
At any point in time? I feel like he always goes over the 9th Amendment gives you the right to give yourself rights. It's like something along the lines of anything that's not covered by the Constitution, you have the right to declare as a right over yourself. Are you familiar with the 9th, or is that?
Let's look at the wording. Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Because if that's true, does that give us safeguards against some of this craziness because we can just like confer upon ourselves the Ninth Amendment to like.
If that were true, I want to see how he interprets that.
I got one sentence. I don't know what pulled up. I got the Constitution annotated. It's one sentence. It says, the enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
That's a good catch. That's actually, no, under that light, I wouldn't say you could, so it means that at all times, so the judiciary, that was made for the judiciary. And that means that the judiciary, the Supreme Court, or what have you, is supposed to at all times construe the Constitution in favor of the people and not the state.
Interesting.
Because the only people that can construe the rights are the judges. That's why you would interpret it that way. There's no other power in the government that can construe a right. That gives me a lot more respect for Madison, actually.
Why is that?
Because wasn't he the one who proposed it? Is that what I just read? Hold on. Yeah. James Madison. So I didn't know that he was responsible for it, but yes, no, you can't. I mean, you can't grant yourself titles of like nobility or anything, but no, that's a very good thing. That means, but see, here's the whole trick to that is it's not good enough. It's too vague. So when the Supreme Court has made rulings that are ultimately adverse to the Ninth Amendment, meaning they construed it in favor of the state, say like with Fourth Amendment violations, the Terry pat down and stuff like that. There's no reason cops should ever be able to come up and violate your personal being on any occasion for any reason, period. And there's, so that's a Supreme Court. That's why it's called the Terry pat down, right? Terry stop. So when you look at it like that, they've ruled that, and that's a violation of the Ninth Amendment because clearly you can't just come up and violate somebody's personal space without any actually concrete proof that they're doing something wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or have done something wrong. Exactly. So how do you argue that? That's why it's not good enough. I mean, this is more like something for the people as a collective to enforce. Like I'm saying, the only way we can enforce the Ninth Amendment, which is obviously enforceable, is as a collective. And I mean, that's a possibility, but I don't see it as interpreting it as you could create. How do you see it as interpreting that?
I'm not 100% sure. It's not something I've ever really stood by. It's just something that Brandon always covers. And since we were talking about him, I thought I'd bring it up to you to kind of get your take on it.
You can read it. I'm curious if you.
What's pulling up on mine is only one sentence. And honestly, nothing about that says to me that you have the right to just give yourself a bunch of rights. But in my heart, I do kind of agree with the sentiment that, as a living entity on the land, free of everyone, shouldn't I just be able to declare rights to myself and have rights? I mean, who's someone else to declare?
No, I totally agree with you, but the only way this is that's what we do. That's what people like us do. Probably him, you, definitely a lot of the people watching. we do declare these rights on a regular basis. We don't allow ourselves to be subject to revenue code or anything like that whenever it is preventable. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, absolutely. And that's all we can do, because there is no way to actually construe this. They control. I don't know if maybe Brandon doesn't understand this. We are militarily, cops are military. That's why they dress like soldiers, right? We are militarily, and whose flag do they have on their arm? Do they have your state flag? No. Do they have the United States flag? Yes. Yes, they do. Every single one of them. Because we are militarily occupied by a foreign corporation. And if you think you're going to be able to just be like, well, the Ninth Amendment says you can't construe this, and the people that run this fucking gulag, do you get what I'm saying? That's not how you do this. That's not a ground. Let me show you a ground, though. I'll show you a foundation. There's a Supreme Court case I looked up just for this. Let's see if there's. Yeah, bear with me.
It's all good. While you're looking it up, I think I'm just going to start declaring my own rights and just say that I have the right to this and that. And I really don't give a shit anymore about even what like the Constitution says or doesn't say, because, you know, let's say something crazy happens. I'm just going to declare that I have the right to whatever, because I'm not doing this bullshit anymore. I'm not doing the slave state thing anymore. Like I'm free because I declare myself. You know, that's what's funny too. One of my favorite passages of the Bible, even though I'm not a Bible guy and I haven't been at church in, you know, like 10 years. The Bible says we are free when the Son sets us free. I think it's in the book of Matthew. So it's like, and who is the Son? The Son is the Christ. Well, are we not the Christ? Are we not the Son of God? Are we not the children of God? So we are free when the Christ sets us free. Who's the Christ? If we're the Christ energy, the Christ consciousness, we are free when we set ourselves free. And I think it's as simple as that. So I'm just going to start giving myself rights.
I agree with you to a certain extent, as long as it does not violate anybody else's rights. And that's pretty much the whole principle of common law. So this Supreme Court case right here actually is kind of like the opinion that created citizenship for corporations. But when I find it, hold on. Yeah, here it is. So, wait, it was sharing. Okay. So, the right to travel is part of the liberty of which the citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. So, essentially, this all goes back to exactly what I was saying to begin with, is that your property rights have been mortgaged. So it says the right to travel is a part of the liberty of which the citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. So much is conceded by the Solicitor General. Your right to property is your right to use your property as you see fit. They cannot. So could somebody get you to take a license? Like, could you go get a license to walk around, right? Can you see that being a thing? No.
I'm going to need a license to use my leaf blower.
Right. Or just, a license to walk. You want to walk to work, you need a walking license. Mm-hmm. Well, no, but because you're using something that you purchased to travel, you now need to pay for permission to use it. And then think about how dependent they've made everybody on that mode of travel. It's bullshit. It's your property, right? And the right to travel. So like I showed earlier, where it said that a motor vehicle is used for commercial purposes, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they get you. You're engaging in commerce. You're under the Trading with the Enemy Act. You have to purchase a license from a presidential appointed agency, which is what the Secretary of State is under the executive branch, just like the Department of State. It's under the executive branch of government, and they want you to pay for permission to engage in commerce. But what if you're not engaging in commerce? You're traveling. Well, here it is. It's part of the liberty, which is cannot be deprived without due process of law, which means the natural God-given liberty. So how can they force you? So all of the videos that you ever see where people are saying, I'm traveling, I'm not driving, it is jurisdiction. It is law words. The words you use determine the law you're under. If you say, I'm a taxpayer, that's about the dumbest shit you could ever say in your life. You know? I'm a taxpayer. Yeah, we know, bitch. Bend over. Yes. You know?
That got me.
Yeah, but you're dumb. You know, you don't say I'm a taxpayer. You say I don't participate in your system. You know what I mean? I'm not a 14th Amendment citizen. You can't force me into an unconscionable contract. To do so and to hold me and my property liable for a debt, for the debt of a foreign corporation, is called slavery. And that's both domestically and internationally unlawful. Period. It's slavery. When you get pulled over for not having a plate, do you know what you're getting pulled over for?
Breach of contract.
Well, yes.
Well, that's what I've tried to bang for, but
No,
actually,
but-
now that you're saying that, I don't know.
Okay, so yes, breach of contract is a vague, general, correct answer for sure. But what you're actually getting charged for, which charge even only is a commercial term, charge in common law means to render an estate responsible for the performance of an obligation. That's in Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856, adapted to the Constitution of the United States, of the laws of the United States. So when you get charged, quote unquote, when your estate is rendered responsible for the performance of a financial obligation for not registering your vehicle, which is a commercial term, they are literally trying to claim victimhood and injury against you for you not conveying, which means to give over the right of something, conveying the right of your property to the state to use as collateral for the debt of a private English corporation that uses threat of force, coercion, collusion, fraud, and deception of every kind to make you think that you're supposed to be responsible for. From the time you are a toddler, basically.
That's crazy.
Right. It's a situation.
And then at the same time, they immediately tell you, yeah, but the state can't be a victim or something like that.
No, dude, fuck the state being a victim. Who could, dude, you own your house?
No.
Do you own your car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me tell you what, give me the title to your car to use for a loan from a bank, right? And in return for you letting me get this loan for your car, I will let you drive the car.
That is wild. And they're serious about it too.
Fucking
They're
deadly serious.
they're dead fucking serious. That's crazy. And we buy in. Everyone's just like, oh yeah, it's just the way it is.
No. And not only will I give you permission to drive your car, but instead of paying back the loan myself, I'm gonna hire this Gestapo gang of pirates to make up a random group of fucking codes that you have to abide by. And if you violate, I can collect money from you, and then I'm gonna have them violate you so that I can pay for the loan that I took out on the mortgage of your car. So when you're driving your car, now you have to look out for my thugs to come and impede you and force you to pay money, which is going to help me pay for the car that you're driving.
Which is interesting too, because if, let's say that we lived in an ideal society where this system is working the way it should actually be working, that means the police officers should only be regulating taxis and truck drivers on our behalf, making sure that they follow the rules, they follow all the limits, they follow the signs. That way we can travel about, you know.
It kind of makes sense. Or we could have a society like this, right? Where like a taxi driver or a taxi company owner who owns a fleet of taxi drivers is personally liable for whatever his taxi drivers do. So he's going to ensure the proper safety standards and level of discipline to make sure that nothing bad goes on, right? And we don't have to force people into a contract with a private corporation. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. If somebody owns a taxi company and some accident happens and you're injured in some kind of way, you sue him personally, and the court enforces that under equity because as part of his taxi contract with you, he's liable for any damages that may occur on his, watch, essentially. And now he can't hide behind a corporation. He's personally going to be liable. How good do you think his service is going to be? No, I'm serious. Now he could lose his whole house, his family, everything. If he fucks his business up, like if one of his taxis fuck up and hurt somebody, how good do you think that business will be?
But who would even then participate in commercial activity if they were going to be held personally liable?
Do you think we're incapable of making sure shit don't happen and also preparing for the random event when it does? If you're on the up and up, how often do you think something would happen like that? And point. If you're financially responsible, you would have preparation for it.
And if we were on the gold and silver standard, we'd be extremely wealthy, so we really probably wouldn't have to worry about it.
No, you're missing the starting point of that. Is if we were on gold and silver, we wouldn't be debt slaves under a trust indenture that created the revenue code, which created the motor vehicle code, which makes us all debt slaves to begin with as 14th Amendment citizens. So that's the fundamental building block to using gold and silver versus debt notes based on our own asses.
Which harkens itself back to one of the points you made in one of your most recent two streams. When they launched the USA Corp on July 3rd, 1776, they knew exactly what they were going to do with this whole system from the jump. They were going to get us off the gold, and they knew it.
I concur. I think certain factions hoped for it. I think that because we were so solid, our ancestors were so solid and held out so strong that they had to have a war about it. I think that is why the memory of what we're supposed to be still survives. You see what I'm saying?
Totally.
Yeah, because it's still there. Our government, our original system is not gone. It exists buried under this paper mache commercial system it's been trying to get us to forget about the other one for a long time, but it's built up on bullshit.
I don't even know why. Do you think they're scared to lose the system? I feel like if they just shifted over and just did it the way it was supposed to be done, honestly, I think it actually would be fantastic. I think everyone
No,
would
because
benefit.
it's about power. We're civilly dead. You don't understand. In contract, like, so that which you bind on earth, I will bind in heaven. That which you loose on earth, I will loose in heaven. That's literally the scriptural source of power for contracts. And when you're civilly dead in society and you don't stand up as a living person, then you agree to all sorts of heinous shit that they're able to perpetrate. That's why it's so important that we stop doing this.
Well, then, fucking A, Cotton. Let's fucking do this.
That's what I'm saying. All it takes is, like, that's why I won't ever badmouth First Amendment auditors. If that's what's in your heart to go do, listen, there can never be enough of them. And you'll always get hundreds of thousands of views if you want to go be a First Amendment auditor. If you want to actually study law and stuff, you know, then the very first place to start is jurisdiction. You know what I mean? But everybody has to do their part. That's the whole thing. Like, we can't just keep obeying, you know? Like, if we do, then it's just going to keep progressing because there's nothing to stop it. We bitch about it online or whatever, right? No, you got to live it. You got to stop participating. Stop participating. Stop participating in the system.
Agreed, 100%. I think people will. I think the flat Earth might drop by the end of this year, but I think all of this stuff, I think this is going to be gone within I don't know. I'd give it another 5 or 6 years or so. This topic is running rampant on the internet. I mean, we're 4 hours deep right now, and we got still 50 people watching. You got 52 likes on the video. You got 50 people watching, so that 56. And that means everyone that showed up tonight is still here, and we're 4 hours deep. It's like 3 a.m. on the East Coast right now. It's like people love this shit. They want it, and they're really into it, and they want to get free and break free. So,
well,
I mean,
maybe I probably didn't list what case this was. This I was hoping I would say it at the top. Oops. It's Kent versus Dulles, right? And it says that the right to travel is an unequivocal natural right. You know what I mean?
In section 126, the one you had pulled up earlier, if you would have kept reading, or if anyone had kept reading the screen, even if those next couple of sentences basically say that as well. I mean, like almost every line of that entire thing that was on the screen basically said that. So yeah, 100%.
Well, here's another thing. People, you're never going to understand what I'm talking about if you don't understand that the 14th Amendment citizen is a creation of the 14th Amendment, and that we don't have to be subject to it. Where did I put it? Hold on. I know I pulled it up. It's McDonald v. State. It's very good. Interesting. There it is. Okay. So here is it sharing the screen still?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Zoom in. All right, so this guy convicted of murder, right? He appealed the conviction because one of the jurors on his jury panel was not a United States citizen. Now, if we look at the date of this, it's 1883, right? So it's over a decade after the implementation of the 14th Amendment. And he thought he could use this as a loophole because one of his jurors was not a United States citizen, but the juror was a state citizen, right? So the appellate court denied his appeal. And it says right here what he tried to claim it under. It says ninth, that he was an alien, which is part of their state constitution, right? Or revised statutes, 1881, right? So that he's an alien. It says the evidence of bushing on his voir dire showed that although he was not a citizen of the United States, he was a citizen and voter of the state under Section 2, Article 2 of our state constitution. One may be a citizen of the state and yet not a citizen of the United States. That right there ends all dispute. McDonald v. State, right? Indiana Supreme Court denies all dispute that they are two separate classes of citizenship. And now the former doesn't exist. The state citizen does not exist anymore. Have you ever heard a state governor refer to their constituents as citizens, or have you only ever heard the word resident? Because I guarantee you, yeah, that's absolutely right. Only resident. Because you're not a citizen of the state anymore. There are no state citizens. You're a corporate enfranchisement so that they can implement that income tax and enforce that revenue code and motor vehicle code on you. Make sense?
Totally. Man, that's crazy. What document is this one again?
Huh?
What court case is this?
This is McDonald v. State. So here, I'll go back up to the top. This is Indiana Supreme Court, 1883. McDonald v. State.
I hate to say it, but I do feel like because I always I go back and watch the stuff and then I print it out and keep it for my records. And it's weird. I feel like I'm gearing up for maybe a court case one day or being in a court. I feel like I need to prepare.
But if you're ever in a court, if there's no victim, if you're ever in a court, you stop them at arraignment. You show up to the arraignment. You don't agree to showing up to the arraignment. You don't sign a paper, nothing. You show up to the arraignment by special appearance. And you question the nature and cause of the charges against you and the jurisdiction of the court. Is it criminal or civil? And then you go from there. And ultimately, you know that the court that you're in is an Article 1, Section 8 court created by Congress for a temporary, which ended up being permanent, purpose of administering the bankruptcy and enforcing the revenue code. Right? That is the court you're under. But you ask questions. You don't state it. You make them tell you. Because if you state it, they say, prove it. If you ask them, then they have to lie.
That's good stuff right there. That's the key. That's the ticket.
And they can't lie because the court is a temple, and they know that. They live in deceit in the temple. They get you to bear the burden of guilt, and they don't ever have to discuss why you're guilty because you just know. You are. Well, no. What if I'm not? Tell me what jurisdiction this is. What are you trying to enforce on me? And when they have to answer that, they have to lie, and they're not going to lie in the temple. So they're going to either dismiss the case or leave the courtroom.
Huh.
Right?
Yeah. And if the judge leaves or the official leaves or the referee leaves, at that point, do we just take over the court and dismiss it ourselves, or like what do we do at that point? Is that something I
Allegedly,
should
but if they leave, you can't be held liable for them leaving. They didn't say anything. You leave. You know, if they recess, you stay. But here's the thing: if they recess, they're probably going to come back to you with the deal. So, like, basically, we'll drop this, and you know, that's how you handle it. Because that's the whole thing. Nothing else. You never let them get jurisdiction. Nothing else can be a deal. And you understand that. You express it. And what can they do? They have to either admit that you're in a fraudulent jurisdiction. No, that's the only thing they can do. Or lie to you. And they're not going to lie to you. They're not. Because when they're operating in that capacity, they're operating as a priest of El, Saturn, Baal, whatever you want to call it. That's the black robe. That's what that's all about. You think, how do people not realize that court is a religious ceremony? When you go in there and the fucking judge is wearing a gown, it's a priest. It's priest garb. How can you not see it? With the ritualistic ceremonial gavel, which is the phallus of Osiris, right? Just banging a fucking gavel, sitting up on a 3-tiered bench with a fucking black gown on, and nothing weird about that. It's just the way things always are supposed to be, right? You see that in other places in society, don't you?
That's wild. That is wild.
Right? You don't think about it.
You were right earlier. You said that this is only going to work if we all stick together and do this collectively and stay united.
That's it. That's actually that's the only answer.
Because they'll try to pull this off as long as it's ones and twosies here and there. But if we're all, like, if it's a collective, united, like, rejection of all this, they're not going to.
Which is why if what Brandon is proposing is everybody take off their license plate on election day, fuck yeah. Like, if we can get something like that going, despite our difference in approach, like I'm pretty sure we both want the same end, which is freedom, right? And if something like that is possible, I mean,
I think it was the guy Steven the Anarchist that was promoting that. Brandon was all about it, but Brandon has this cool thing. It's called the Nation of the Amnesty Coalition. So he started his own micronation. It's called the Amnesty Coalition, and it's all about peace and forgiveness for all the people who are perpetuating the system, quote unquote, by accident, just to give people the benefit of the doubt, even though they probably know, but they need some amnesty. Because I think that the only way this is gonna, and he also says this too, I don't want to keep talking about it because this is your channel. If we ditch the 14th Amendment and we sort of restore the OG America back to, and then forgive everyone that was participating, because if you don't give people, this is like a Sun Tzu thing, if you don't give people, if you don't build someone, if you don't build your enemy a golden bridge to retreat upon, then you're going to get a lot of death. So give them a way out, give them the out card. And I got to say, I 100% agree. So he created a thing called the Amnesty Coalition, and I think he might be onto something with that.
well, actually, I'm not against promoting another channel on here. I tell my subscribers all the time, like, it's not about fame or anything like that, because when you get into something like that, you're no better than Alex Jones or any of the other number of shills we can all probably name off the top of our heads. But So by all means, promote other good channels that people can get information from. Now, on top of that, that actually was a very good point, you know, and I have to say that I agree with that approach for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. And there was a little bit of a ramble, and I guess all that is to kind of bring it all home for everyone listening is we're in this together. So and it's sad that like police officers, judges, and military people, everyone who works for the government, they're all accidentally perpetuating the system, which is also causing slavery.
Here's the
No one's
exception.
doing it on purpose.
There is an exception, and it's judges and prosecutors and the top level members of the Bar Association. They all know that they're complicit. So it would require my forgiveness of them and not wanting to see their feet twitch, that I would have to accept that proposition. But that's what I was saying, is that I actually agree that that probably is the only sensible proposition, even though they did definitely fucking know what they were doing.
Yeah.
We're not going to pretend like they didn't know what they were doing, because they fucking definitely know what if you're a judge, you definitely know what you're doing. You're generating commercial paper and selling it to investors through your private judges associations. So they definitely know. But like I said, I agree with you just kind of got to let it, there's a balance to everything. You know what I mean?
Totally. 1,000,000%. Well, damn, dude, this has been another banger, and everyone's pretty much still here. So I think they'd stay all night, honestly, if we kept going. But I got no bullets left to fire. I got nothing else left in the hopper.
I like the way you put that, man, and actually good timing, because I'm gonna go to bed here shortly as well. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Thank you very much. I hope the information was helpful. I hope you stop complying to the slave system. Also, check out what were the channels you plugged again? Go ahead.
So Brandon's channel is Brandon Joe Williams.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Just as a disclaimer, just so everyone knows, Ryan teaches this stuff in an amazing way. And if you guys just went back and ripped through all his stuff, you guys would learn everything you need to learn. Brandon just has a different style. It's the same info. It's as clean and as linear, but it's a lot more grotesque and vulgar, to be honest. You couldn't show.
I like it, though. I like it, though. Not bad.
It's good. It's good, but there's a grunge factor, and then you kind of have to filter through it to like. Some of it's a little bit. It's tough to palate, but obviously this channel is easy to listen to, and you can share it with your family and friends. Not Brandon stuff, but it's just different. So I'm not sending anyone else elsewhere. You're gonna get the same info. But if anyone wants a little bit more,
no, dude, I like Brandon. That's why I said plug him. No, that's the whole thing. I honestly don't care about that stuff, man. Listen, the truth is going to spread anyway. So when you're speaking the truth, and when somebody speaks the truth, people know it, and that's why we grow. That's why this channel is growing. That's why Brandon's channel is growing. And like I said, like in every bit, like my dad, flow state, he's got that spark of truth in him. So that's the whole thing. Totally. is that's what this is about. It's not about I'm the guy who's got all the answers. No, dude, we're part of a community. That's why anytime I see another content creator or anybody, even a fan who tells me, like a subscriber tells me like, hey, can I come on your show? Yeah, absolutely. Just tell me in the chat and I'll put a link in. I don't post it up there because it's kind of like a Greyhound station, it's a little sketchy. You never know who's going to come up and derail your stream. But generally, I don't care if people want to come up, they just let me know. But the whole point is, it's about getting the truth out there. And ultimately, that is the only reason that any of us should do this. That's what makes me, if you profit from being a YouTuber and you're talking about this stuff, like if you're one of the video game guys or one of them, whatever, it's a job for you. But if you're trying to speak the truth and you're doing it on the enemy's platform and you're profitable and you have a huge amount of influence, it's immediately going to throw up a red flag. You know what I mean? So like, that's my whole philosophy to it, is like, we got to use what we have while we have it to promote the same message so we get to the same end, you know.
That's a good point. But I was actually, it's funny, I was going to say this earlier too, is everyone should super chat you, because you do put time and money, and that is, your time is valuable, so people should pay you for it. But I understand what you're saying too, so I don't know, it's hard to say.
No, I mean, honestly, that's, no, I don't do this for money. I don't trust people who do, because what we're talking about is antithetical to the system of money, essentially. Like, if you think about it, it's all commercial law, so like, once you get that financial incentivization from YouTube or any kind of organization, that, see, Rumble's kind of different because they don't ever censor you. So if it's a platform that doesn't censor you, that's straight. But if you're huge on YouTube, it's just sketchy if you're talking about real shit, like, you can't.
Yeah.
That's why I don't ever see like any YouTube channel actually lasting that talks about real stuff.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. It's just, the way I feel is that if people want you to be available for them for any amount of time, and you have the right and good info, you're worth getting paid for to make yourself available for that time. Because otherwise, the only other option is that you go do your 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, and then you don't bother to help anybody. But it's all about equal consideration.
I do the 9 to 5 and I help people. That's my thing. That's why I only do a show once a week, and sometimes I skip a week because honestly I'm too fucking tired or something else is going on, But I do it once a week because I do it, like, I find a portion of time within my work week to devote to talking about this stuff, because, as has been the entire point of the discussion tonight, that is the only way anything will change, So like, I for some reason, and I can't take credit for it, it was like put into me to learn all this stuff. Like, it almost ruined my marriage at one point, honestly. Like, I was so deep into the law books, like, my wife thought I was neglecting her and all sorts of shit. But I was like possessed by it. Like, I had to learn this stuff. And then once I figured out about the mortgage and mortgage law, and then it clicked all the securities law into place. And like, that's what it's the product of a lot of time and energy and research. And I figured, well, if I was motivated to do that for some reason, it was probably to teach people about it. And so it's just my kind of way of using, but I can't take credit for any of it. It's not like I thought I would be like, hey, if I learned this stuff, I'd be able to make a YouTube channel. I never thought of it that way. I thought of it, like, since I have learned this shit, I might as well make a YouTube channel. And that's why I don't. Oh, go ahead.
You're good. Go for it. Finish that.
I was just going to say, I think that there's a certain aspect to that. If somebody knows something that can help people, they have the moral obligation to put it forth. That's pretty much what I was going to say. But what were you going to say?
I was just going to say you have knowledge and the capacity to teach. That's valuable because people have knowledge and people can teach, but not everybody has the capacity to teach and the knowledge. Like that combo is valuable and it's worth it. So if you did want to grow your channel and monetize it, I think it would be fair and cool and awesome, especially to your family. Your family should and could benefit because you're sacrificing time away from them to do this here with us. Like the equal consideration would be you show back up with, some shekels in your pocket, some Babylonian magic.
He said shekels. That's funny. No, man. Like I said, that is never a prerequisite to my channel, though. I always appreciate what people feel motivated to do, but that will never be a prerequisite to any information I give. I'll never have a private membership or any kind of shit like that. I don't. That's the type of stuff I'm against. I just. When you have society changing information with if everybody knew what I knew or what you knew, right? If every single person knew that, think about how society would change. And when you have that type of information or access to that type of information, to charge society for the access to it not only creates suspicion, but it's antithetical to what you're supposed to be doing. Now, with that said, I don't judge other people for doing it, and that's their business. And hey, maybe people devote a lot more time and energy to it than I do, and it's their full-time job, and that's cool. And I get that. I mean, technically this is part-time for me. I don't know what it'd be like to be able to devote 100% of my concentration to it, and I can imagine that would be pretty interesting, but that's, like I said, I just feel like it's antithetical.
Yeah, it would be kind of ironic. And maybe another topic for another day. Should Ryan go full-time shill, sovereign citizen?
It says sovereign citizen. Funny term, sovereign citizen. Not a thing. Yeah, you know that already. But I do find it funny when cops, that's like a trigger word for cops. You'll see it in videos where people are asserting their rights and be like, you're a sovereign citizen. Be like, first of all, that's retarded, what you just said. You can't be both free and a slave simultaneously. Like, are you a sovereign citizen? Is like, are you a free slave? No.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Right. You're one of them free slaves. Oh, okay. Yes. I guess, right? Relative.
But they use that term, dude. I'm looking at this document right now, and it says sovereign citizens, an introduction for law enforcement. And
yeah.
It's
well, if what you said earlier about them identifying sovereign citizens, that means
they got it all on here.
There's going to be some.
Go ahead. Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say there's going to be some kind of hunting program implemented in the future.
Well, this doc is kind of old. It says Domestic Terrorism Operations Unit 11, November 2010. So they've been on the hunt for, I guess, some time now. So
yeah. But they don't have the lawful basis to actually execute. They probably made, I guarantee they made lists. No question. There's lists. But
100%.
They haven't had the lawful basis to execute those unless they implement some kind of national emergency, a new one, because we're still under all the old ones. But
yeah. But they'll keep calling us this phrase. They love their.
No, it's brilliant because we're not sovereign citizens. That doesn't even fucking make sense. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Like we're national. So what state? Where are you at? Where are you?
Cali.
Cali. So you're Californian. That's your nationality.
Nope.
Which isn't all that awesome either, but because
OG California Republic, lowercase letters, all lowercase.
No, I know California used to be bad. I won't pretend like they weren't. California was bad. Right now, California's got a fucking parasite. Holy shit. That's bad. But beautiful state. I really enjoyed it over there. I stayed over there for a few months. Awesome state.
People just enjoying the stars tonight under my Fedbrella here. I got Fedbrella.
Nancy Pelosi's nephew.
He's Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. That fool is tripping, but we can't get rid of him. He is the parasite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why can't you guys give it? Because you guys gave up your guns. That's why.
Well, I know there's at least 4 that they don't have that didn't get given up. So they can try, but they will not succeed.
No, man. But seriously though, that is your nationality. It's Californian. I'm Michiganian. Which with Whitmer, dude, we're not far behind you. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad up here. But how do you like that little Fed boy operation where they threatened to kidnap her and then like everybody involved with the plot was a Fed except for like a couple people?
I was going to try to make a joke of it a second ago, but I couldn't think of anything quick enough. Ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. That
was pretty fucking ridiculous.
I'm shocked that they go through. I don't want to get into it too deep of a rabbit hole because we're trying to jump off. But I am shocked that they go through the lengths that they go through to stage all this craziness. I mean, it's wild.
No, but that's not even nearly as wild as the fact that they go through the lengths they go through to stage all this, and then they hire such shitty people to carry it out. Think about it. It's like they don't give a fuck. It's like human resources. They don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, you went through all this time and planning to pull this shit off. We're going to hire the dumbest motherfuckers because we spent all our money on time and planning. We can't afford to hire anybody to carry it.
Dude,
you have the most retarded motherfucker.
It's ridiculous.
Robbie Parker. Yeah, that's
the whole
best.
thing is ridiculous.
He's like laughing. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just all the way to the bank. They just it's the whole thing's hilarious. It's one big comedy, dude.
Robbie Parker, man, talking about before he doesn't realize the camera's turned on before the interview started, and they're recording him, and he's over there laughing and joking with the people behind him, and then it comes on, and he's like, when I've lost my child. Yeah, and you're just like, dude, are you like, we didn't just see you laughing and joking and shit? Are you kidding me right now? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. That's who they hire. They hired,
and then
go ahead.
They get the same ones over and over for all the different psyops. It's like literally the same people. It's like, who's casting these roles? Jesus.
It's like they don't give a shit. It's like they don't give a shit. It's like these people are so stupid. Like, yeah, a few of them will notice, but the rest of them won't. And we'll just call the few of them that do crazy because we don't want to spend a lot. They use the same kids for multiple psyops, like multiple shootings. They use the same kid for the shooting here and a shooting in Pakistan. International. They just use the same. Yeah, shit you not. I'm dead serious.
That's dark.
Yeah, it was.
That's just real.
Yeah, it's very weird.
I don't know.
But what I'm saying is if he even exists, wasn't a part of either of those shootings. They just used his picture And that's all they do is they don't have to make things really happen. When they control the media, they just make things look like it happened. Like literally, you think there were airplanes on 9/11? No, 9/11, those buildings were destroyed by controlled demolition and directed energy weapon. Turned them to dust. What's his name? Jesse Ventura did an episode on that. That was interesting, but it aligns with a lot of other stuff. Like even world-renowned physicists, like everybody, like those buildings, the way they were built, they wouldn't collapse in on themselves if they were hit by airplanes, and that's just common sense, right?
Have you ever seen the videos of the like it's like 1970s science where they're using electromagnetism to explode metal?
Hold on, before we get into that, what I'm trying to get you to understand is there were no airplanes. The airplanes they showed us were superimposed on the news footage. No, I'm dead serious. Like, watch the airplane hit the building. It disappears into the building. It doesn't hit the building. It fucking disappears into the building as the building explodes.
Yeah, half the footage, if you break it down, zoom in, and go slow motion, you can see like the wings disappearing behind cranes and melding into like other parts of the footage. It's not only CGI, it's bad CGI. It's like, it's so bad, it's almost as if they're telling you, if you believe this, you're an absolute idiot. You deserve whatever bad things come your way. So that whole thing is such a farce. It's such a joke. They misreported. They said that building 7 fell before it even fell, and building 2 fell before it even fell. The whole thing's a big joke. It's a big farce. But that energy weapon, I'm telling you, there's like this 1970s like science footage of these electromagnetic things that make metal, like beams, little bars of metal, just explode on the spot. And then when you look at the 9/11, the Twin Towers, it's the exact same formation. It's the exact same like way it would look if it got hit by one of those electromagnetic.
No, and the cars for blocks around the Trade Center with the paint stripped off them, which is what the directed energy weapon does. Jesse Ventura had a guy on his show. He actually, that's why I think Jesse Ventura's show got shut down. I think he got kind of punished for that shit because he was really going after some shit, man. There's a couple, like I actually have one of those. It got a copyright strike, or not a strike, it was a warning, but it was Jesse Ventura talking to Dr. Rima LeBeau back in 2009 about how they were going to institute a illness and lock down the world using medical tyranny, and explained exactly why they were going to do it, that they were going to do it for let's say commercial purposes, right? And other various purposes. And that shit got taken down from YouTube within 6 hours. And of course they used the copyright strike. But Jesse Ventura, he had some shit on his show, man, that I know, like, there's a reason he ain't never been anything real big ever since. That he pissed them off. And yeah, that he like the underground bunkers that these people have, like this guy, he pissed him off for sure.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura and like KRS-One, those are like the OG truthers of 9/11 and like all the 80s and 90s conspiracies.
Well, he, on his show, he had this guy had a keychain. I remember watching it on actually cable television. It wasn't even recorded or nothing. This guy had a keychain, and he said it was a directed energy weapon that was attenuated to the frequency of this can, and he pressed the button, and the fucking thing, like a magic wand, caused the can to crumple up.
Yeah.
And the paint to strip off of it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And that has to be what they used, because it turned to dust, man. Like, I don't care how big of an explosion you have, you're not going to get an entire building to turn into a pile of dust.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Though the basement, I guess the levels, the amount of space below ground level was fairly significant, almost a little too significant, almost as if it had been planned to have enough space for the building. But I would agree, both buildings fall within its own footprint at free fall speed, and yeah, it's just
to dust. I don't care how many explosives. And what's funny about that is the elevator company. There was an elevator company working on the elevators that would have had access to all the structural supports. And shortly after the Twin Towers fell, this company went out of business, and I'd be interested to know who that company was. Probably look into it. But whole point is, no matter how good the demolition setup was, which it clearly was, for the building to turn into dust like that, that's not physically possible without some kind of undisclosed technology.
Mm-hmm.
That's,
yeah,
yeah.
It's just sad for the families, because the families are thinking one thing, and then all the families whose kids died overseas in the subsequent wars.
A lot of
Bullshit.
families, the 9/11 victims, a lot of those families spoke out and asked questions that the government refused to answer.
Yeah. Still, even to this day. And then, did you see the other day they tried to throw up something about like Saudi Arabia and blah 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 and Federations? And I was just like, you guys just really can't stop yourselves, can you? Just keep on twisting that knife. It's like, dude, such garbage. These people are.
Yeah, no, man, they're master manipulators. When you look into Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud's nephew, and his discourse on societal engineering, it is exactly what has been implemented. They followed it to a T. Wow. Like separating the family unit to the sports teams, that's a huge distraction for people. That always plugs. My little brothers are so awake, and they know how the world's run, but they still keep watching fucking sports. And it like sucks them back into the matrix. You can't live outside the matrix and still watch the Roman circus. Like, you can't be like, oh, but the Roman circus is good, so I just tune back in for that. It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It's awful. And that shit captures a lot of people. That's why I told people, everybody wakes up at their own pace, you know. But when you're truly awake, man, you see just how deeply entrenched this fucking parasite is. It's awful.
Yeah, I would agree completely. And all in good time.
What's the only way to stop it?
14th Amendment? I don't know.
Stop participating. Just be like, dude, you're not going to hold me liable for the debt of a foreign corporation. I don't know what to tell you. I don't agree to that. That's not a conscionable contract. I am not liable for the debt of this foreign corporation, and you need to stop trying to hold me liable for it, because that's between you guys. You figure that shit out. I don't consent to that. There's no fundamental law that would force me to consent to that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So I'm not
I
going to
agree
do it.
completely.
Right.
I'm getting trolled in the chat right now though because I'm wearing my Steelers beanie while we're talking about sports ball.
Are you guys all really talking about sports? Oh shit! I had a trigger.
No, no. They just Lee brought it up. My Steelers beanie. It's tough. It's tough to let go. I even still get sometimes caught into it every now and again, but it's a trap. At least I know.
You got stuck. I didn't figure you for a sports guy.
Yeah, no, definitely am. I don't watch though. I don't watch. That's the irony. Is
hey, that's the whole thing. Like my little brother's like, dude, you're awake enough, so just keep doing your thing. And that's why I said you got to accept people where they're at. But like when you see the thing in its totality, like once you see sports for what, and all sports is probably scripted, dude. I've seen some pretty good evidence of NBA being scripted. NFL definitely scripted, especially with this last celebrity stunt they did with fucking Taylor Swift and the dude from the Chiefs, whatever his name was. Yeah, it's like all soap opera, right? And it's very well scripted, but it's fucking scripted. Every single bit of it. All the fucking sports. And they do it to control the mental energy of various parts of the nation, like a code, like a electrical code. Just like, you know what I mean? That's how they do it. Because look, all the symbols of all the sports teams are occult, esoteric symbols, every single one of them.
The Mind Shock podcast got shut down one time because Bruce brought up how NASA was using occult symbolism in all of the NASA patches for all their special missions. Dude, you should do a show about occult symbolism in sports. That'd be sick. Do a full breakdown. Do as many teams as you can fit in.
That is actually a good idea.
That could be a lot of fun for all our sports ballers here.
I mean, it does suck, but like that is the reality of it. When you think about it, like a lot of these guys are probably not even human,
Like you cut out a little. Say that again.
I said not human, probably. Like
a lot of the guys are.
Oh yeah. Well, in general, like like even actors and actresses and stuff. I feel that way. I know it sounds crazy. I know it does, but I just don't see how. I don't see how it could be orchestrated by human beings. And then you have these. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I thought you meant like the players were lizards and aliens. I'm not big into the lizards and aliens thing. I mean, they could be, but.
I mean, they could be, but no, that's not.
But yeah,
no.
that's scripting of it.
No, I'm saying like the people in charge of this thing, they can't be human. Yeah. I don't know what to say other than that. They can't, like, because no human could think of something this complex. Think about it. Like, even all the way down to its, like, esoterically binding origins of contract law. How could something conceive of weaving this web of words to bind us into servitude? Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And probably not a person.
I'd agree.
I mean, do you agree? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's dark stuff. But
yeah, well, I'm gonna shut it down. Yeah. I appreciate you coming on, Ethan. Thank you everybody for tuning in this evening.
Yep.
Slack.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I'll catch you, and peace to everyone in the chat.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Peace.